Welcome, or not. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Defne Arslan, Senior Director of Turkey Programs at the Atlantic Council in Turkey.
Good morning, dear guests. Thank you for joining us on our second day of the Atlantic Council's Regional Conference on Clean and Secure Energy. So I'm looking forward to a full day of stimulating discussions and insights, and I really would like to thank you all for the excellent questions and conversations we all had yesterday. Yesterday, we indeed discussed many important issues ranging from regional renewable cooperation to the implications of the upcoming US elections. We heard important keynote remarks, including His Excellency, the Minister of Energy of Turkey, Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar, and along with many other distinguished speakers. Today, we will explore, among other things, the rapidly changing geopolitics of the region, the current state of infrastructure, financing the green transition. I do want to take a moment to reflect on this on the concept of regional cooperation again, which is brings us all together here, and this is the essence of our conference yesterday and also today. I do think that we did a monumental progress already, globally, what we have already achieved, but still more to be done regarding the cooperation, especially so many things going on in the region, geopolitical threats, challenges that we are having, and what's happening in Ukraine and also in Gaza and in Middle East, in the region. So still a lot to discuss, and how these things will affect our cooperation in the region, especially energy cooperation, and how we can use energy cooperation to leverage this relationship and leverage the conflicts. Of course, a few people understand these things, but I need to say that few people understand this as well as Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, a career member of the Foreign Service. Ambassador Pyatt has decades of experience in this region, including as former ambassador to Ukraine and Greece. It is also my pleasure, after Ambassador Pyatt's remarks, to introduce Ambassador Beris Ekinci, who will also deliver her remarks today. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Turkey, Ambassador Ekinci has also had a very distinguished career in Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, having previously served as Director General for Energy and Environment, Ambassador to Cuba, and in the Turkish mission to the United Nations, London, Baku, and more. And thank you, Assistant Secretary Pyatt, Deputy Minister Ekinci, for joining us this morning to deliver your remarks. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to Ambassador Pyatt for his keynote remarks, followed by Ambassador Ekinci's keynote remarks. So, Assistant Secretary, please, floor is yours.
Good morning. Well, it's great to be back here in Istanbul, and a real honor to share the stage this morning with my friend, Deputy Minister Ekinci. I want to start, of course, by congratulating Fred, Defne, her whole team at the Atlantic Council for another wonderfully timed event. When Defne mentioned the plan to hold this conference again in Istanbul, I jumped at the opportunity, knowing that it would be a really unique occasion full of insights and discussion among some of the region's top energy policymakers and experts. I also want to recognize all of the ministers who are here today or have been here to participate, including Minister Bayraktar, Minister Balaku, and Minister Bolshunovska. And I'm also thrilled to point out that a large number of these ministers are women, progress that we should not take for granted, especially in the energy sector. The same event here in Istanbul in 2022 was part of my first trip abroad as Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, and today provides a really good opportunity to take stock of our work since then to promote regional energy security and energy transition. We've accomplished a great deal together over the past 2 years, including bringing energy policy to the forefront of foreign policy conversations and public consciousness. The energy transition today is accelerating, and each country is taking its own path, something that I look forward to discussing with many of you at greater depth next month at COP29 in Baku. Since 2022, Europe has diversified its energy supply much faster than anyone would have predicted at the time. Russian gas has gone from 45% of EU supply in 2021 to just 15% last year, with a reaffirmed commitment to Europe's target of full decoupling from Russian energy by 2027. Turkey's LNG import and regasification capacity has played an absolutely critical role in this unprecedented decoupling, and will continue to do so as additional capacity comes online here in the country. Recent deals, such as Turkey's recent long-term contracts with Total and Shell, much of which will be composed of American origin LNG, along with Venture Global's capacity contract at the Alexandroupoli FSRU, are confirmation of how global energy companies are looking more and more at this part of Southeast Europe as a critical energy hub. Minister Bayraktar made clear when we were together last month in Houston that Turkey's energy mix and sources of supply are changing permanently, which is a good thing for Turkey, but also for the wider region. Meanwhile, exciting new projects like the Vertical Corridor are set to build upon these trends. Using existing infrastructure in a cost-efficient manner, the Vertical Corridor will allow LNG imported from the Eastern Mediterranean to fill vast storage tanks as far north as Ukraine, providing a new source of gas for Central Europe and the Western Balkans, and helping to reduce price volatility along the way. The Vertical Corridor will also be crucial in supporting the EU's goals for energy decoupling by 2027, something I know is at the top of the agenda for the next European Commission. Indeed, Deputy Director General Baldwin, who you'll hear from later this morning, and I were together earlier this week at an event in Athens focused on exactly this topic. Turkey's role as a transit country for Caspian gas from Azerbaijan, and we hope in the near future Turkmenistan as well, will remain vital as gas serves an important medium-term role en route to a net zero future. The Caspian region, of course, is an area of increased U.S. government outreach as well, as evidenced by President Biden last year hosting the Central Asian leaders for a C5+1 summit meeting in New York. Both Turkey and the United States share the goal of helping the Central Asian region reach its full potential across the board, including on critical minerals development, which, as Minister Bayraktar pointed out yesterday, underpins our global clean energy ambitions. Turkey and the United States also share a strong desire to see oil flow again from Iraq through the Iraq-Turkey pipeline, a message that the United States has repeated at the highest levels with our friends in Baghdad and will continue to do so. This region's energy significance is not limited to fossil fuels. Indeed, Southeast Europe plays a key role in our collective clean energy future. As Minister Bayraktar described so compellingly in his remarks yesterday, Turkey has emerged as a leader in renewable energy, demonstrating that clean energy and secure energy can go hand in hand. Equally important to the growth of renewable deployment is the work being done to develop and expand electricity interconnections among the countries of the region. These interconnectors are what moves clean electrons that are powering the energy transition. Expanded electricity transmission offers the prospect for more flexibility, more capacity for clean energy coming onto the grid, and more reliable and affordable energy for consumers. Turkey's new electricity interconnector with Iraq, which I was delighted to discuss with Car Group's CEO in Erbil a few months ago, is a great example of how Turkey's leadership can help the wider region to make progress on energy self-sufficiency and affordability. Similarly, Romania's electricity interconnectors with both Moldova and Ukraine have been an essential source of needed supply and resilience, as George Niculescu and I were able to discuss last night. Interconnectors also allow countries with comparative advantages in wind, solar, and other clean energy technologies to export electricity in times of high production and to import electricity when needed. Recent energy price spikes in Southeast Europe are a reminder that the energy transition will require more cooperation across and among energy markets, like the ENTSO-E network. Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece's initiative to work together to combat these high electricity prices during peak times is exactly the kind of coordination that's needed to further integrate and efficiently allocate the region's supply and demand. And interconnectors are the foundation to that cooperation. Expanded transmission can also allow for greater renewable energy deployment, which cannot always be built close to markets that they serve due to the large footprints, unlike baseload coal, gas, and nuclear supplies. As we work together on the energy transition, it's important that we don't replace an era of dependence on Russian fossil fuels for an era of dependence on Chinese clean technology inputs. Clean energy supply chains provide another area for regional cooperation. This includes both securing and diversifying critical mineral supply chains in a responsible manner. Turkey's new membership in the Minerals Security Partnership Forum is a great example of how our two countries are working together on this critical issue. We also need to develop and leverage the region's clean energy manufacturing base. Turkey's world-leading industrial groups are particularly well-positioned to help us deepen our supply chains for wind and solar technologies, helping to provide alternative sources for clean energy inputs that we need to drive the energy transition. I have great confidence that if we work together towards greater regional energy collaboration, while concurrently rejecting any further ties with an unreliable Russian Federation, the region's energy abundance will help to foster a secure, affordable, and sustainable energy system for the whole region and beyond. In this regard, as Minister Bayraktar and Secretary of Energy Granholm reaffirmed with their recent establishment of the U.S.-Turkey Energy and Climate Dialogue, the Biden administration is strongly committed to our partnership with Ankara on all of these issues. In that regard, I'm looking forward to listening now to Deputy Minister Ekinci, and let me thank you again for the wonderfully warm welcome back here to Istanbul. I wish you a very successful conference and look forward to the discussions to come. Thank you very much.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. At the outset, I would like to thank Atlantic Council, and namely the President and CEO Fred Kempe, and the Senior Director of Turkey Programs, Defne Arslan, for gathering us for this very timely regional conference on clean and secure energy, as we are only a month away from COP29 to be held in Baku, Azerbaijan. And always, it's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to meet with Ambassador Payet and discuss issues of common interest with the US. Energy, once simply viewed from the perspective of supply and demand, has now evolved into a much more complex and challenging topic. Today, the focus has shifted towards the role of energy in view of rising security challenges and climate concerns. Our common objective is to meet energy security concerns, support efforts to curb climate change, while at the same time maintain uninterrupted access to energy at affordable prices. Energy security has not only become inseparable from the wide discussion on energy transition, but it has also become one of the primary elements of geopolitics and international security debate. The realities of climate change, along with rising tensions in the region, demand us to act promptly and effectively. Accordingly, international and regional cooperation have become imperative in order to combat rising challenges concerning access to energy and clean energy technologies. Over the past few decades, taking into account its deep dependency on oil and gas imports, Turkey invested heavily into diversifying its energy infrastructure, while also increasing the adoption of renewable energies, recognizing the importance not just for its climate goals, but for its long-term energy security as well. This policy has assisted the energy security of regional countries at a very critical time during the last couple of years. Today, more than 58% of Turkey's installed energy capacity comes from renewable resources, including hydro, wind, and solar energy. Despite our achievements, we also recognize that we cannot face the rising challenges in this field all alone. Cooperation on a global and regional level is necessary if we want to decarbonize our economies while maintaining access to reliable and secure sources. The journey towards a fully clean energy system is evidently not going to be easy. Determination and willingness is not enough. Critical raw materials and rare earth elements need to meet the ever-increasing demand for clean energy technologies. As it stands, their current supply levels will be significantly outpaced by the growing demand for clean energy projects. Recognizing the need for a global dialogue and address these issues, Turkey has joined the Mineral Security Partnership Forum. We are ready to work with our partners under the MSP, as well as other actors, to secure these resources in the most efficient way and to the benefit of all. During this transition phase, we must also balance the interests of a carbon-free economy with the interests of an economy that has an increasing demand for access to affordable energy resources. In other words, we will have to be realistic. This is where nuclear energy and natural gas will play a crucial role. We have reached a point where it is now widely accepted that it will not be possible to meet net zero goals without nuclear power. Total nuclear energy power, which has been at a plateau level since the late 80s, is now seeing a global call to triple its power by 2050. The Nuclear Energy Summit held in Brussels last March has highlighted the fact that the international community now sees nuclear power as a vital transition fuel. Turkey's progress in building its first nuclear power plant at Akkuyu shows our resolve to diversify our energy mix. This project will be followed by a second and third. We are currently in talks with interested parties for their realization. Turkey is also planning to more than triple the use of nuclear energy capacity by 2050. Alongside the well-established use of conventional reactors, SMRs will also provide an exciting opportunity for the future. The flexibility and cost savings offered by SMRs make them all the more attractive. They will be pivotal for many countries wanting to add or increase the share of nuclear power into their energy mix. In this respect, Turkey is actively seeking to work with partnering countries and companies to be able to benefit from this new innovative technology. Finally, natural gas will remain a vital part of the energy security equation. The importance of natural gas has been underscored by recent global events, the war in Ukraine giving us all a critical wake-up call. Turkey, located at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, is uniquely positioned to support the energy security of its region. As clearly underlined by our flagship projects such as TANAP, our strategic location as a potential hub for natural gas offers many opportunities that could further strengthen the regional energy security. There are, for instance, many untapped resources in Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, which may be directed to Turkey and other European markets. We need to seize this very crucial window of opportunity, a window which may not be open for very long. However, without designing a common regional vision and strategy, giving coordinated and coherent messages with long-term perspectives, we will not be able to convince the energy companies to take investment decisions and the financial institutions to get on board for the financing of such projects. We need more than words and political statements. Thus, the future of energy security lies within international cooperation and a strong commitment to innovation for a cleaner future. Turkey is determined to work with all parties in Europe and beyond for a secure and clean energy future. Together, we can rise to the challenges of climate change and energy security, ensuring a stable and prosperous world for generations to come. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Matthew Bryza, Managing Director of Strafe and former U.S. Ambassador to Azerbaijan.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much to you, Fred, to Daphne, to Grady, to Alp, to Zeynep for this really amazing conference that has been rich with fresh ideas and really a new tone on energy security and clean energy. It's an honor to be up on the stage right after Assistant Secretary Payet and after Deputy Minister Akinci. We'll call up our panel right now, but just congratulate you, Beris, on your appointment as Deputy Minister. We're going into our third decade of collaborating together to try to develop the type of infrastructure we're going to talk about now, and especially natural gas as a transition fuel. Well, congratulations. So please, may our panel join me up here. We have together with us all Matthew Baldwin, who's Deputy Director General of the Director General for Energy of the European Commission. Matthew, thank you. We have the Honorable Sania Bozinkovska, who is Minister of Energy of North Macedonia. Deputy Minister of Energy for Turkey, Ahmet Berat Conkar. And George Sergiu Niculescu, who's President of the Romanian Energy Regulatory Authority. Thank you. According to the European Council, the share of Russia's pipeline gas in the EU, as Assistant Secretary Payet was talking about, dropped from about 45% in 2021 to about maybe 8% in 2023. And for pipeline gas and LNG combined, Russia accounted for less than 15% of total EU imports. This drop was possible largely thanks to a sharp increase in LNG imports, especially from the United States, which were enabled by investments in regasification terminals, and especially in Germany, which I think surprised everybody by how quickly it was able to pivot and deploy commercially viable projects that were supported, of course, by the government and by the European Commission. Also, we saw a reduction in natural gas consumption in the EU by, I guess, around 15%, with a target to continue reducing that consumption by another 15% this year. And before that, in the decades before, I think it's fair to argue the European Union worked very hard, especially the Commission, to stimulate investment in pipeline interconnections that also Assistant Secretary Pyatt discussed, which allow natural gas molecules to reach the buyers, the consumers, according to market mechanisms, supply and demand, rather than monopolistic power. So these are really impressive achievements that a lot of people in this room have worked together on for decades. However, Southeast Europe is now flooded by Russian natural gas. It's coming in via the Turk Stream pipeline, via the Russia-Ukraine pipelines, and in recent weeks, in my own experience, natural gas traders and investors in regasification terminals, especially in Greece, have told me that the LNG import terminal at Ravitoussa is operating at only 20% capacity. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm the board of advisors of the largest natural gas distribution company in Bulgaria, which has booked 5 slots, doesn't know how we're going to use them. And at this point, it's very difficult to reach a commercially viable contract right now for LNG that can outcompete the pipeline gas. So looking ahead also, the European Commission and Azerbaijan have agreed in their Strategic Energy Partnership of July 2022 to double by 2027 imports of natural gas into the EU via the Southern Corridor. However, as we discussed yesterday, that goal conflicts with the EU's objective of phasing out all natural gas usage by 2035, so in 11 years. So I'd like to turn to Deputy Director General Baldwin first, and maybe focus on that last issue. How can we reconcile the need for longer-term natural gas sales and purchase agreements to allow this expanded infrastructure for natural gas to be financed with the ambition to phase out natural gas within 11 years?
Well, thank you, Matt, and let me join the raucous applause to the Atlantic Council for putting on such another great event. And indeed, as Ambassador Pyatt said, it's wonderful. It's in Istanbul. I mean, a pivotal city for the region in all of the things we're talking about. Thanks for the question. Bit of context, of course, to remind us how we got here. We are committed to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050. We've done a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of developing what we call the European Green Deal, commitments to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. We're also looking at additional work to focus on 2040, which I think is meaningful in terms of generating necessary investments, focusing on a reduction around 90% by 2040. And let's also remind ourselves, it's not just the plucky European Union. We've heard from Deputy Foreign Minister that Turkey itself is driving strongly in this direction. And the last COP took a really quite momentous decision to phase out fossil fuels with, yes, some important guardrail language, but that's the direction of travel. And of course, that's the context in which we've had to manage the crisis in the last couple of years. And it's been severe and it's been difficult. I'm sure we'll come back onto the specific aspects in the region, but to try to answer your question, we've never pretended, even before the crisis, and when we needed gas in the worst way, in the shortest possible time frame, we've never said that gas is not a transition fuel. We're going to need gas in our pipes all the way through 2049. When countries are getting out of coal and into gas power generation, that's a plus.
Yes.
We know we're going to need that, and if we can deliver on the burgeoning CCUS framework, I think that also provides a perfectly plausible outlet for companies to be buying gas now with a view to use it even beyond 2050. And by the way, there will be a number of countries that aren't meeting that timescale, and therefore, to be ruthless about it, these companies also have a market for their gas. We're sometimes asked, therefore, against the 25-year or whatever planning profile that FIDs need for triggering LNG projects in the US, how does that all fit? And I think if you look in that framework, that we're going to need a continued supply of gas. We are not, I would stress, in the Commission in the long-term contract business. I don't have terminals in my office. I'm not calling gas traders in the middle of the night. But we're totally fine with our gas purchasing companies making such arrangements to provide those commitments. We're on the record of saying that. And I think if you look at the trends in terms of long-term contracting, and you probably follow this as closely as I do, it's the portfolio players who've actually taken the biggest slack. And if you think of the logic in that with the turmoil in the European gas markets and elsewhere, it's about acquiring these long-term contracts, which I think have been effective in triggering FID, and then parceling out smaller contracts, often for gas purchasing companies. But I really want to stress, if European gas purchasing companies want to do those long-term contracts, and if they think that contributes to the security of supply, that's absolutely great. Not a magic solution. These are also indexed. A lot of people said, looking at our gas price spikes in 2022, oh, if only we had long-term contracts and we weren't just on the spot market, which we weren't, by the way, then everything will be fine. But that's not the case. A lot of those contracts, of course, indexed to the TTF. If I may just make one last point on this issue, because I think it's relevant in terms of our move towards climate neutrality, and that's methane. And it's probably over-talked about now, but the great coming LNG glut in the second half of this decade. We know it's coming from the US, from Qatar. As that market starts to loosen, big gas-consuming places like the EU and like Japan and Southeast Asia increasingly will be able to choose a bit between. And I think we need to use the current work that's going on, the work we're doing with Brad Crabtree and the MMRV group to find a really global way of homing in on measuring and monitoring of emissions, and the work to reduce methane reduction pathways, which we'll be announcing in the COP, to enable that sort of choice as to where we're getting the gas in the future. I think that's a big new trend. Last point, of course, and I'm sure we'll come back to it, in all of this, the regional collaboration that Ambassador Pyatt mentioned that we've been doing in Greece, and I'd like to come back to the Russian gas question in a moment, is going to be so pivotal in all of this work. So thank you. Sorry to be a bit long.
No, thanks, Matthew. Beautifully comprehensive and thoughtful. Really important clarification about the Commission's view on longer-term natural gas
Hope
sales.
it wasn't new, but yeah.
It doesn't. There's a lot of static in the system, and that message doesn't always come through, especially in places like Baku, where they really are worried about not being able to fund their upstream investment, which we'll come to. But one of your underlying points, of course, is natural gas, as Deputy Minister Akinci was saying, as a transition fuel. So I'd like to turn then to Minister Bozinovska about North Macedonia's plans. I mean, my understanding is North Macedonia is still dependent on lignite for about 55% of its primary energy, so to generate electricity. So what's the status of your gas interconnection planning with Greece and with Bulgaria? And also, what are your plans to develop a domestic natural gas distribution network, if any? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. As you said, North Macedonia is mostly dependent on coal. We are working on a program. We just submitted our growth plans to the European Union, so we are waiting for answer in the following months. The estimation is it will cost around 3 billion, which for our country is a significant amount of money. We also established a Just Transition, and it's led, I'm in the steering committee together with the Ministry of Environment, and we are discussing with EBRD, with EIB, and with the World Bank regarding the financing. Regarding the gas in North Macedonia, there is only at the moment one connection, it's from Bulgaria. And we had one tender with Greece. Unfortunately, there were objections from the European Investment Bank, and now we are doing our best to re-tender. We have secured all the finance. It's around 86 million, and EBRD clearly state it's the last financing that they have. So it will be their last financing into gas connector. We hope in the next 2 weeks that we will have the tender ongoing, and by the end of the year or January, this work should start. We heard that Alexandroupolis started from 1st of October. Some projection about the work is around 2 years, but we hope that it can be finished in a year and a half, so it will be another diversification of the gas, so it can come from Greece, North Macedonia. On Monday, we signed with Serbia the Memory of Understanding for also the gas connection, because from North Macedonia it's only 25 kilometers that needs to be built. So in near future, we plan to have Greece, North Macedonia, Serbia, and then it can go to Southeast Europe, since this is also an important region to be valued. So this is the exact situation. And regarding the 55%, we are doing a new energy law, and we plan also to have more renewables. We have around, in the last 3 years, built 700 megawatts of solar, and we need financing regarding the grid infrastructure. And we also plan to include battery storage, which is a hot topic now in this region. We plan to have also contract for differences in order to, let's say, have more renewables. So we are working on this. We are a new ministry, just 3 months established, but I hope by end of the year we will have more things in the law. And we are working also with the energy community in Vienna, and yeah, in Brussels I'm going in December, so we will discuss which issues are still a challenge and what needs to be done.
Wow. Quite impressive vision, and not just vision, but implementation. It sounds like you're doing specific, concrete investment planning. I mean, I know you are. And this is a really important strategic issue as well, going back to the vertical corridor that Assistant Secretary Payet talked about. And I want to come back to that issue in the next round, if that's okay. But you're not just talking about, as my old boss, President Bush would say, strategery. You're talking about the practicality of how to make the investments work. So then I'd like to move to Deputy Minister Çonkar on this issue of making practical investments work. I mean, Turkey has been a driving force of the diversification of sources of natural gas supply into the EU, thanks to the Southern Corridor, but thanks to the investments that, again, many of us all worked together on to make possible in the upstream in Azerbaijan decades ago. And I mentioned in my opening remarks the ambition to double the flow of natural gas through the Southern Corridor into the EU. So, from your perspective and Turkey's perspective, where are those supplies of gas going to come from? Azerbaijan, as I'll talk about in the next round, is not getting enough upstream investment to have those molecules coming out of the ground in time. But there's a possibility of swaps from Turkmenistan, which would have to go across Iran, or is it cross-Caspian infrastructure maybe that we're looking at? What could be the sources of supply?
Thank you very much, Matthew. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to give some very information about our gas infrastructure. As mentioned, Turkey is the fourth largest gas market in Europe, with an annual consumption of approximately 50 billion cubic meters of natural gas. For many years, Turkey was importing almost all of this gas. Total number was imported. After the discovery of natural gas in the Black Sea in August 2020, we started production only in 3 years' time. Within 3 years' time, we were able to start production. As of today, we are producing 6.2 million cubic meters of natural gas from our Black Sea fields, and we have additional 1 million from other fields. So Turkey right now produces about 7.5 million cubic meters of natural gas from its own sources. This means that we are able to meet about 2.6 million households' needs from our own resources. So this is an important development for us. We are hoping to increase this production to 10 million cubic meters in the first quarter of 2025.
Sorry, 10 billion per year.
10 million,
oh, 10 million per day.
Okay. Per day. And as Minister Bayraktar mentioned, our aim is to double this to 20 million per day, which comes to almost 7.5 billion cubic meters per year by the end of 2026 with our new floating production unit that will be operational at the end of 2026. So also we have made infrastructure investments to receive gas both through pipelines and LNG. Beyond that, we have made a lot of storage investments as well. So one of these storage facilities is Silivri Natural Gas Storage Project, which is the first natural gas storage of Turkey, and it has critical importance in the energy supply security of our country. And as a result of the capacity increase works carried out in this facility, A storage capacity of 4.6 billion cubic meters has already been reached in Silivri. With this capacity, Silivri Natural Gas Storage Facility is the largest marine storage facility in Europe and is of critical importance for providing uninterrupted energy to our country. Also, another project I want to mention in this area is the Salt Lake Natural Gas Storage Project. By the end of 2021, the first phase of this project was completed and expansion works are continuing here as well. As of now, 1.2 billion cubic meters operating gas capacity and 40 million cubic meters daily back production capacity has been reached in this facility as well. Also, we have increased our regasification capacity by almost fivefold. So our whole supply portfolio is changing and transforming in gas. With these infrastructure investments, we offer more competitive solutions for the markets. Turkey plays a pivotal role in realizing the goal of Southern Gas Corridor. As you mentioned, it's a very important project. However, alongside the opportunities that this presents for Turkey and the wider region, there are significant challenges that must be overcome to ensure that the expansion of this corridor is successful, timely, and sustainable. Turkey's role in the Southern Gas Corridor strengthens its position as a regional energy hub and enhances its leverage in diplomatic and trade negotiations with both supplier and consumer countries, and I think it's very important for this conjuncture. Expanding the capacity of this Southern Gas Corridor offers us substantial economic benefits. Increased natural gas flows will likely lead to additional transit revenues for us and bolstering our economy. Moreover, the project could drive foreign investment into our energy infrastructure and related industries, creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. Despite these opportunities, there are several key challenges in this area, as I mentioned. One of the most immediate challenges is the infrastructure investment required to expand the capacity of the Southern Gas Corridor. Turkey's strategy focuses on maintaining a diverse supply base here, ensuring a balanced energy market that is both flexible and secure. Additionally, we continue to support international cooperation in expanding our resource base. We have signed long-term LNG supply agreements with major global companies, as mentioned in the morning. We also want to increase our cooperation with the countries in the region on a win-win basis and add resources in this region to the system. Turkey continues to serve as a key facilitator for the energy projects in our Caspian region, Central Asia, and the Middle Eastern region. With its unique location, as you also mentioned, Turkmenistan's gas and the Caspian resources, there are a lot of untapped potential in these areas, so we need to work hard in integrating this to the system. As mentioned, collaboration and cooperation are the unique tools we can use to strengthen our energy supply security. Finally, the successful expansion of this Southern Gas Corridor will require close regulatory and political coordination and among multiple countries and stakeholders. So we need a very, very close and coordinated work in order to achieve this objective.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy Minister Çonkar. By the way, I forgot to mention in the beginning, this is, of course, as you've heard, an on-the-record session, and please engage in social media with Twitter handles at @AC_TR programs. It's hard to remember that, so @AC_TR programs and @AC Global Energy, and hashtag @ACSecClean Energy. That's impossible to remember. Anyway.
Put it on the screen.
Do your best. Yeah, please put it on the screen. That'd be great. But Deputy Minister, that was absolutely comprehensive vision you've outlined that is taking the idea that was for years rhetoric and turning into reality that Turkey is a natural gas hub. It already is. and it will be for trading soon. Eventually, there will be a Turkish benchmark, I guess, for trading, and we'll get back into the mix of molecules in a second, but it's a remarkable set of achievements that not only are they enhancing Turkey's strategic importance and helping the EU diversify its sources of supply, but I think of the air in Ankara, and when I first visited there in 1998, how dirty it was and brown from all the coal, the lignite being burned, and now it's so clean because of this transition to natural gas as a primary fuel for power generation. But you also mentioned at the end the importance of cooperation and regulatory cooperation. So let's hear from a regulator. I'd like to turn now to Mr. George Sergiu Niculescu, who's the president of the Romanian Energy Regulatory Authority. Romania sits at a geoeconomic, geostrategic confluence of the European Union on the one hand, and Moldova and Ukraine on the other hand. But in addition to that place on the map, you also have interconnectivity on electricity into the EU, which is an important market incentive for investments in a range of power generation and transmission projects. And also, stimulus for investment in natural gas transit as well. So from your regulatory perspective, how are you working to attract those investments, and how's it going?
Thank you very much for the question. Good morning, everyone. Romania is deploying a lot of efforts in order to boost investments in the energy sector, both in generating new capacities, transport and distribution as well, because it is very important that these two goes head to head. We cannot have investments only in producing electricity. We also need to enforce and enhance the grids in order to take in this new energy and deliver it to the consumers. As Assistant Secretary Payet said, a common letter from Romania, Bulgaria and Greece have been submitted to the European Commission regarding the need of investments in more interconnecting the grids. We saw that we have a gap between this part of Europe's markets regarding the price of electricity and the Western countries, because not all the countries have made investments in interconnectors. So the energy should flow freely from where it's produced to where it's consumed without any bottlenecks, without any borders. Let me tell you that Romania has a total interconnecting capacity of 3.3 gigawatts, and this is for a consumption of around 8 gigawatts. So more than 30% we have interconnecting capacities. I believe that Romania did this job in investing in interconnected. We are interconnected with every neighboring countries, and still we are looking to develop this. We stimulate investments in the grids by throwing in support schemes. Ministry of Energy has called for projects for 1.3 billion euro dedicated only to distribution companies that want to invest in enforcing the grids. So the money is on the table. They just need to deploy projects and sign the contracts and cash in the money and then develop the projects. For our TSO, also the Ministry of Energy has a dedicated call for projects for €500 million. This is on top of their investments programs, yes, so more or less €2 billion for grid enforcement. And our authority, ANRE, has in the middle of this summer approved the new methodology for the next 5 years, which means that the revenues are regulated by us, and we have signed a methodology that stimulates investments. We have a methodology that generated a good WACC, in our opinion, a return wage average cost for investments, which is around 7%. And on top of that, we have placed some KPIs in order for them to be able to provide better service for the consumers. I'm talking about the distributors, the companies that distribute electricity. So this, if they reach out these targets, they can go around 8.5% per year as a WACC. This is a generous way to stimulate them to throw in huge volumes of money in order to enforce the grids, because the transition already started in Romania. It is no turning back from these targets that we imposed, and the transition needs better grids. On top of that, we are not overlooking our natural gas resources, because you talked about natural gas. The Black Sea offers us a lot of potentials. On top of hydrocarbons, natural gas, also a good wind opportunity. Romania is the first country in the Black Sea region that has developed an offshore wind law. So we are pioneers in this regard with the help of the Department of State and the Department of Interior in the US government. We have, from June this year, a law that regulates all the aspects regarding the offshore wind. Natural gas coming back, I strongly believe that in the first part of 2027, we will see the first molecules of natural gas extracted from the Neptune Deep that will go into our transport system. Transgaz, our TSO, is making huge investments in order to overtake these new volumes of natural gas, and we have plans to use the natural gas in Romania by increasing our gas-fired turbines instead of coal-fired turbines, replacing them. And one example is the 1.7 gigawatts installed capacity in Mintia that will generate electricity. So using the gas in Romania mostly, and of course acting as an exporter, regional exporter for additional volumes for Republic of Moldova, as well as Hungary and other countries. So ambitious projects, keeping on our targets and ambitions regarding the transition. Of course, having in mind the resources that Black Sea and our country has in terms of natural gas. So it's, as I like to say, a tailor made solution for the Romanian energy system.
Yeah, wow, tailor-made and really comprehensive in terms of you've got the entire value chain that you're focusing on, not just generation. And we'll come back to generation and SMRs, by the way, in the next round. But from generation to the grid, I think very often people overlook the critical need for investments in upgrading the grid and don't include that in the levelized cost of energy. So sometimes you get a distorted vision that, one that I was talking about yesterday, how much more cost-effective onshore wind can be, but you have to take into account those grid investments, and you are, and you've got the investment incentives. Yeah, Matthew.
Just to throw in a figure on our estimation of the grid infrastructure investment needs in the coming period is something of the order of magnitude. I think it's 580 billion euros wow. is the figure we're looking at.
Wow.
And of course,
for where? Which country?
Sorry?
Which region?
For Europe as a whole. For Europe as a whole. I mean, and that's because of grid integration. I mean, that's the biggest thing. There's almost more renewables than the grid can currently handle.
Yeah.
And so this is a huge challenge. Broader investment in infrastructure and energy needs more than 600 billion a year for the coming period. So, wow. Checkbooks out, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Well, let's stick with you for a second, Matthew, if you may. Yeah, and go back just for a moment to natural gas, and the fact that I mentioned before that right now, Southeast Europe is awash, if that's not a mixed metaphor, with Russian molecules. 2027 is the ambition for the EU to cut out, as you were saying, all fossil fuels from Russia. And what's happening, I think, often now is that Russian LNG is being landed in other parts of the region in Europe and being rebranded as Belgian or Spanish or whatever it is. How do you get at that problem? And will tackling that, the identity of molecules, be part of this phasing out of Russian natural gas in 2027? Or does it even matter? Does everything kind of work out in the end through some sort of financial transaction?
Well, we think it matters. I mean, it was good of Ambassador Pyatt to be so strong in support of what we're trying to achieve. It's worth, I looked up the language the other day we used in the Versailles Declaration in the immediate aftermath of the war. It was very unequivocal. This is 27 heads of state and government, calmly saying the mess that was launched by the invasion, saying we must phase out our dependency on oil and gas and coal as soon as possible. And it's interesting to look back on what we've achieved, because I'll come to gas in a moment. On coal, it's over.
Yeah, Russian specifically.
Russian coal is over, and coal, by the way, on its way to being over. Oil is down to 3% European-wide. That's concentrated heavily in 3 member states, Hungary, Slovakia, Czechia, and they are, on the process of coming out. But the sanctions, again, have been effective. Gas, I think we've given the numbers, 45% down to 15, 8% pipeline, but going up again. There's some particularly local reasons as to why that is. US production dropped off a little bit. There was the outage in Freeport. We saw higher spot market prices in Asia, which drove up demand. But we're not hiding from the fact that this is stubborn and difficult. Throw into the mix that we have the transit contract across Ukraine, which comes to an end at the end of 2024. We've been working intensively with our member states and our partners in the European community countries as well to model the impact of this. And the good news is we think it's manageable. We don't see any reason for this to have security of supply or indeed price impacts. There's a global situation, 550 billion cubic meters of LNG, not all coming necessary to the region, but given this and our estimations for the forthcoming LNG supply in 25 to 2028, we think it's going to be okay. So how do we manage this situation in the future? LNG imports are part of that increase. Year on year, we think it'll be an additional 2 BCM of Russian LNG coming into the system. And you talk about it being rebranded, but it's Russian LNG, and I don't think anyone's pretending otherwise. It's coming into countries in Northern Europe, it's coming into countries in Southern Europe, and I don't know, I have no insight into Gazprom or Kremlin pricing strategies, but it does seem that things are being priced to disrupt investment in things like, to disrupt projects like the vertical corridor. It would seem to be the case. And the encouraging for me as a bureaucrat who's very committed to this area is what President von der Leyen said in July. She's had 5 years or 3 years battering away on this issue, and she has tied her colors to the mast once again for the next commission, and I quote, "We will ensure that the era of dependency on Russian fossil fuel imports is over for once and for all." Wow. To tumultuous applause in the European Parliament. There's no backing off of this target.
No equivocation.
So we've done, if you like, some of the easy bits. The last mile will be difficult. We've been asked to look at options. Our new incoming commissioner, who's going to go through his hearings next week, he's also been charged with this in his so-called mission letter. So watch this space, is my cheeky conclusion. It is very difficult a molecule is a molecule, as implied in your question. But I'm not convinced personally that the traceability issues are going to be so serious. It seems to be less evidence of LNG being transferred in tankers. It's a technically more complex business than we've seen on the oil side. So we are on this issue, and we very much need to address it. And we need to address it, again, in partnership, in cooperation with other countries in the region. A lot of the gas is coming in, and no blame attached through Turkey, and we're looking forward to considering that and discussing it.
Thank you very much. That's unequivocal. And yeah, we should in no way underestimate the dramatic progress the European Union has made in these short few tragic years of Russia's war on Ukraine. And so in that mood of geostrategy, then I'd like to turn again to Minister Bozinovska and ask how, now that the name issue is, thank goodness, finally resolved, the name of North Macedonia and that dispute with Greece that lingered way too long is gone. The vertical corridor provides a way to bind North Macedonia and Greece together. You talked about the interconnection. It met a little bit of a blip in terms of the European Investment Bank. But from a more geostrategic perspective, how are you envisioning that sort of cooperation with Greece and beyond in terms of the vertical corridor that Ambassador Pyatt talked about?
So regarding politics is one thing, and then the stability and benefits of the citizens is another thing. So we have excellent communication with the Greeks. I just was before going to Washington, I was in Greece, and we had also very successful meetings with the Greek regulator, and we are also working on market coupling with Greece.
Oh, nice.
Yes, so regarding the electricity, since we want to be in EU, we need to be coupled with one EU member, so we chose Greece. So with energy, we are perfect neighbors. So we are working on the market coupling. And regarding the infrastructure, it's very important. We are aware, and regarding electricity, we are not connected, unfortunately, with all the neighbors. We are missing Albania. So we want to be connected east-west. We have the Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and when we build the transmission line, it will be North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, and then there is the underwater cable with Italy. So we also want to be connected both northwest and north-south and east-west. So we are planning on this. Regarding the connectivity and regarding the vertical, yes, we are planning, as I said, also to continue with talks with Serbia. And we need just to work on the financing here, since this is just now, we just started. They have, I think they have other sources, but we need to work on the sources because now gas is not anymore the perfect green solution. However, we need just to secure finance. It's not a big deal. It's only 25 kilometers. I think we will be successful. So this vertical integration, I think it's good, and we have support from EU and also from the United States.
Thank you. It's so refreshing to go from a geopolitical, theoretical question right back to the practical and how do you get it done? In our time working together with Turkey and Georgia and Azerbaijan way back when, 2.5 decades ago, to start talking about what became the Southern Corridor, Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, we always had it in our minds that nothing was going to happen if the projects weren't not only commercially viable, but attractive with the competitive pull on capital, right, for other investments. And that's what you're describing. So. And
just not to forget, regarding the cooperation, in June there was one blackout, and it was Montenegro, Croatia, Bosnia, and Albania. So 4 countries were a couple of hours without electricity. Yeah. And it is very important to cooperate also on a regional level. And the question is now in ENSO in Brussels, and they're still investigating. It was in June. They said by December they will have the outcome. And we had once also a couple of years ago, and it was in Greece a couple of hours. So we just need to be more connected, and we need to communicate more as countries on a regional level. So we prevent this from happening.
Wow, yeah, just briefly to come in, it's amazing to hear, Minister, we really pay tribute to all the great things you're doing. But it's part of a process that we took a decision to start on ages ago, called the enlargement of the European Union, and delighted that North Macedonia is one of the enlargement candidates. And we have a process through what's called the Energy Community. It sounds like a commonplace thing, but it's actually a fairly amazing organization because it's been working with states like, soon-to-be member states like North Macedonia, to go through the painful business of the necessary reforms to meet the acquis, but most importantly, to develop this regional cooperation, which you described, which is absolutely central to how the energy single market works, and, for example, why we have an incredibly efficient electricity single market. But it is, as you say, so nice to move from the theory, North Macedonia becoming part of the European Union, to the practical benefits it delivers on the ground. It's fantastic.
There are political issues in this.
Oh, no kidding.
But we try to do the energy.
If it wasn't easy, we would have already done it, right?
Yes, that's right.
Exactly. Well, sticking with that theme then of practicality of investments to power, no pun intended, the energy transition, Deputy Minister Jonkar, as Minister Bayraktar told us yesterday, Turkey now ranks 5th in Europe in installed renewable generation capacity, 11th in the world as well, which is amazing how quickly that's happened. And these investments are accelerating and in pursuit of the net zero target at the 600th anniversary, I guess, of Mehmet Fatih in 2053. So can you describe for us some of the frameworks for stimulating investment in this sector?
Yeah. As you mentioned, Turkey ranks 5th in Europe and 11th globally in terms of installed capacity in renewable energy. The achievement reflects a firm commitment to a cleaner and more sustainable energy future by Turkey, but it also highlights the scale of the challenges we must overcome to reach net zero emissions. The deployment of renewable energy is one of the key areas of our long-term energy strategy. We have set ambitious targets to increase the share of clean energy in the national energy mix while reducing the carbon emissions in Turkey. Renewable energy accounts more than 56% of our total installed capacity as of today, and it's increasing day by day with new renewable energy investments. As Mr. Bayraktar mentioned yesterday, we aim to add an additional 60 gigawatts of solar and wind capacity within 10 years' time. So it's a quite challenging objective. And also, we would like to do this in both smaller distributed and gigawatt scale projects. So this is also another challenge for us. For this purpose, we need to commission 3.5 gigawatts solar and 1.5 gigawatts of wind power each and every year. In addition, we aim to reach 5 gigawatts of offshore wind installed capacity in the coming period. In order to achieve this, right now, we are working on some legislation to speed up the investment processes, and it will be soon in the Parliament. We are working on it closely right now. Of course, the transition will not be easy, as it will affect many sectors and will bring many challenges to all. Electricity is a very sensitive issue for all countries, and people are directly affected by the prices. As we think about the inflationary environment also, this is also another aspect. So since transition costs will be reflected in the pricing, all governments will be affected by this issue, so we need to do very good planning in this area. While changing the energy generation portfolio, we also need to change the transmission system. When we reach the maximum renewable capacity, the traditional transmission systems need to change as well. Since renewable resources can be intermittent, renewable energy capacity needs to be managed very diligently. There are additional needs such as a smart grid, digitalization, better management of the demand, and also the storage capacity. Our transmission systems needs to be increased for renewable energy, as I mentioned. We are right now also continuing our discussions on the mega grid project so that we can increase the transmission capacity with neighboring countries. Another pillar of the electricity sector in terms of renewable energy transformation is the nuclear energy, as mentioned earlier. Turkey has the different nuclear energy projects right now. The first one is under construction in Akkuyu, and other two are in the negotiation phase with different countries. We need to add nuclear to our energy mix to reduce the carbon emissions. Akkuyu nuclear power plant will be commissioned next year. It will start commercial production and reach a total capacity of almost 5 gigawatts within 3 years' time, when the 4 reactors start producing electricity. And afterwards, we would like to quickly start the other 2 nuclear projects, one in Sinop, one in Tekirdağ. We plan to reach nuclear energy capacity of about 20 gigawatts by the year 2053. Wow. We are also following closely the SMRs, the small modular reactors, as baseload energy. We plan to add about 5 gigawatts of capacity, nuclear capacity, in this area to our energy portfolio as well. And also until 2035, we are also planning to invest in hydrogen storage, as I mentioned earlier, and also our Minister Bayraktar mentioned the importance of the energy efficiency. So we have also a very ambitious plan to develop the energy efficiency in Turkey.
Thank you. Just to put those numbers in perspective for a second, I mean, so to get up to 20 gigawatts of nuclear power generation, I mean, that's a huge achievement, right? That's gigantic. But renewables, I mean, wind and solar, as you said, you're already at 30 gigawatts, and you're going to increase by 200%
Yes.
before the end of the
Additional
decade.
60 gigawatts is in our plans, and this year we are even exceeding this goal. Hopefully, it's going to be over 5 gigawatts this year. So
Amazing.
hopefully it's continued that way.
Really amazing.
With the new legislation and with the acceleration of the investments, I think we can achieve this.
You know, similarly, like Minister Bozinovska's vision too, that you've got everything, the entire value chain all taken into account. In a way, I have to say that having lived here for a while and worked on Turkish energy for, I don't know, 25 years, I've never heard until around now such a comprehensive picture.
It's very, very impressive, really.
And with SMR's part of it, let's ask Mr. Niculescu then about the SMR project in Romania. We heard a bit about it yesterday. It's such an innovative approach. You're taking a moribund coal-fired plant, right, a brownfield project, and turning it into an SMR, so to generate clean electricity. And also, I know because it's NuScale, you're working with an American company. The U.S. Department of Energy is strongly supportive and looking at forming, or we've already formed a strategic partnership between Romania and the U.S. On energy with this NuScale SMR kind of as a centerpiece. So could you let us know the status of that project and how significant is the SMR project in the overall mix of all those things you're trying to make happen in Romania's energy sector?
It's not an easy job at all. It's very provocative. It's very complex because we assume the role of being, again, pioneers in this sector.
Yeah.
First country in Europe to deploy this type of technology.
And really the first project in the world, really.
Yes, commercial project, yes. We strongly believe in this project. I should give you a little bit of context. Romania has huge experience in operating nuclear power plants. We have 2 reactors in Cernavodă. Both have 1,400 megawatt installed power capacity, and we are planning to double up the size in Cernavodă by adding 2 more units. You should know the fact that Romania is the single country in the region that is not relying on a Russian Soviet technology. We have built these 2 reactors with Western technology, CANDU from Canada, and we are following this tradition in looking into Western technology when deploying also small modular reactors. This is why NuScale was selected. So we have cut off any links with Soviet Union and Russia a long time ago. I like to say that nowadays we have saw a divorce between Russian gas and EU economies. We started this non-domestic divorce with resources from Russia a long time ago. In natural gas, we produce 85% of our needs, so just only 10-15% importing. Coming back to small modular reactors, yes, we are deploying this technology on the land where it used to be a coal-fired power plant. So this is also one step ahead of the transition. The project is doing well. The Romanian company involved in this project told me that engineers are on the site. We heard the extraordinary news from US Exim Bank that they approved a finance of around 100 million again for this project. Very optimistic about reaching the timeline and keeping the project into the timeline that was proposed. From a governmental point of view, huge political backup for this project in terms of regulator authority, of course, sustaining this project with all that it needs. Also, not only this project, but the full nuclear project program that Romania has.
Yeah, impressive. You really are the pioneers globally on this project. Cosmin Hita is an old friend of mine. I've been following this year after year after year, and you're there. You're on the edge of actually getting the investment. And just one more point to highlight that you made is how important it is to have the personnel who know how to operate nuclear generation, right? There's not many countries that can do that, and those sorts of experts are in really short supply. So
we have good universities, we have people that were trained with skills. Of course, the workforce is essential in all the energy sector, and we are making a lot of efforts to stimulate students to follow up these careers. Programs, Cosmin has a lot of programs in which he's gathering students and guiding them towards this career, and is doing a good job.
Yeah, great to hear. Great to hear. You mentioned timeline. We're right on time. We have time for some questions, if there are some in the audience, and then there'll be a coffee break for 15 minutes plus whatever time is left over from the questions. So I can't see so well. Is anybody? Oh, there's one right there. Yeah. Is that John?
It is indeed.
Hey, John. Good morning.
Yeah, I know there's a problem. John Roberts with the Atlantic Council and with the Institute of Energy in Southeast Europe. Question for Matthew Baldwin. I've just been in Azerbaijan several times researching a paper on Azerbaijan's energy transition. And there's one clear point that comes through from everybody, from the President down, the Ministry of Energy, both foreign and domestic energy producing companies, which is they need investment to develop the gas required to meet the MOU of July 2022 for doubling Azerbaijani exports to the European Union, and of course to pay for the expansion of the Southern Gas Corridor that entails. And they say that needs long-term agreements, which in effect means long-term contracts, but that all they get, as one corporate source put it from the European Union, was offers of 3 to 5 years, which is not enough to secure the kind of investment they need for the billions of dollars required for production and transportation expansion. Can you tell us what is the EU's attitude to what is necessary to secure that kind of investment and therefore the kind of imports that you would be looking to receive from Azerbaijan over the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, again, you're talking, John, I think, about here what they're hearing from companies in terms of commitments to contracts, right? Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of the most jealously guarded commercial things. Companies do their contracts. I'm not party to them. Member states, governments are not party to those contracts. So I can't speak for that. I would actually refer to the remarks of the Turkish Deputy Minister, that we need to work closely together, all partners, to secure this very important doubling of the expansion of the SGC. And I would just, you know, Matt, you felt I was making news, which slightly worries me. I don't think I am making news. The European Union is not a barrier to companies taking longer-term contractual arrangements. Again, and I would observe that it is often the portfolio players, sometimes the big midstream companies. For a reason, they're absorbing the big commercial risk in taking on, and this applies every bit as much to the Southern Gas Corridor as it does to US LNG projects and elsewhere. It's a difficult project. I think everyone's always acknowledged that. We're working very hard with our partners in Azerbaijan. I know that the companies are working extremely hard too. And I'm encouraged here today to hear the strong commitments from the Turkish side, which it's a no-brainer, but I'm very glad that you're also working hard on it. So I'm sorry, that's kind of a non-answer, John, to a good question, but that's all I got.
No, it's not a non-answer, actually. It's a good answer because you make the point that the big portfolio buyers of natural gas are able to balance out their portfolios, yeah. And my point was not that there's any discouragement by the European institutions of LNG investment or natural gas investment, but it's just that there's a political fear that there will be some change.
I mean, there will be less gas over time, but there will still be considerable volumes under all of our modeling And
Yeah.
someone was talking, what's the difference in a scenario and a forecast and a target? And I'm not getting into that, but in all our scenario modeling, there's a lot of gas to be contracted and used in the European Union through 2049.
Great. Former Minister Palacio. And I think this will probably be the last question because we're just...
I have two questions, one for the European Commission and one for the Romanian regulator. For the European Commission, it's a follow-up, in fact, to this question. We have had two great reports, one by former Prime Minister Letta and one by former Prime Minister Draghi, the two Italians. There are other countries in the...
They have a monopoly on reports, yes.
Yeah, on the reports. Both of them highlight the need for the European Union to have the energy union. You have been speaking about just an electricity internal market. We are not there, and frankly, we are far. My question to the European Commission, the origin of that is not other than the treaty keeps the energy mix to each member state does with the energy mix whatever the member state wants. But on terms of environment, climate, this is the European Commission decides. How are you going to overcome, convince, what are you going to do to have the member states coming together to have an energy mix? Because you speak about in the European Union, gas. I mean, in the European Union, gas, each one does whatever each member state wants for the moment. My question to you is linked to that. You have highlighted that you have looked successfully for some financing from the Export-Import Bank for your nuclear projects. Have you found any financing from the European Union Next Generation, from the European Investment Bank, or other European sources? And if not, tell us what was your ordeal. I mean, I'm giving the answer, excuse me.
Thanks, we got a minute for each of you. Yeah, please.
Oh, well, no question from Anna can be answered in a minute, but I'll do my best. There's a tendency now in Brussels for every sentence to begin, as Mario Draghi says, comma. But he's put his finger on a true point, as you've identified, which is the price of energy is elemental to the competitiveness of the European Union. It's elemental in the short term, and of course it's elemental in the long term, which is really one of the key things behind the famous energy trilemma. We have, the incoming Commission has pledged itself to go further with the energy union, a true energy union is the phrase that's been used. And part of that is about the governance. And this, I think, gets to your point. There's going to be no competence grab, as we call it in the European Union, where we say, right, member states, we will decide on your energy mix. That's absolutely going to remain for them. Where this meets is in a bureaucratic thing called national energy and climate plans. I think North Macedonia, you're doing this now, where you identify, each member state, how you're going to meet the energy needs from energy security perspective, and of course, the mix that's required to deliver on the ambitious decarbonization targets. So, I mean, that's not going to change. We have to work to deliver on this much more closely with every member state. These NECPs, as we call them, have to become investment plans, back to my point about yes, I'm sorry. But we also have to work with all levels of society, with regions, with cities, to deliver on this. Thank you. Sorry for eating up so much time.
Regarding financing the SMRs and the Doicești project, I'm well aware that you know by now that this is a pioneer project. It needs a lot of backup, political, governmental backup, and I'm sure that after the project gets mature, a lot of financial institutions, banks, international banks will jump in to this project and deliver finance. Until now, it is good that we have Exim Bank on board with this project.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your succinct, clear, and informative reply. So that's the end of our panel. We now have a 15-minute coffee break before the next session, which is Disruption of Energy Security in Uncertain Times, moderated by our dear friend Mehmet Olcu. But before you go, I really want to thank these brilliant, strategic, clear, candid, and practical colleagues here on the panel for a discussion that I think enlightened everybody. Thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The next session is about to begin.
Okay, so music will be, müziği devam ettirin. Müzik girmiyor. Okay.
Please welcome to the stage Mehmet Öğütçü, Chairman of Global Resources Partners.
Welcome to our session. I promise you that this is going to be the most insightful session you have ever seen, because we have a lineup of excellent speakers from different walks of life. And our main theme is security, energy security disruptions, and clean energy development. How do they go hand in hand or in confrontation with one another? In our good old days, energy security was very simple. You know, IEA, I used to work, as you did as well, and we were focusing so much on oil supply security, shipping security, pipeline security, security of strategic choke points. But now, when you talk about energy security, my God, so you have to talk about critical mineral security, you have to talk about earth minerals, you have to talk about cyber security, investment security, transit security, you name it. Lots of disruptions also coming the way. What happened in Red Sea had to redivert our shipping routes all the way through Horn of Africa to Europe, increasing time, energy, and the cost. And the security of Malacca Strait is critical for China and other East Asian economies. What's happening in Suez, Panama Canal, drought, and so there are so many different factors that has a strong impact on how energy is moving around the world. Then you have the climate security. All of us are committed to decarbonization by 2050. Whether it's going to happen or not is a different story. There is some easing of the commitments that we will see probably in the COP29 in Baku, coming in November. And the world is a bit imbalanced because energy security, climate security are different concepts in OECD countries compared to the rest of the world. OECD world is around 1.4 billion people. In a world of 8 billion, so Africa is only 1.4, China 1.4, India. Therefore, different countries, different regions have different perspectives in terms of energy security, resilience, and clean energy development. So this is what we are going to discuss, and I want to start with you, Philippe, if I may, to provide us a broader picture in terms of how dynamics work between energy security, energy transition, and all the geopolitical tensions that we have been witnessing.
Sure. Well, thanks very much, Mehmet. It's really a pleasure to be here and to be in Turkey at this moment. Yeah, I mean, I think, when we think about what's the role, particularly of energy transition, when we think about global economic security and stability, the headline numbers sort of speak for themselves, right? Just in terms of jobs that are created, something like 30 million plus per year in renewable energy. When we think about the role that clean energy is having in economic growth, the headline numbers, again, are striking. The IEA came out with some analysis, IEA, which again, as you said, we both share, came out with some analysis early this year that clean energy has contributed something like 10% of global economic growth in 2023. And in somewhere like Europe, that number is more than a third. So an enormous contribution to economic growth, particularly in places that it's needed. And then when it comes to investment growth, clean energy has really contributed also enormous amounts. If we think about something like 50% of investment growth in a place like China. But I think what the headline numbers can fail to deliver is what are some of the risks, to your point, around energy security that happen in the course of transition. So how does the messiness of this transition create risks that can be quite outstanding? And some of those that can also hinder growth, I think, in terms of clean energy, let's say, initiatives that can have problems, include, for example, restricting access to fossil fuels and financing for things like gas, which we've talked about a lot this morning and yesterday, in order to further the energy transition. And so places where actually that can cause big problems include, for example, in developing countries. So I'm glad that you brought up the difference between OECD and developing countries. So if you look at things like emerging markets, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, different kinds of, let's say, moves, particularly by public financing institutions, whether it's multilateral development banks or export credit agencies, restricting financing for natural gas projects in developing countries can have a distinctly slowing effect on development growth patterns, particularly in those kind of countries where industrial growth is delivering some of the highest jobs, some of the best returns that we've seen. Because particularly for something like natural gas, where about 90% of the financing for African gas projects is international, restricting that can cut off entire growth pathways for countries, particularly into things like chemicals and heavy manufacturing, where it makes a lot of difference. At the same time, EPRI has come out with some interesting work in the last couple of years, showing that even in the US, a natural gas sort of restricted energy transition would cost something like $1.6 trillion more and about $100 billion more in transmission costs. So there are certainly places where I think pursuing the energy transition in ways that can be difficult or cause tensions or cause messiness in that transition can have knock-on impacts on stability and on energy security. And I think also this happens when we think about where bottlenecks can happen. So there's been a lot of talks, for example, about investment in grids. And clearly, the lack of investment not only in grid capacity, but also in digitalization and the flexibility around power grids has the potential to not only slow the energy transition if we look at the times that and the lengthened queues that are required to attach renewable energy onto the grid, but also into the potential insecurity that we see happening with a transition to greater electrification. And so, again, I think that sort of transition and the messiness that can happen in the process can certainly have an impact on energy security. And then if we think, I think, in the longer term about a much more electrified economy, we need to consider then, of course, what are the risks that are inherent there that we need to consider. Now, we've talked a lot about critical minerals, which are clearly a big part of the question, but also just the fact that with a much less diverse energy system, so much more electrified, it's great. But in terms of things like vehicles, in cases of emergencies, this is something that I think national emergency services are concerned about, for example, that a blackout or some kind of vulnerability to the grid, either on a cyber basis or otherwise, can have a distinctly an immediate sort of cutting of all services because you don't have alternative either fuel sources or mobility or things like that. So I think over the long term, there's also questions about energy security that are inherent in a much more transitioned economy.
Thank you. Just one question to complement what you said, actually. For certain countries, we made a distinction between OECD countries and the developing world, especially in Africa, where carbon emissions only 3% of the global. There, the priority is access to energy and alleviate energy poverty. And how you deal with this issue?
Well, look, I mean, this is an area where the energy transition and alleviating energy poverty and actually creating growth can work very much hand in hand. I mean, I look at the role of, for example, off-grid providers that are providing, that will do something like provide 50% of the lift to close the energy access gap and can provide electricity at about half or even less than what is coming through on some African utilities. So there's a direct impact of clean energy on economic growth. At the same time, it's true that for those kinds of areas, for example, in industrialization, as I mentioned, that cutting off fossil fuels can have a very detrimental effect. And remember also in Africa, it's very different than Europe, right? So we're engaging in transition in the context of massive demand growth at the same time. So it's really not about either or. It's about using all the fuels and all the technologies that are available in order to meet the demand while at the same time transitioning the systems, right? And in a lot of cases, we have to remember that, and The Economist, we wrote about this, I think, in about the end of last year, but the transitioning for a lot of these African countries, investing in a renewed grid is about also taking away money from critical services such as healthcare and education that they might not be able to afford. So it creates real trade-offs that can also lead to disgruntlement or issues about an energy transition being forced on countries at a cost that might otherwise be taking resources from other priorities.
Thank you. Andras, you represent a major oil and gas company, MOL, Hungary. And yes, governments are dealing with the consequences of energy transition versus security, huge challenges. The funding is not available now, most of the oil and gas projects, because priority is going to renewables. 2/3 of the world's energy investment, around $2.8 trillion per year. And how do you cope with this tension between security and transition? And how does it affect your commercial activities as different from what governments are facing?
Thank you very much for that easy question. First of all, let me also say that I'm delighted to be in Istanbul. As a Hungarian, maybe I'm allowed to say that Turkey and Turkish people have a special place in our hearts. And as I hear from our friends in TPAO, Turkish Petroleum, that might also be true for Turks. So it's good to be here and good to be back. Actually, the last time I was here was exactly 10 years ago in 2014 in this very hotel. So to your question, just to put MOL on the map for you, it's a vertically integrated company in the heart of Europe, Central Europe, and also active in Southeastern Europe. It's a private company, and we have the whole value chain from upstream to downstream, midstream, and increasingly we are going into waste management. That's an interesting area that I also want to touch upon. But of course, our geographic location defines how we see energy security. We are members of the EU, obviously, so we count on the solidarity of our partners when it comes to energy security. Unfortunately, it's not always the case. So if you look at the more geography, so to speak, you'll notice that we are active in at least 3 landlocked countries. And being a landlocked country, of course, when you look out here and you see the beautiful sea, it's a different story. But if you don't have direct access to the sea, you're always one country away from reliable supply. So that also defines the thinking of our group and also defines how we think about energy security. So no matter what you do as a company, and MOL has had a great part in building out all the interconnections in terms of gas. We don't import gas, but we are responsible for the high-pressure pipeline network operating it in Hungary, but also oil. And oil has come to the fore since the war. We have a war ongoing in our immediate neighborhood that has affected us deeply in terms of energy security. So any plans that we laid initially, and we did, MOL doesn't often make it to the front pages of the Wall Street Journal, but in 2016 when we introduced our strategy, we did, because we were one of the first companies in our region to think in terms of, or think through the consequences of the energy transition, identify the problems, and then and then come up with solutions to those problems. And at the time, of course, we did not imagine the scope of the war that ended up being in our neighborhood, but it's also made us tweak this strategy throughout the years. So we had the perfect storm, everybody knows that, not just because of the war, but because of the energy prices, COVID, etc., that made us also reevaluate the goals, although we believe that this strategy that we put in place in 2016 identified the correct problems, and the answers that we have given to those problems on the path to sustainability are still valid today, but they need to be revisited in light of the ongoing geopolitical tensions. So just if you have not read our strategy, which I don't presume that you have, we have, when going down the path of petchemization, so what we have seen, of course, in our region, being a fuel producer first and foremost, is that the demand for fuels are going down steadily. If you look at our current numbers, for example, for EV penetration in our region, that's still not big. But the writing's on the wall. If you look at the sales for new EVs, even in our region, that clearly tells a story. So fuel demand will go down, not maybe in the next 10, 15 years, but afterwards. So we are prepared for that. We are using the motor fuels that we are not producing for petrochemical feedstock, and we have also earmarked around 30–40% of our organic capex for sustainability projects. And as we evaluated the strategy throughout the years, we are, I think, very satisfied where we are at this point, because we have passed all the milestones that we have set ourselves, including the sustainability targets that MOL has set ourselves. So that's the high-level view of our strategy. But again, going back to the security of supply, obviously we are a private company, but we also work very closely with governments on supply security issues. That also includes supply security for our own refineries. So when you think about oil supply, that's a contentious issue in our region. Obviously, we are one of the few companies that are still buying Russian oil. It's not because we have made concrete and important steps to diversify, but it's because our refineries have been set up, and it's a legacy issue that we are dealing with. It's also making us spend money on what would be normally redundant projects to upgrade our refinery and upgrade our supply system, which is taking money away that's available for green capex. So that's also an issue. So capex is there, the thinking is there. What's also chipping away at that pot of money, as I mentioned, investments into redundant infrastructure at the time, as was mentioned in the previous panel, that the EU is not funding fossil fuel projects anymore, even if they make sense from terms of supply security. And of course, on the other side, you have lots of governments succumbing to the temptation to tax our companies, which usually start out as temporary, but then somehow become semi-permanent, and also fuel and price controls in our region, which have gone rampant. I think it's coming down, but also these are all monies that are not invested in green energy and sustainable solutions. So I'll stop there, and maybe I'll talk about the other sexy stuff like waste management later.
I'll ask another difficult question to you before we move to the next speaker. And like many governments, of course, companies are under pressure as well. Now, you mentioned that EU has sanctions against Russia. This affects the way you trade, although you can still do the oil trading because of your unique refinery setup. But you are under certain obligations, compliance issues, risks, and also trade routes being disrupted. It affects also the financing, of course, for fossil fuels being quite a hindrance in many ways. So how do you manage all these issues at national level, then EU level, and then globally?
Well, we are under pressure for several fronts. One is the regulatory pressure, which is coming mostly from the EU, but also from national governments. And there's also the pressure from the consumer, who's asking for cleaner solutions. So how we do under these double pressures is that we do our homework. And I think I can say with confidence and with some degree of pride that we have done our homework, even before we knew that they would be needed. So if you look at oil supply, we had invested in oil supply security even before the the second part, the bloody part of the war, broke out in 2020. So at the time, investors were asking us why we are investing in redundant pipeline infrastructure. And at the time, we said that because we want to be in a position when the chips are down, that we are able to supply both of our landlocked refineries. So we have done that. We have done our homework in terms of energy infrastructure as well, other infrastructure, gas infrastructure. And we have started investing in petrochemicals at a time when still other companies might not have identified the same steps that would be needed to kind of decrease your exposure to motor fuel. So those are the things that we have done and we are continuing to do. And of course, you asked about sanctions. We comply with all sanctions. We have obviously tried to make, and with a degree of success, our European partners understand why we are doing certain things that we are doing. And my experience has been, if you take the time to explain clearly why we are doing those steps and why we are at the same time working on solutions so that we have the flexibility to do otherwise, there's an understanding. So I'm not worried about that, so to speak, because communication is key to those issues. And the moment we can explain that very clearly, there's always understanding on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharing your insights quite frankly. Anna, you used to be the foreign minister of Spain. Now you are in the Atlantic Council. I'm sure you have also other functions. And especially with regard to your specific country, Spain, starting with this, what sort of energy security disruptions and challenges relating to clean energy development you faced in your capacity as a politician?
Well, I was a member of the government in times where energy security was just security of supply. So this cannot be extrapolated to today. However, there is a background that you yourself has highlighted. Until now we are dealing, and we still are dealing, with equations that are national equations, and other equations that are regional equations, of the European Union as such, of the European Union with the near abroad. But you have pointed to the global equation, to a country like Spain, that we are just connected to the Mediterranean on the one side, and that we have the Pyrenees, which means that honestly the interconnections do not work, because this, and I'm not going to get into this issue, because this is a challenge of having an integrated electricity market or an integrated gas market in the European. We don't have that. In the previous session, I asked a question that was along this line. But you write that we need to address the global equation. You have highlighted it. The European Union has been standard bearer, and among the standard bearers, Spain is probably, we have no coal, we are in the forefront of renewables. By the way, there is a kind of parti pris that renewables are from the left and oil, gas and nuclear are from the right. My government, in fact the government, the conservative government that preceded the one I served, was the one that launched the big program on renewables in Spain that was a success and that made Spain at the forefront. So, but again, for us, the context is very important. The European Union was a standard bearer from an idea that of a society mature, industrialized already, with a flat demographics. So we need to understand that the world is not that. Even in OECD, but beyond the OECD, you have 700 million, you have pointed to that, 700 million in Africa that do not have access to electricity. You have hundreds of millions today in Africa that are cooking with whatever they can find, and they can find little wood, to be clear. So we need to address this. Energy security is also thinking about the societies that are booming. Yesterday we saw Iraq, the projections, Africa, the demographic projections. This has to be taken into account because this has repercussions on the European Union security at large. Among other issues is immigration, but it's not just that, security at large. And what I have worked in the ropes of the European Union. I have had different positions there. World Bank, I was General Counsel and Senior Vice President there. I know a bit what this regional equation, national equation, and also global equation. And frankly, what we need is to be less ideological from the developed world. Just an anecdote, and I finish with that because I think it's very telling. Germany, after the events of Nord Stream and Russia, has engaged with Mozambique. Mozambique is an African country that has big reserves of gas. So Germany establishes long-term contracts with Mozambique to supply gas. But no IFI or no European finance will contribute to Mozambique to do gas to electricity. Now, what is this gas for going to Germany used for? For electricity. So I think that we have to come to terms. It's not that developing countries do not have a priority in transitioning. It's that before transitioning, and I have anecdotes of the Indian minister, for you it's easy. For us, we first need to provide electricity. And in order to provide electricity, we will burn whatever we have, because we have the monsoons, we are affected, but we have other priorities. So I think that when we think in this global, we cannot just go as developed, mature economies to preach what we think. We have to take the position, because if not, as I say, it's not just energy security, it's security at large that is something that we cannot take for granted.
Thank you. I think one question and I have for you is, EU is not a monolithical bloc. You have Spain, you say there is no coal, then you have Poland there, and then heavily nuclear France. And how do you think that EU can manage this energy security versus transition issue?
The European Union is a legal construction. It's a construction on law by law. There is a treaty, and the treaty assigns who does what. As the treaty was signed, and I was part of the presidium of the convention that drafted this treaty, but in those days, energy security was not an issue. The issue for the European Union since many years, because we were standard bearers in Kyoto, even before Kyoto, was climate change, was environment. So we transfer environment to the Commission. Environment we put in the common bag, but the mix was left to the member states, because in those days nobody saw that this was going to be the challenge that it is today. So today, what is not in the treaty, the Commission cannot do unless there is a unanimity of the member states. I think that right now the European Union has to address that we need an energy union. The energy union was launched in 2015, it's not from yesterday. As I say, Spain is a very good example of how the Pyrenees have blocked us, how Spain was the first to, on LNG. The LNG terminals in Europe at a certain moment, a few years ago, were all in Spain. We had 8 terminals of LNG. Why? Because we had the Pyrenees, and we couldn't have pipelines as in...
But you couldn't connect even to France.
Well, you are right. During the crisis of 2022, that was a perfect storm, because it coincided with problems with half of the nuclear fleet in France. Through our small tube of connection, we were sending to France gas that was that went to our ports as LNG, all the time, and we were using the electric connection, which is very small. It's 5 gigawatts. This is our electric connection, and not even that, because this is the total capacity. And we were using that to send electricity to France, because France at this moment had this issue with the nuclear fleet. Having said that, this is a big challenge for Europe, because it's our competitiveness, because our electricity is extremely expensive. Had we a grid integrated, complete, and integrated also with neighbors, and this is where Turkey has to play a key role, our electricity will be more affordable. And frankly, last word on the role that the United States has played. United States has always been advising the European Union, Germany in particular, that it was very, it was very dangerous to rely on Russia to this extreme. And the United States is the one that just is behind the South Corridor. The TAP-TANAP was more a European approach, but the South Corridor, it was the United States. So this is where we see how the United States in the region is not just about security, I mean, tanks and war and this. There is a role of this, I would say, quoting Madeleine Albright, this indispensable power in other areas to bring us together.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you. Charles, we've been working on Mediterranean energy issues quite a lot together. My question is to bring you again to the Mediterranean basin. So much focus on natural gas development, be in Egypt, Israel, Greece, Cyprus, but not much happening, and also a lot of disruptions coming there. But there is also talk of creating a new Mediterranean energy community, different from the EastMed Natural Gas Forum, and then creating also renewable corridors all the way from Morocco to Europe under the Mediterranean. How do you see these developments in the context of our discussion today? And also how to include Turkey better in such cooperation?
Well, for a start, the EastMed Gas Forum that you mentioned is only a talking shop. It's not really doing anything. It's not effective. It's not moving the needle as far as gas is concerned. Yes, the EastMed has gas resources, but it's not much. It's only 2% of global gas reserves. Even Chevron, that is the biggest gas operator in the region, only 6% of its gas portfolio is in the EastMed. So it's not a lot. All of that gas is unlikely to be exported. Most of it is going to be used regionally. And I say regionally because the needs of Egypt are increasing rapidly. Egypt's population is now 116 million and increases by 1.6% per year. Egypt's gas production during the last 3 years has gone down by 30%. Zohr, the biggest gas field in Egypt, is not as big as they thought. It's only about, when first announced, it was thought to contain 30 TCF. It actually contains 10 or 11 TCF. And most of that.
What about Noor? Noor field?
Noor is not, it's very small. So basically, Egypt's gas needs keep increasing, but gas production keeps going down. Egypt is becoming heavily dependent on imports of gas from Israel. Israel is expanding its exports of gas to Egypt. The exports went up by 10% last year, and they have gone up 10% this year, and Israel has approved projects to expand export of gas from Israel to Egypt to 21 BCM per year by 2028. That is going to be 1/3 of Egypt's gas utilization. Cyprus has about 400 BCM of gas, and is trying to export that to Egypt, or at least there is discussion to export that to Egypt. The biggest problem is Egypt's ability to pay. Egypt, as a country, is bankrupt. It has a huge debt. Its foreign currency is enough only for 4 months of imports. And on top of that, because of the reduced gas production, This year it has been unable to export LNG. The export of LNG was doubly useful to the country. Not only brought profits into the country, but it brought foreign currency. Now, as a result of the problems, it's actually importing LNG. And the import of LNG seems to become permanent. Egypt owes the gas companies a huge amount of money, about $5 billion. The gas companies have sort of slowed down development of new gas projects until they get paid, until they see a constant stream of money coming to them. As a result, in Cyprus, Chevron is talking about the export of Aphrodite gas to Egypt, but that is, I think, will be delayed. Eni was talking about expediting export of Kronos gas field to Egypt. We have heard nothing about it since it was announced at the beginning of the year. In Egypt, Chevron was fast-tracking the development of the Nargis gas field. Well, 2 years have passed since the announcement, nothing has happened. So it's a difficult situation. And on top of that, we now have wars. War in the region is affecting already gas projects. In Israel, it slowed down gas projects. It led to reduction of over a short period of exports of gas from Israel to Egypt, and it caused problems, power cuts, and so on. And on top of that, if the war escalates by Israel attacking oil installations or oil facilities in Iran, and Iran retaliates, it will have a global effect. Because if Iran blocks the Straits of Hormuz, about 20% of the world's oil and 20% of the world's LNG passes through the strait. And if that is stopped, you can imagine the impact it's going to have on prices for oil and gas, and the impact it will have on the global economy. So it's a difficult situation. Egypt needs the gas, cannot pay for it. It won't get it unless the situation changes.
Could you say a few words about the renewables corridor as well, linking
Well, I mean,
Mediterranean to Europe?
Renewables is taking a back seat to a certain extent in the region. In Egypt, pledges are being made to expand renewables, and should. Sun is plentiful. In Egypt, renewables only provide 5% of the energy needs of the country at the moment, and it's growing very slowly. It needs investment. It hasn't got the money to invest. It relies on investments from outside. Those are happening, but slowly. As a result,
but there are success stories like Morocco.
Well, it's not happening like in Morocco. In Egypt, there are commitments, but because of the systems in place, the lack of systems in place, the increase in renewables is not going very well. Even in Cyprus, where I come from, and we have no reason not to increase renewables. I mean, we have no economic problems. We don't have the problems of Egypt. Plenty of sun. We have all the European Union systems and support, and yet in Cyprus, renewables only comprise 18% of electricity, as opposed to over 50% in Europe. We still burn 80%, produce 80% of our electricity burning oil. So there are problems in the region on renewables. They're talking about interconnectors. Probably you're referring to that. So recently, the Great Sea interconnector between Greece, Cyprus, and Crete has been approved. Hopefully, it will go ahead. And it's likely that Israel may join the project. And Israel, interestingly, wants to join the project for energy security reasons. I mean, these problems of the war with Hezbollah have brought into the fore the likelihood that somebody one day will hit the energy installations of Israel, and we will have problems. So, yes, these are happening, but are happening slowly. The emphasis in the region, I believe, should be to invest more and make better use of gas to reduce emissions, to replace coal used in Egypt, and to replace oil used extensively in the region for electricity production. That is where the future is. But you know, earlier on we were talking about the global energy needs, and there are some statistics we need to be aware of. So, for example, the populations of Africa and Asia aspire to better living standards, aspire to improve their living standards to European levels. An Asian uses only 50% of the electricity a European uses. An Indian uses only 20% of the electricity a European uses. An African uses only 10%. These people who want to improve their living standards. Increasing these numbers explains why global energy needs keep growing, despite the fact that in OECD countries last year, energy use went down by 1.5%. In non-OECD countries, which comprise about 80% of the world population, it went up by 4.3%. And despite the investment in renewables, for example, in non-OECD countries, renewables grew up by 18% last year. But they only solar and wind only comprise 6.6% of the primary energy used in this country. So there is a long way to go.
Sure.
That means we need oil and gas for a long time to come. And we need to be aware of that because it impacts the region we are as well as the rest of the world. It's good to talk about renewables and increasing renewables.
Thank you.
But this pressure of improving living standards, and now for cooling needs as a result of climate change, cooling needs have gone up. AI data centers are coming up in a big way. In the United States, for example, 20% of the energy needs of the United States by 2030 will go to feed data centers. These factors mean that primary energy in the world will carry on increasing for a while, despite everything we're trying to do. And unless you recognize that, you will end up with energy security problems, because during that period of growth in global energy needs, the world still needs all forms of energy available, not just renewables. Renewables are growing very fast, but not sufficiently to cover the growth in global energy needs.
I think the key figure that we have to keep in mind always is 81% of the world's energy mix is fossil fuels.
Yeah.
That means our immediate future and foreseeable future still with fossil fuels, whatever we do with renewable development. Now, I would like to move to Zeynep. She is from the Turkish Foreign Office. And Turkey is a very peculiar country, depending heavily on imported fossil fuels especially, 98% dependency in gas and 95% in oil, and developing also renewable quite fast, better than in many other countries, 54% of installed capacity. How Turkey deals with the disruptions and conflicts around its borders, which might have an effect on how the energy will be moving inside the country.
Well, thank you, first of all. As you said, we're situated in a very central, peculiar place in the world, and it's on the one side we have the biggest consumers markets, and on the other side we are located very close to the largest producers of hydrocarbon resources, and we have our own, as you said, for our energy supply security, we are, as you said, dependent highly on our imports. That's why we have been devising and implementing a very strict and, I have to say, forward-looking energy policy in the past few decades, I have to say. For us, as with all countries in the world, energy security is paramount. So how do we secure these supplies? Of course, this is one of the main questions that we ask ourselves, especially with given the possible disruptions and the geopolitical developments that are taking place, and mostly in our close proximity in terms of our geography. For the imports, we've been long before any war broke out anywhere in our neighborhood. As you know, we've invested heavily in our LNG import capacity, and this was not because we needed to, but we had this policy of trying to reduce our dependency on any single source or any one single route for our supplies. So we now have 5 terminals, and now we have an import capacity of 161 MCM daily import capacity of LNG. We are also supplying gas from our neighbors, namely Russia, Azerbaijan, and Iran. We are looking to expand our portfolio of suppliers, as always. So last year we supplied gas from a total of 21 countries. 70%, around 71% of that was through pipeline, and around 30%, 30% was LNG. So you mentioned the LNG deals that we have concluded, which is with major companies for the next years, and also we are drilling for our own natural gas, and we have, as you are aware, found important reserves in the Black Sea. We've also invested heavily. Reducing dependency is not just reducing dependency on just a supplier, but also having the freedom to explore for your own gas and resources. This is the hydrocarbon side, but then also, as you said, we have energy security. Preparing for disruptions is not just linked to hydrocarbon supplies, but also backing up your security of energy with renewables, and nuclear power is high on our agenda for the years to come. We are almost coming towards finishing the construction of our first nuclear power plant, and are in talks to realize 2 more conventional nuclear power plant projects. Also, we want to, in the foreseeable future, also get the ball rolling for SMRs as well. This is all just, all very interlinked, and this is how we are conducting our energy policy, and trying to plan ahead as much as possible, as our minister yesterday highlighted, that on the one side, hydrocarbon resources will continue to play an important role for us. We are not going to be able to transition one day to the next to a completely carbon-free economy. So we need to be realistic. This is how we're approaching. On the one side, we're doing everything we can to bolster our renewable capacities, but also preparing in view of any possible disruptions for expanding our portfolio of suppliers for gas and also oil as well, of course.
Thank you, Zeynep. Well, it seems that we finish our timeline. We could have continued another 3-4 hours. We only touch on the surface of the iceberg, but we should get probably more discussions later on if DEFNE could organize us in the next couple of months again. And I prefer to be optimistic, glass is half full, but unfortunately it looks that the future is not going to bring better world geopolitical and energy position. There will be further disruptions. Therefore, both governments, international organizations, and companies have to prepare. They have to be very agile and think about the alternative strategies so that we learn how to deal with economic security disruptions and look for alternatives that will keep us, hopefully, not awake at night. And thank you very much for all the panelists for contributing and also for your patience. The session is over. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Fred Kempe, President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, and Retta Jo Lewis, President and Chair of the Board of Directors at the Export-Import Bank of the United States.
Thank you, everyone, for joining this special discussion with the President and Chair of the Board of Directors of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, the Honorable Retta Jo Lewis. So Chair Lewis and I have known each other for some time. I just always enjoy conversations with her. I'm going to open with some questions. We've got a tight half hour. And then I'm going to turn to all of you, so already start thinking about what you'd like to ask Chair Lewis. So honor is always to host you. You've been serving as President and Chair of EXIM since 2022, and the senior executive with 25 years, more than 25 years of leadership experience in international affairs, legal, public policy, business and regulatory affairs, and subnational diplomacy, including as Special Representative for Global Intergovernmental Affairs under Secretary Hillary Clinton, and the Vice President and Counselor to the President at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. So some people in this room have worked with EXIM Bank. Some people really don't know what it does at all. And I just wondered if you could start by giving us a little bit of feeling on how you pursue your mission, how you see your place in the financial ecosystem, and particularly at this challenging but very promising time for the energy sector.
No, absolutely, Fred. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes to be here today with the EXIM team and also with our ambassadors team. Our charge has a great group of commercial officers that we work with here on the ground. Just a little bit about EXIM Bank. It's actually good to be in a room where people do understand about EXIMs or about export credit agencies. EXIM Bank, an organization founded back in 1934 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, I think continues to live up to the mission that the president announced 90 years ago, and that is for us to be an agency that facilitates exports and supports U.S. jobs. And I always like to say, when you're talking about jobs in these transactions, you can't just be talking about jobs in the U.S., you got to be talking about jobs in the host countries and the home countries of which you're also doing business in. But, you know, I think where we see our place in this ecosystem when we're talking about clean and secure energy as a significant player, but as only one part of the puzzle. We are an institution that is chartered by the United States Congress, and we have been an agency that when we were reauthorized in 2019, Congress asked us to take on 4 additional mandates. One, to make more financing available in small business, make more financing available in the transformational export areas, everything, and there were 10 transformational exports that were named, everything from semiconductors, AI, quantum computing, biotech, biomedical, and then you put in there renewables, wastewater treatment, and the like. You also, Congress asked us to make more financing available in sub-Saharan Africa, and also to make more financing available in the renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy storage space. And so as the debt financiers of the U.S. government, and also as a jobs agency, we see our prime goal is to help U.S. exporters to not only compete, but also to win global sales, but also working with our foreign buyers who also want to purchase goods and services as long as they're exported back to the U.S. That is our central mission. That is our central place in this ecosystem. And also knowing full well that we are an agency that does not work alone. We work with our other government partners in what President Biden and Vice President Harris likes to say is our whole of government effort, because what one government agency can do versus what another one can do is oftentimes different. But if all of us are working together, everything from our cabinet agencies to agencies like Exim Bank, DFC, MCC, and others, we each have a role to play in this ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Chair Lewis. We were together in January in Davos at the World Economic Forum, and you talked about Exim Bank's commitment to nuclear and renewable energy projects. The people in this audience, many of them are in this business. Mm-hmm. Some of them are getting into the business of small modular reactors. They're in business of various different types of renewables. How are you looking at that at Exim Bank? Is this a growing area? Is this and where are you putting your priorities?
It's definitely a priority, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that is so important about the nuclear space, and it's really good to be here at a conference that is focused regionally, because in this region alone, Exim Bank has been very, very active. But in the field of nuclear, we've also have a 30-plus year history of authorizing transactions in this space, everything from working with SMRs to large nuclear reactors. And now, as we work with the nuclear councils, we're even with our U.S. partners talking about the micro reactors. Exim Bank has a history of analyzing these transactions, everything from whether it's from a legal, a financial, an environmental perspective, and just looking at the different packages that are coming before us. Our pipeline is strong. I think it has gotten even stronger when last year, when we all went to COP, no one knew that it was going to turn out to be the nuclear COP. And I think it really has propelled global leadership of understanding the fact that nuclear has a definite place in the solutions that is going to happen in the clean and secure energy space. Ever since, I believe, Secretary Kerry, when he was a special envoy, went to Romania to the 3Cs conference, and that's where we were at, and he talked about the fact of his evolution of knowing that nuclear was going to have a place and a space in the transition to a greener economy. And we, at the time, the year before, had just awarded to the President and the Ministry of Energy in Romania a letter of interest about the work that we wanted to do with them around SMRs. Also, it's good to be able to circle back and come full circle that in the discussions that we have had with Romania just in the last several weeks, we have awarded, not only have we done those letters of interest, but we have been working very closely with the Romanian leadership as well as with the energy department and all of those companies that are going to be doing business there and in the nuclear space. And we just awarded I think it was like $99 million for an engineering multiplier program, direct loan to support them in all of the pre-design work that they have to do on their nuclear reactor project. The thing also that has been very critical is that I'm actually coming from London, whereby we were there just a few short days ago, meeting with the new government and also the newly sworn in parliament members who were the chairman of the nuclear committee and I think it was about 6 of his other parliamentarians. And we were really there in support of the American companies and any company, as I said, who's exporting U.S. goods and services. 3 of the American companies who had been successful in the negotiation of the awards of the finalists. And so everyone from the GE, Hitachi, Holtec, Westinghouse are some of the finalists, along with Rolls-Royce, are some of the finalists in that award. And what we wanted to do as XM is to not only continue to talk with the American companies there, but also to talk to those who are going to be in their supply chain. That award, from what we're understanding, is going to be down to 2. But these are such big and complicated projects that there is probably room for a whole host of people who are going to be in support of what's going to be taking place in England in the coming months and years. But we were there to send a signal, continue to send a signal to the market of how we want to use the products and tools that we have, everything from whether it's direct loans or working capital guarantees or export credit insurance products, to show them that we are in support of any U.S. company that is going to be working or who will be successful in that market.
Thank you for that. That is a pretty exciting announcement that just came out regarding Romania, and I think we even have some people in the audience that are involved in that project. So we are here talking about the region, but we are in Turkey, and I wonder if you could talk about Turkey and the most promising sectors for Exim Bank here. It was really interesting to me listening to the energy minister yesterday. Many of you in the audience may have known this, but to know that well more than 50% of the power is coming from renewables. I mean, we aren't there yet in the United States, which is pretty impressive. And also his quite ambitious plans for nuclear and also the critical minerals group that has been put together. So there's a lot going on there. Where do you think you could work most effectively on energy transition issues in Turkey? Well, first of all, we have such a strong relationship in terms of U.S.-Turkey. We were really glad to also be a part of that conversation, Assistant Secretary Payet and myself meeting with the minister right after his speech, where he also talked about the renewable fund that he announced. We're really excited about the work that Exim Bank has done here in Turkey. We have a strong relationship with U.S., with the Exims, with Turk-Exim, just as we have a strong working relationship with other Exims around the world and definitely around the region. In the last several years, we've probably signed over 20 memorandums of understanding and co-financing agreements, which allows us to lay out pillars
that we want to prioritize and we want to focus on. And of course, the space of renewables, it's always been one about energy and efficiency and storage. Our exposure here in Turkey is about $2 billion, which we believe is still not nearly enough for the size of the economy that is. But we've had a history of working very successfully in Turkey. We've had a long history of working here in the aircraft industry. And as we said to the minister yesterday, being on the ground and being here, but also working in concert with our consulate and our embassy is where we can be able to meet the individual executives and leaders and players, not just in Turkey, but also in the region, to seek out those bankable projects, to hear from individuals early about the types of projects that they're going to be doing in this entire clean and energy ecosystem, and to let them know how XM is willing to be a strong collaborator and partner in the financing of these types of projects. You know, for Turkey, you know, one of the things I know that as such a strong regional leader, and this commercial relationship that U.S. and Turkey have is growing, and we see it, as we said to the minister yesterday, we think that it's going to grow bilaterally, and it's also going to grow, we believe, in a third-party cooperation way as well.
So I do want to get to people in the audience, so let me ask one question right now, although I have a long list I'd like to ask, but let me ask one more question on my part, then I'm going to look for hands here, and I think we have someone with a or we have microphones in front of you, we'll figure that out. But it always interests me when there's someone in your kind of position, you've been in a lot of different interesting jobs. What either about this job gets you excited right now, or what specific projects, success stone, milestones have really got you excited in the recent past?
You know, I would say, Fred, this has been a great opportunity that I have serving in the Biden-Harris administration for President Biden. As the head of XM, we're really seeing such a renewed focus on the work that we do as an export credit agency and the impact that we can have with the financing that we can provide for American companies who are out there competing. Because part of our work is also about leveling the playing field. If we can use any tools that we have to help an American company or a foreign buyer, as I said, who's exporting goods and services, secure a winning bid, we want to be right there on the front lines with them. But I think when I always say things are, you got to also look at the numbers. When we first came in two plus years ago, specifically in the renewable space, because we have that mandate, we had only done about $11 million. The next year we did $175 million, and the third year we did over $900 million. That requires a significant amount of focus.
So from 11 million to 900 million.
Now, granted, it was some very large deals that we did, but also we have to look at the mandate that Congress has asked us. We have to look at the mandate coming from the initiatives that are coming out of the Biden-Harris administration when the president worked with his G7 colleagues to talk about a partnership for a global infrastructure and investment initiative. And so that 900, that increase in terms of how we did that, and then even this year with the numbers still not totally in, we're over about $1.6 billion
on renewables.
On renewables, in the renewable, where everything from solar to mini grids to rural electrification. Now, that large deals, and some of those deals definitely have been in Angola, and I think it's very, perfect for an audience like this, because as we have met with so many people in the business community who have done a lot of work here in Turkey, in Africa. And so for them to understand, for any of you to understand our commitment in sub-Saharan Africa and throughout Africa, bar none, I think those numbers tell the story. So when you see and meet with President Lorenz and his cabinet and his business community and his other leaders in Angola, and understand that you can have that level of direct impact on a community and what's to come. The other thing is that when you do financing to that magnitude, it sends a very powerful signal to the market that EXIM sees that market. They see the country of Angola as a stable, secure market for us to be in business with. I think it also sends the signal that others, and we're beginning to see that, are actually also going into that market. So the proof is going to continue to be in the pudding. We can't wait as those projects begin to take shape and come off the ground.
Well, obviously part of what you're doing is promoting U.S. exports. Is there room for non-U.S. companies
Absolutely.
in your African, so if it,
Absolutely.
you know how active Turkish companies
Yes.
are in Africa. How does that work?
Well, that's why I was saying also where Turkish companies and the relationship that we have from a U.S. perspective with Turkey and the relationship that Turkey might have with, from a third-party cooperation. EXIM Bank is about funding of goods and services to be exported. So any foreign buyer who is purchasing goods and services in the United States from any company, if they're being exported abroad, we can finance that. So that applies to anybody in this room if they're in the export game. Also, we have introduced some new tools, one in particularly, because it goes straight to the reshoring work that the administration has been doing in our supply chain. We have a new product called Make More in America. And the Make More in America initiative is the first time that EXIM Bank on domestic soil, on U.S. soil, can support domestic manufacturers, as long as one of the key areas, of course, is you got to be exporting over the life of the whatever product that we would be awarding in an authorization. Those domestic manufacturers who are trying to either grow or expand in the U.S. and want to look for financing, EXIM for the first time has the ability to do that. And so with such a strong trading relationship between our two countries, with such a strong relationship of Turkish businesses who are trying to invest in the United States, it's also another tool that they too can use to gain support from U.S. EXIM, as long as we would like to, say, direct loan. We can do direct loans, and over the life of that project is when the exporting has to come. And then, of course, you have to have a jobs component.
Yep, really helpful. Questions? Looking to the audience. Do I see anyone? Because I don't, I'm going to, I think I see one here, but I see two here. So we'll go here in the front, then toward the back. The distinguished Ariel Cohen.
Ariel Cohen, the Atlantic Council. Thank you for your two excellent interventions last night and today. So just to clarify, in terms of natural gas projects, do you have availability of finance for natural gas projects, or this against policy?
One of the good things about EXIM Bank is that as a federal agency, we only have one prohibition, that we do not finance anything in the military space, anything lethal. There's only one exception to military use, and that is dual use. And so I always like to describe that as police, fire, border protection. We can fund those types of projects. The thing about us is that EXIM Banks, we take all of our statutes and laws and rules that Congress puts before us, and we have a prohibition against discriminating against any company, any size, any sector.
And just the
So the answer,
the answer is yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes, you can.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
And the second is, what is a default rate historically on your financing?
We are really, well, EXIM Bank, unlike others, there is a 2% default rate that we have. We are very happy that in this administration, as we go in for reauthorization on our budget, we have been approved in our discussions with the U.S. Congress for our default rate to be increased from 2% to 4%. For those who do not know, if we go over that 2% rate, we would be what they call pencils down. We are very fortunate right now that it is at about less than 1%. So we're doing pretty well because of a lot of the work that's been going on by some great staff at XM. But we are also been working with Congress, and when I testified most recently, about asking Congress for an exemption from the default rate of our Transformational Export Program, which is our China Transformational Export Program, as well as an exemption from on critical minerals, and I mean not critical, on nuclear. And because as you know, those are some very large projects. They're very complicated, and those are some very large and sometimes nascent technologies in that transformational export area. And so we've been very active in our discussions with the U.S. Congress to see what's going to happen for us as we go in for our budget review for next year.
Thank you. And I think I saw a question in the back, please. If you could identify yourself in the question, please.
It's Elder from Noble Energy, Azerbaijan. I want to ask a question, is from your bank environment in general, it was not easy to attract the financing to the renewables. In general, it would be more driven by the government standing behind and initiatives and everything. And we had some moments of big giants, oil companies, or energy companies who basically in the front line of the transition to renewables because they're driving this energy economy, taking the targets to renewables. But after some shocking element of not the same generating value from the renewables, some oil giant companies start leaning back towards the traditional energy again. So if we believe the Reuters dated 7th October, BP announced that they abandoned a target to cut oil and gas output by 2030, which means significant change in the strategy. So they really abandon this target to reduce oil and gas, and they go back in the traditional energy sources. Having that trends in big giant oil companies shifting, not shifting, but maybe still stopping like into renewables, do you think this jeopardizes the financing in general to those renewables projects because there will be more attraction to the oil and gas and traditional energy again? Thank you.
I think you're talking, I think the question was really the difficulty in financing renewables versus non-renewable energy sources. Is that right? It was a little bit hard to pick some of it up.
So if I understand him a little bit, it is about the fact that for us as an agency, we're a demand-driven agency. If it walks in the door, we're going to be looking at those projects, and we do a very rigorous amount of due diligence work on each and every project that we do. XM is very fortunate that we have a lending cap of about $135 billion, and we were talking about this last night, about $35 billion has already been deployed. We have about $100 billion left. But you know, if you do a lot of these, some of these new technologies, you do a lot of these nuclear, if you can do nuclear projects, this can eat into that very well, and that's why co-financing with other ECAs is very important. For us at XM, being a demand-driven agency, we have to look at everything. We have to look at everything that walks in the door. But that doesn't mean that we stop there. We are out aggressively in organizations, meetings, and conferences like this, trying to talk about XM, talking about what products and services we have. But more importantly, we want to let you also know about the flexibilities that we might also have in our financing that will hopefully make us a lot more competitive, whether it's competitive more around the offerings that we can offer you around exposure fees, around tenors, and around terms. Now we also have some additional flexibilities that gives us an ability to do longer term loans. But the other thing that we also want folks in this audience to know is that, I mean, we're open in all sectors. We're open in all sectors. We do not have a country cap. We do not have a industry or business cap. We're doing everything from $250 worth of export credit insurance to hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. And we're looking at all sectors, everything, especially even here in Turkey. We're looking at the telecom sector. We're looking at healthcare. We're looking at everything in the digital space, data centers, and the like. And so we're open for business. And we want to be in partnership with the U.S. and Turkey to continue that strong commercial relationship. But we want to be in partnership with all of you, especially in the region, because this is such, all of you as our, in the working relationship, this is an area, especially for this conference, that is only growing and is going to be expanding. And we really are seeking opportunities to work with you, and we really appreciate being able to be here to do that.
I think that's a great place to close. For you in the audience, $100 billion left in the lending cap, no country cap, no business cap. We're going to look at things that come in. So I think that's a pretty exciting message. And also the news of what you're doing in renewables, the news of what you're doing in nuclear. We see the trajectory in that direction. So Chair Lewis, thank you so much for being with us from Washington, and thank you so much for giving us a really great view of how we could get all of the people in this audience to do more business with you.
Absolutely, and we've got the XM team and the embassy team here to meet with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us on the first floor restaurant Bassier for the conference lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Shule Kilic, Deputy Head of the Turkey European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Welcome all. Thanks for being with us today in our panel. Today I have very distinguished panelists with me. Let me introduce them to you. Ms. Lee Pak is Senior Director, Europe and Middle East Clean Air Task Force. Serhat Köksal, President of Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. Uday Mathur, Global Leader, Capital Markets, GE Vernova. And Ebru Özdemir, Chairperson of Limak Holding. Before I start our questions, we have a 45-minute panel. Initially, I will ask 2 rounds of questions, and then I will open also the floor for questions in case you would like to ask questions to our panelists. Just please note that this panel is on record. And we would encourage you also to engage with us and Atlantic Council through social media using the Twitters at ACTR programs or AC Global Energy and ACSEC Clean Energy. So let me start with my first question to Lee. As we all know, COP29 will start in a month's time already, and everyone is wondering what the main subject of discussion in the COP. May I maybe hear your views on what financial and policy developments are you expecting or hoping to see in the COP29, which would be important for making the financing for clean energy technologies more accessible globally? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. And I just want to say thank you to the Atlantic Council, which is actually my second professional home, and Daphne and Grady and everyone on the team for putting this on. It's been a wonderful discussion, and I'm so happy to be here. For those of you who don't know the Clean Air Task Force, we're a global climate organization focusing on overlooked solutions such as carbon capture, hydrogen, methane mitigation, nuclear, and are advancing those in the US, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. So COP29, I think the headlines really have been on focusing on the new collective quantified goal for international climate finance, which I think there's hope for an agreement, but what we're picking up from the media and kind of behind the scenes right now is that the different offerings and demands are far and in between. And so I think this will build on the $100 billion of climate finance pledge that was already agreed on in 2009, but we haven't really lived up to until this day. So I think the question there will be, will we come to some sort of agreement, number one, and then number two, will especially advanced economies actually live up to what they pledged? I think personally, for what I'm hoping for is that we can actually have a robust discussion on how can we get clean energy infrastructure projects to final investment decision. Last year at COP28, we had a range of pledges The Net Zero Nuclear Pledge, so tripling nuclear energy, Carbon Management Challenge, tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency, Global Methane Pledge had a lot of investment announcements at COP28. So can we actually sustain these pledges and put money where our mouth is? Coming out of Climate Week, for example, 14 banks publicly determined their stance on nuclear energy. And then I think the last point that I want to make is really around how we actually frame climate finance discussion. And my colleagues on our Africa team, they have been doing all their work really trying to reframe and understand what is wrong with the overall climate finance paradigm. And there's three things. Number one, we always talk about an African energy transition or energy transition for developing countries. But Anna said it earlier, there's 600 million people without energy access. So what are we transitioning from? Number two is really this notion that there's very little energy or decarbonization modeling available for developing countries, particularly in Africa, that takes into account the development objectives, but also a range of clean energy technologies. So it's really ideologically narrow. We're mostly looking at renewables and energy efficiency, but not at other technologies. So most of the energy transition modeling was also published after the Paris Agreement, really putting into question whether policymakers in these countries actually had a data basis to be able to commit to the Paris Agreement. And then the final point that I want to make, and this is an analysis we're going to publish around COP, which actually challenges right now when we're looking at energy infrastructure projects in developing countries and are looking at projects in particular. Most of them have in policy planning a uniform cost of capital of 10%. And so our team looked at, taking into account national data, what really the weighted average cost of capital for most of these projects is in reality. And it's wide-ranging, and it's much higher, and it's expected to be wide-ranging and much higher until 2070. And so I think what we want to see is a more realistic country focus rather than, bucketing 50 or plus countries into one kind of discussion that really looks at the realities on the ground, what it takes to get clean energy financed. So I hope everyone's going to look forward to this analysis.
Thank you very much. Yes, unfortunately for energy transition goals to be achieved, financing is very critical. And maybe I should now turn to Serhat Bey. And as one of the very important players of our IFI world, since Black Sea Trade Development released its climate change strategy in 2021, there have been a lot of major geopolitical events, unfortunately, in the region that especially Black Sea Trade Development Bank is covering, that have impacted the policy framework across Europe. And how your bank adapted its strategy since then in response to some of the EU new policies, and how have new policies like REPower EU or CBAM impacted your projects?
Thank you very much, Şule Hanım. First of all, I would like to thank the team for this wonderful organization. Just before approving the climate change strategy implementation plan, the war in Ukraine started, which shifted the bank's priorities entirely. Priorities shifted from decreasing emissions in the portfolio and increasing the share of the green financing and capital allocation to ensuring the survival of BSTDB, which at that time had an exposure of 30% in Ukraine and Russia. The immediate focus was indeed on consolidating the bank to protect its capital and liquidity ratios. We succeeded this back in 2 years, and at present BSTDB is resuming and force its operations, and therefore the implementation of climate change strategy, which is undergoing a review and adjustments mainly in terms of quantitative targets. The EU policies have a direct implication on our activities as we try to respond to the needs of our shareholders, the majority of which are EU members and EU candidate countries or have close ties with EU. In this respect, we promote operations that phase out fossil fuels and increase our exposure to energy efficiency and renewables focused on decarbonizing the economies of our shareholders. We have organized a number of webinars with experts and various businesses outside of the EU that are active in iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizers, cement, and electricity sectors, and which would be affected by CBAM. And these have shown readiness to support bankable operations that would help decarbonize both their energy source, which accounts for the bulk of emissions in these sectors, as well as the manufacturing processes less carbon intensive and increase the share of material recycling and reuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serhat Bey. Of course, it has been probably a very difficult period of time for you, and of course, with these geopolitical changes, unfortunately, some of our priorities needed to change for a certain period of time, and hopefully we will come back to normal soon so that we can fully focus back on our energy transition strategies, because the world doesn't have any time left to wait for our implementation. We are really urgently need to take actions in that respect. And having said that, of course, all the new technology developments and technological solutions becoming even more critical now. And I want to turn to Uda now as one of the very important players of the new technology developments in the renewable energy space and energy transition space as GE Vernova. I'd like to ask you what energy transition technologies and solutions you think can be financed, because unfortunately some of the technologies are still very new and still need to prove themselves from feasibility point of view. And so are there hard to finance technologies? If you can give us a little bit on that, and how do you think we can come over this?
Thank you. And let me also thank the Atlantic Council for hosting this really insightful event at this great venue with great speakers. Really pleased and really valuable. Thank you for the question. I think before I get on to the difficult sectors, I think we should acknowledge that all of energy transition is a challenge because of the volume involved. We're talking, as the preamble in the agenda said, we're looking for 5 trillion per annum. That accounts for 5% of world GDP. And then you take into account that not all countries have capital to invest. In fact, the top 10 economies of the world account for 70% of the world GDP. Our estimation is that those top 10 countries which actually have capital to invest will need to invest around 7.5% of their GDP. 7.5% of GDP is a very large number. To put it into context, military spending in most countries is around 3%, 2 to 3%. 7.5% of that kind of number is the level to which health spending got to during the early COVID years. That's the level of challenge we're facing. It has to have the same urgency and the same intensity as the health spending that happened during COVID. That's the kind of challenge we're facing. Now, in terms of how this can happen, clearly ECAs and DFIs play a significant role, and we work extensively with them in order to finance projects in the emerging markets. That's how the transfer from the richer economies to the developing economies is going to happen, to the ECAs and DFIs. And then coming back to your question about in that challenge sector overall, which is what are particularly challenging, of course, what's happened recently has been a bit of a retreat from gas financing amongst the ECAs and DFI, and particularly the DFIs. And I just want to look at that and challenge that. As many speakers on this panel have said, gas is very important to the energy transition. It provides for grid stability, and by providing for grid stability, it provides for social development. And I think it's very important to look at energy. Yes, there's energy transition, there's climate change, but there's just basic social development. And we can't forget about that as we move into climate change. Gas is important because it enables social development, but it also enables renewables. And as several papers have shown, without gas, net zero gets pushed back. I mean, you need the gas to enable the renewables. So what I would ask of policymakers is that they consider carefully the role of gas and the role of gas financing by ECAs and DFIs. It's very important. We're not going to get there in emerging markets otherwise. I'm happy to say that that gas financing is still possible. We recently closed a project in Vietnam, 1.6 gigawatts with the Swiss ECA and the Korean ECA. Exim, US Exim, that were on the stage just before me, have also funded gas projects in Iraq for us, which are making our gas infrastructure more efficient. So it's still there, but it's getting more challenging. The other sectors that are difficult to finance, particularly difficult to finance in any country, is, of course, carbon capture and SMR, and also interconnectors. I'd say on those, what we need to consider is how infrastructure and energy infrastructure was financed in the developing world, in the US and North America originally. Back post-war, in the 1960s and 1950s, a lot of the infrastructure that we take for granted now, that long transmission lines, etc., were financed including government support. Early CCGTs had a lot of utility support and government support, rate-based support. And when we look at these new technologies, we shouldn't shy away from the fact that they will require government support. In the UK, one area is interconnectors. If you look at the international interconnectors, go back, I think, 15 years, and there was hardly any interconnectors in the UK. The UK has interconnectors to Norway, France, Ireland, and it's a major part of our grid stability in the UK. That's come about through the cap and floor regime, the regulatory regime that the UK government has applied, And I would just point to that and similar mechanisms as very essential as we go into these new technologies.
Thank you very much. As you said, still government finance, public finance in a way will play a very important role to achieve. But at the same time, when we think about all the other financing needs of the countries, how to put the prioritization and how to make the sharing is a big challenge for the governments to deal with, I think. Let me go back and come back to Ebru. Now, with all these geopolitical things happening around Turkey, this is putting Turkey in a very strategic position, especially towards the EU. Maybe hear your view as a very important Turkish player. How do you think Turkish companies can contribute to enhancing cross-border energy cooperation with Europe to support the clean energy integration and ensure the region's energy security during the transition?
Thank you very much, and I also would like to thank Defne and Grady for organizing such a beautiful conference in a very timely manner, because we were in New York during United Nations Week and then in Berlin for the Berlin Dialogue. The only subject that has been talked in all sectors and in all countries is the clean and secure energy. And this is the reason this is very important. And also the role of private sector is very much under discussion. Because these, as you said, Shule, I mean, there is enormous needs from all governments in different infrastructures. The developed countries needs newer infrastructure, while the developing countries needs infrastructure from scratch. Africa, for example, needs, with the population growth, dozens, I mean, millions of houses, millions of schools and energy infrastructure. So this is the reason all the world is not at the same position. So some countries are discussing about clean energy, but some countries are discussing about energy at all. So this puts us in a very, very different point depending on where we are in the world. But as private sector and as being Turkish investors, I think we have done a lot. And as yesterday Minister of Energy said, we are completing around 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy every year in Turkey. But I think currently also the other need will be in the transmission lines, as you have said, because at the end of the day, this energy has to be transmitted. But being in Turkey and we have a very big interconnection with Europe, I think whatever we can produce in Turkey with our big renewables position or capacity, we can transport it to Europe as well. And also the other thing is we are, I think, one of the most important contractors and investors, or investors that were contractors before. We are also dominating the energy sector, and we are very fast in realizing big capacities. Like us as Limak, we have just completed the second biggest solar farm in Turkey, in Erzin, Hatay, which is just 140 megawatts of solar, and it was after COVID in 1 year. Yes, there are challenges, but with private sector and with financing and the regulatory approvals on time, big capacities can be realized. However, I still think that the transmission issue, not only in Turkey, but also other countries, is still remaining with the government investment schedules, because we haven't seen any financings going there or any privatizations like in Turkey. But whatever we do, it's a complex problem. We have to address it from the perspective of the government, multilaterals, financiers, and the private sector. But I could say that I am seeing now many Turkish investors also investing in European renewables markets. So we are interested to do that. But the regulatory approvals plus the feed-in tariff mechanisms. I mean, I think the point that we have reached in Turkey, we have obtained by government's feed-in tariff mechanisms. And the other thing is all the payments were made on time. So the energy market here trusts fully on the government's feed-in tariff mechanisms, which were paid on time. And I think with this capacity and with this experience, we can also realize the same kind of projects in Europe as well.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Yes, I think as Turkish companies, we are seeing that Turkish companies will not only play important role in the Turkey energy transition, but also in the region. So with the know-how and experience and expertise that they have. Now, maybe if I come back to Lee, I mean, when we look at the EU, United States, and G20s and G7 discussions, what we are seeing nowadays, which is a little bit confusing, for example, EU and United States implement contrasting energy transition policies. Like on the EU side, we have CBAM, and we have also ERA Inflation Reduction Act. This puts investors in a kind of very challenging situation, and because there are somehow misalignment among them. What do you think investors will face, and how do you think the investors can cope with these challenges?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. I think I want to disentangle the policy landscape to set up my answer. I think when I think of Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure and Jobs Act that have recently passed in the United States, these are really technology deployment policies. And Europe has those too, right? I think European member states invest about 100 billion a year into deploying renewable energy through member state incentives. There is the EU Innovation Fund for Advanced Energy Technologies, and there is EU state aid. So I think there's investment from the governments on both sides of the Atlantic into clean energy technology deployment. When I think of CBAM, right, and I know that there are transatlantic discussions on this issue, I think of more of a visionary policy that requires still a lot of methodology, but what it really requires is technology deployment and actual emissions reductions at the facilities. And so the way I would frame this conversation then is we really need to get steel in the ground. We need to build clean energy infrastructure. We need to commercialize technologies such as carbon capture, hydrogen, nuclear. And from that perspective, what can we learn on either side of the Atlantic from the policies we have already put in place? And if some of these projects reach FID or even operation. So if I think on CCS, for example, we have the Porthos project in Rotterdam, the Northern Lights project in Norway, right? How were these financed? Mostly through government, I hint. And how did we even get them to the stage that they actually had a final investment decision? I think this is a question that keeps me up at night. And we can talk a little bit more about, how some of these CCS projects, for example, are financed overall. But I think it comes down to, can both sides of the Atlantic collaborate and learn from each other as they're gaining real policy application experience on the ground? And I think this will really be the first couple of years of these policies. And then I think another thing that I'm hearing now a lot from investors is really standardization, so we can more easily kind of have a technology diffusion on both sides of the Atlantic. It's one big area that I think investors would like to see.
Okay, great. So basically, in a way, these policies may complement each other. Yeah. And with the standardization, investors may deal with the challenges of the conflicting policies, basically. Serhat Bey, with all these changes happening, and actually you are providing financing to also, in a way, in a nature, developing countries. And how do you see the financial challenges in promoting the renewable energy and energy transition technologies in the countries that you are operating? I think 11 countries, right?
Yes. Thank you. The countries in our region are at different stages of energy transition. Some are more advanced, while others are quite nascent. Also, some of our countries of operation are in the EU, while others are aspiring candidates, thus having different levels of implementation of EU guidelines. Our region has different levels of dependence on energy imports, meanwhile energy import dependent. Others are largely energy exporters. Some countries may be working hard to achieve EU and/or SDG-related goals. Others may be still working to achieve energy affordability and resilience, which are more basic needs. Thus, the financial challenges for our member countries are very different, and we need to assess them individually according to their own priorities as well as the overarching goals. As each country is on its own path towards energy transition, as an MDB, we work with them to promote renewable energy investments, providing necessary long-term financing, allowing them to build an investment track record, which helps them to bring down the cost of capital for future projects. In addition to providing long-term financing and crowding in private sector financing, at times we also assist to develop risk mitigation opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much. Watching the timing, I want to just quickly get to Uda. In your previous part of the panel, you were mentioning that public finance is still very critical in financing energy transition and energy transition infrastructure needs. But private finance will play also a very important role. What do you think should be the optimal mix? One question. And secondly, also hearing from Serhat as one of our MDBs, what do you think how do you think the ECAs, DFIs, MDBs, and other financing institutions can cooperate on?
Thanks. I think that when I talked about public finance, I see the role of public finance more in the emerging technologies such as long-distance interconnectors, SMR, carbon capture. As a private company, I myself believe in private sector solutions where they're feasible and economic, and I think, as we all know, IPP has been very successful in Western Europe. It's been very successful in Turkey, and the IP model, where it can be applied, should be applied. The situation where I think sometimes you need to have a second thought, even in conventional power, is perhaps in some poorer countries, developing countries, where actually the cost of capital then starts to play a part in IPPs. Leah had alluded to this, where the cost of capital in certain African countries was above 10%. Well, I would say actually in some African countries, the cost of equity capital is actually in credit card territory. It's in close to 20% plus. And then when you consider that and you model that out, those financing costs and the extra cost of private debt in those particular situations can almost double the total installed cost of the project. I mean that literally. You could have built 2 projects compared to a sovereign finance solution. So even in a B+ country, you're at about 5 to 7% all-in cost. And if you then compare that with cost of equity at 18, 20%, then you will double the total installed cost of the project. So you could build 2 projects for the same price. So those are the situations to consider. And then all that means is that there's some flexibility amongst the financing institutions for where they prefer, and it's not one model suits all, but there is some flexibility. In terms of ECAs and DFIs, I think, and the chairwoman of EXIM alluded to this, there's a lot more cooperation between ECAs, and I should mention that first. ECAs are working much more closely together than I've seen them historically. You heard the chairwoman here talk about US EXIM working with Turk EXIM and doing joint deals, and I would say that is a very important feature, joint due diligence. We've also, I would say, in my opinion, there aren't enough deals where ECAs are also working with DFIs. There should be more. I've worked on deals where ECAs and DFIs have done joint due diligence, and the schedule has not been impacted. Pricing has been competitive. And my only kind of wish is that there are more deals where ECAs and DFIs can get together, agree on things that divide them on such as super seniority, pricing, and come together and work together, because deals need that. They need the liquidity that comes from both ECAs and DFIs.
Thank you very much. Considering we have 12 minutes left, and I want to leave a little bit time for also Q&As, my question to you, Ebru, I think yesterday our Minister of Energy also mentioned Turkey already achieved a lot with the renewable energy capacity, and now close to 54% of total installed capacity in Turkey is coming from renewable energy, including hydros. And for the next 10 years, we have additional 60 gigawatt, and as you said before, 5 gigawatt per annum investment to be made in the renewable energy. And this makes around, on a rough basis, $60 billion. When we put also the transmission, the distribution, and other technologies like storage to be included, we are talking like close to $90 to $100 billion of investment needs, which means financing needs. In order to incentivize the private sector to support the Minister of Energy to achieve these national energy targets, what kind of reforms or policies you think you would need as one of the key representatives of energy sector? Maybe very difficult question, but...
Because we have already completed like 2,000 megawatts. I would say we need EBRD, we need other banks, bank finances, because at the end of the day, the Turkish private sector's funds are limited. I mean, we are not super capitalized as local contractors or local investors, but we trust ourselves. I mean, we are very confident. And in the past years, as I said, we have completed 2,000 megawatts, mostly hydro, which are hard to build actually. And also geothermal, as I said, the biggest solar in in like 2 years, 140 megawatts. So what can be done better is, of course, we have to prioritize. I mean, as Turkey, we would like to do so much, that we have to see that the ministry is prioritizing these, which is like maybe more tax, maybe some tax breaks, or more incentives, or better feed-in tariffs are, I think, vital. And on top of it, we'd like to see some foreign investors who would, like foreign funds, who would like to take part with us or make joint ventures, because as Turkish, we are very good in making big projects. And I think we have completed very, very good BOT projects, PPPs in different sectors like airports, ports, infrastructure, and the same can be realized in the energy sector as well by having some feasible or bankable financing agreements, and with the help of ECAs, in which actually we work with, for example, GE, Erzin, and we use some German Hermes ECA, and now we see that the ECAs are, as you said, collaborating in a more better way, or they're collaborating in the better than before. But I mean, as it's very obvious. If we want to see more progress, we have to incentivize more, because everybody has a cost of capital. The banks have, everybody has a certain expected IRRs. But what I see is Turkey is very big. I mean, we need more. So this is going to, the point will come that we will then need some investments in the transmission. And also now we are working on hybrids, where for coals and gas. And as we are growing in a very fast way, if the technology does not advance as we have assumed, then we'll probably maybe have to get more gas, as you have suggested. So currently everybody is talking about clean energy, but we have to question if we also need to secure our energy.
Yeah, that's the big conflict actually, what we are experiencing, also coming with the geopolitical changes. On the one side, energy security, but the other side, energy transition, sometimes conflicting with each other. It looks like gas will not be something which we will need to forget or omit for quite some time, and it will still play an important role in the energy transition process. And considering we have 7 minutes, I want to turn to our audience and open for questions, if you have any questions for our panelists. We have one. If you can also introduce yourself, please.
I'm Ana Palacio. I'm a member of the Atlantic Council Board. And for this question, I'm the former General Counsel of the World Bank Group. And I'm going to speak about risk mitigation, because you have spoken about public financing and how to, and the difficulties to reach with public financing in developing, in particular in Africa. I think that in Africa, we will not get where we need to get without heavy private investment. But in order to get private investment in Africa, we need to de-risk. When I was General Counsel, I was General Counsel for the World Bank Group, so also for MIGA. What are, from the EBRD or from the Black Sea Bank, your initiatives in that respect?
Maybe Serhat Bey, first you answer.
Of course.
I can take for you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, we are not operating in Africa because of our mandate, but of course, we should think about how we should sustain development in these least developed countries. Actually, this question is addressing the need for the support of global north to global south. The $100 billion financing pledge that we couldn't achieve. And I think we should focus on the reasons why we cannot achieve this goal of $100 billion a year, and the ways how we can increase this. So forget about reaching that goal. We should increase this, because what we need is around $3 trillion on the global scale to reach the climate change, combating climate change goals. As MDBs and DFIs, risk mitigation tools should be used intensively in order for us to transfer these capital from developed world to the developing and least developing countries.
Yeah. If I answer for EBRD, actually for each of the country that as EBRD we are operating, we develop our country strategies for the every 5 years. And based on this, we determine the priorities of each country. And in Africa, we were already active in the North Africa. Now we are also starting in the Sub-Saharan. And the biggest problem we even experience as a EBRD, because all our countries of operations are developing country, on the one side, while we are talking about energy transition, in Africa we are talking about access to energy, which is two very different words. And as a multilateral atlas, what we are trying to do is by either providing public financing directly to the governments, or by providing blended financing, which is those donor funding or concessional financing which we are receiving from the developed world. We are trying to blend this with our own financing and provide cheaper financing to those countries. And that's the way we are trying to help. Whether it is enough, I don't think that is enough. As MDBs, I think we can only provide just a certain portion of it.
I want to add something to this. I mean, Shule, we have a cement grinding facility in Ivory Coast. I mean, in order to have access to energy, they cut another factory's energy and give it to us. So basically, these go hand in hand. I mean, you want industry to flourish, but there's no energy. At this point, if everybody has to put their hands under the stone, as a Turkey is saying, we cannot ask for the same returns. Maybe the MDBs should anchor themselves. I mean, the African Development Bank, ECAs, or, I mean, not Black Sea Development Bank, because it's the mandate is not that, but maybe Islamic development banks. But we definitely have to see an anchor financier there. Yeah. And everything starts with that, and we can build on top of it.
Yeah. And I think you are asking us
yes.
to take the anchor.
Because the reality is not the same of what we have discussed here. I mean, there's a totally different reality over there.
No, I think we know our mission in that respect, and we try to fulfill, but
don't forget Turkey, of course.
Of course not. Turkey is a very important country for us. Any other question? I think there is no.
We can ask the audience.
Okay. Well, if not, I'm thanking all our panelists and for their views and contributions. And thank you for listening to us. Before we leave, I would like to also invite you that we will have our next panel on the nuclear energy and new clean energy technologies in action, moderated by Eser Özdil. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Eser Özdil, non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I would like to be as punctual as possible. This is second day afternoon, and I know that everybody is tired, especially after lunch. So I will try to keep this panel discussion as vivid as possible as well. We have our distinguished panelists today, and the topic is nuclear energy and clean energy technologies in action. We will try to give a comprehensive outlook, as well as we will discuss how to finance this kind of, to some extent, expensive projects. So, in our panel, we have very distinguished guests. We have Ambassador Justin Friedman. He's virtually joining us today from Washington, D.C., I guess. He's waving his hand. Hello, Mr. Ambassador. I hope you are well. Do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay.
I have to make one correction, though. I have not yet earned the title of ambassador. I hope someday, but call me Mr. Friedman for now. Thank you.
In Turkey, we say God asked us to say it, so most probably in the future we will see as ambassador, I hope. He's responsible for commercial competitiveness in Nuclear Energy Bureau and international security and non-proliferation as U.S. Department of State. And second speaker, we have Mr. Andrei Kovataru. He is Research Fellow and Energy Policy Group, Center on European Regulation in Europe. Welcome, Andrei.
Thank you.
As third speaker, Mr. Emre Erdoğan here. He is General Manager at Çalık Renewables. He has very extensive experiences from construction to generation, so he will give us very broad framework from private sector perspective. Last but not least, we have Stefan Comello, Senior Vice President, Strategic Initiatives, EFI Foundation, and Co-Managing Director, Energy Futures Finance Forum. So I would like to start with Mr. Justin Friedman. I know that you have been traveling around the world, trying to promote the SMR, and trying to explain why SMR projects are reliable and cost competitive for Europe, and how SMRs are efficient in securing energy security for Europe. So, Mr. Friedman, can you give us a broad framework about perspective of the US government? How do you consider the future of SMRs in the world?
Well, thank you for that, and good afternoon and good morning from Knoxville, Tennessee, where, as you can see behind me, the sun is just coming up. Knoxville is one of the centers of American technological excellence, dating back to the Manhattan Project. And so it's very fitting that I'm joining the conference from here to talk to you about America's approach to nuclear. The U.S. approach around the world has been first and foremost working at home here with the support of our wonderful Department of Energy to develop the technologies that make the nuclear revolution possible. When we travel around the world, I have one message, and that is, if you choose to use nuclear energy as part of your energy mix, and I want to emphasize the word is if you make that decision, then you should do it to the highest standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation. And that is the driver of everything we do on nuclear. I'm actually in the Bureau of International Security and Non-Proliferation, not our Energy Bureau, because we put such a high priority on non-proliferation. So to make that happen around the world, we have a program. We have several programs, but the one I'm very proud of and the one that my partners and colleagues in my bureau operate is called FIRST, which stands for Foundational Infrastructure for the Responsible Use of SMR Technology. And what the FIRST program does is it works with partner countries who have an interest in nuclear, and they may or may not already have nuclear in their energy mix, but they want to explore it. And what we do with FIRST is we work with them to help them and guide them through the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency process, to make exactly those decisions as called out by the IAEA milestones process. And so we work on issues such as, where does nuclear fit in the energy mix? What is it necessary to do to set up a regulator to manage and oversee a nuclear program? And how do you engage with the public in nuclear to make sure that the public has confidence that the government will provide appropriate oversight and that the program will be safe? Because frankly, nuclear doesn't have the best reputation in the world, and that goes back to some things that people in Turkey understand very well from the Chernobyl accident, or going to more modern history, the Russia's irresponsible and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and the occupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, people have questions, and we as governments have to be ready to answer them. And so FIRST is one of the instruments that we use to help countries work. Our Department of Energy has a series of programs focused on safety and security as well that complement what we do through FIRST. But fundamentally, everywhere I go, everywhere all of our diplomats go to talk about nuclear energy, it's a conversation about if, not you must, but if you want nuclear, let's do it right, and let's do it together with the United States. Now, of course, I'll make one commercial plug here. We want to see that U.S. companies are involved in that process because nuclear safety doesn't happen by accident, pardon the joke. Nuclear safety happens planning and building a safety culture. And we think that with 70 years of operating nuclear power plants safely in the United States, we can help provide and build that safety culture together with our partners. I'll leave it there and let's move on to your next question when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. These are very accurate points. However, we need to go to Andrei in order to understand the perspective of the Romania and Southeast Europe, because United States also very active in that regions to promote SMRs, including Turkey as well. So we heard your perspective as a representative of US government, but let's try to understand the perspective from the field as well. So Andrei, what are you thinking about the future of SMRs in Romania and SEE region?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me and for this event, the Atlantic Council team. This is a timely and great event, as always. If I may, let me just start a bit with what the EU has been doing over the last few years when it comes to nuclear, because I think the narrative and the way the EU, the European Union, approaches or looks at the nuclear power in the future has changed over the last few years. We've seen the crisis in 2022, and now I think more than ever, Europe is looking at solutions that are at the same time reliable, firm in terms of the output, the electricity output, but also to some extent local, so that the imports, the dependency on fossil fuel imports from unreliable, let's say, partners would diminish in time. So I think that's the reason why Europe is looking into that, but at the same time we are talking about domestic-led decisions when it comes to nuclear. So nuclear by definition is or going ahead with a nuclear agenda is a domestic-led decision, not an EU, or it hasn't been a EU-led decision up to this moment, which I think it's important to understand that. Now, when it comes to Central and Eastern Europe, we have seen over the last years, not necessarily from 2022, but even before that, a focus on nuclear or a refocus, if you want. I like to call it a sort of a revival of the nuclear energy sector in Central and Eastern Europe. I think it's really the case when it comes to both utility scale as well as SMRs. We've seen this, let's say, corridor, if you want, of early adopters of SMR technologies from Poland to Romania, Bulgaria, and so on and so forth. I think this is, an important conversation to have in the region, and most probably in the future, probably not in the very short future, but in the medium future, this will be a part of the element for 2050 and how these member states or other member states from the vicinity of the EU member states will adopt SMRs. But I also want to point how relevant the region is when it comes to geopolitics of nuclear and in general the nuclear power sector, because I think the Black Sea is particularly important in that sense. If we look at the commitment of a number of member states taken at COP28 in Dubai last year, a strong commitment to triple nuclear capacity by 2050, and if you make an exercise and remove from that list those very big players of nuclear energy like the US, like South Korea and all that, most of the remaining countries on the list are in either Central or Eastern Europe or in the Black Sea, let's say, region. Unfortunately, Turkey is not there, but the region as a whole is present there. So everyone has signed on the commitment to triple nuclear capacity in the region, which includes utility-scale reactors as well as SMRs. And I think that's critical to understand, and it's critical to understand how important the region is when it comes to nuclear development and the adoption of these technologies that are emerging in the nuclear field. And I'll stop here, and maybe we can continue on that.
Yeah, maybe as an appetizer question I need to ask. That was my backstage, but basically, but as we started to discuss about the geopolitics, I feel obliged myself to ask in this point. About the Turkish perspective on nuclear and SMRs, well, you know that Turkey is working with Rosatom for the first large-scale nuclear power plant in Akkuyu. But if you look at the Turkey's recently published National Energy Plan, you can see a clear reference to SMRs. Turkey is supporting, in principle, the SMR construction as well. But when it comes to the geopolitics, I want to ask to you, Andrei, and Mr. Friedman as well, simultaneously. What are the geopolitical tension points when it comes to the SMRs, especially in Southeastern Europe? How do you see it? Which actors, Russia or China, will react it? How do you consider it? And actually, I'm also very curious about the U.S. perspective for this as well. Maybe, Andrei, you can answer first, and Mr.
No, I'll let Mr. Friedman first.
Okay.
Yep.
Question. It's a very relevant question, and because it goes back to what I was talking about: safety, security, and non-proliferation. And SMR technology promises to be the game changer for not just Southeast Europe, but across the world. SMRs can be used to replace coal-fired power plants. They can be dedicated to data centers. They can be dedicated to industrial processes. And we have examples of those under development in the United States. And some of our program work is actually with partner countries in Southeast Europe, if you include Ukraine in that definition, where we're actually piloting these technologies. So the geopolitics are that you have actors, like-minded actors like the United States, and I will include France and England and the UK, that is, and Japan and Korea in that club, of countries who see their primary mission when they talk about nuclear energy is to do it safely, security, and to the highest standards of non-proliferation. We don't hear that from the other countries you mentioned, from Russia or China. Now, I'm not going to say that Russian reactors are unsafe, but its safety culture starts with how you talk about it and then how you act on it in building and operating a nuclear power plant. And the geopolitics are that if you're not focused on safety and security, then your result won't necessarily be that way. And so the United States wants to work with our partners to achieve nuclear development around the world at the highest and most safe level. Now, when we talk about the COP28 tripling nuclear pledge, and I'm glad that's already come up, that's a huge proposition. In the United States alone, we're talking about 300 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2050. That's tripling what we have. To achieve that, we would have to start by 2030 deploying and operating 10 gigawatt scale reactors a year. That is a major industrial investment. And the United States can't do that alone. And no country can do it alone. So we need to engage all of our like-minded partners in the supply chain, in developing the most important asset, human capital, so that we can actually achieve that tripling pledge. So let me stop there and let others respond or criticize what I've said.
Andrei, would you like to intervene?
No, I would completely agree, and I'll try to not be redundant. I fully agree that the track record of these like-minded partners in the region on nuclear is proven, and it's a clear track record of how the transatlantic partnership has worked on both sides of the Atlantic. I mean, for the benefit of both sides of the Atlantic, and I think that's important going ahead. But as you mentioned, I mean, the region over the last, let's say, 10-15 years has been a field in which geopolitics of nuclear have played a role. And We have seen actors, even in Romania, going back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was, conversation with the Chinese, let's say, counterparts on that. This is my personal view. I'm happy to say that now the SMR program and even the utility scale expanded program is back to, the discussions are back with our strategic partners, the US. But once again, it's an important region because it is a region that is facing energy security tensions and has faced these tensions for quite a while. And I think that's the reason why nuclear also plays a huge role here and how the geopolitical dynamics are in the region.
Okay. So let's shift a little bit to commercial side as well. And then I want to ask Emre. Emre, I think you have a competitive advantage in this panel because you worked in almost all type of energy projects. You work for coal power plants, you work for gas power plants, you work for renewables. Probably you haven't worked for nuclear, I don't know, but you are working on it, I know. So the nuclear in the not very long shot, but in the mid to long shot is considered as the basic pillar of the electricity system in terms of balancing the renewables, since we need base loads. And currently, the gas power plants are the backbones of the base load system in all around the world, also in Turkey. Storages are slowly becoming commercially viable, and we see implementations not only in Turkey, in Romania, in Bulgaria, in other Southeastern European regions. So my key question is going to be for you, how this renewable energy systems and technologies as well as SMRs can go hand in hand together? Are they complementary to each other, or are you considering that to some point we will see some competition in these resources? What do you think? Yeah, this is a difficult question, I know.
Actually, everybody is looking for the same thing, safe, secure energy, reliable energy, and the cheapest energy. So that's all what we are looking for. And if you look at all these requirements and the available technologies, it is not easy to achieve all these targets with only one technology. So the nuclear was the cornerstone of the global energy market for a while, and I believe it will play a significant role. But for the time being, just maybe I'm biased just because I'm coming mainly from the renewable side, but now we are living in a renewable era for the time being. So according to the recent reports that we are reading actually, till 2030, 5,500 gigawatt hours of new renewable capacity will be introduced all over the world. And this 5,500 megawatt means the total installed capacity in China, in US, in EU, in India altogether. And this is going to be constructed not only for sustainable reasons, but renewable energy is the cheapest energy resource for the time being. But of course, as I said, it ticks the cheapest part, but then the reliability part came to the question. Okay, the sun is available in the morning, wind, it depends actually. So that's why we also need to find an answer to that part of the equilibrium as well. So I think at that stage, especially SMRs with their high flexibility, ramp up and ramp down abilities, they will come as the support and complementary for the renewables, and of course they can provide the base load as well. So I think the right mixture between renewables and SMRs, the nuclears, in a safe operation philosophy will be the answer for us to provide that we all looking for safe, secure, reliable, and low-cost solution.
Okay. Then I will ask another difficult question because I feel that you're reluctant to answer my question. as an originator or generator, most probably you have many times worked on merit order to discover the price and the marginal price. If you had a nuclear power plant, where would you put the nuclear power plant in the merit order to discover the price? I'm trying to turn my question the other way to get your answer as much as possible.
This morning, I think that was a question for our colleagues in Romania, the cost of electricity for SMR.
Yeah, I asked.
We couldn't get the response. So, but what I know actually, based on my literature work, the cost of SMRs are not low. The levelized cost of electricity. So that's why most probably, likewise in Turkey, they will be coming with some separate agreements, which is just lowering the market value. Market quantity for us. But again, I believe renewables will be the first in the merit order. So they will be the ones which will be dispatched. So it is not a major competitor for renewables, but for gas and coal, mainly in Turkey.
Yeah, that's absolutely, because if we see more nuclear power plants in Turkey, basically this is going to replace other baseload power plants, and basically this is going to be the coal and gas power plants, and it's going to be very much about the competitiveness of these commodities. Okay, so I would like to move to Stefan. I will relieve you as a moment. I will go to the Stefan. Stefan, you have bank and finance quarters experiences as well as commercial experiences too. When we look at the SMR and nuclear projects, we see that order books are slowly being filled. But on the other hand, still, the technologies and the types and construction approaches are being discussed in the SMRs. So what's your perspective in order to make more commercially viable these projects, not only in this part of the world, but in the globally? What would be your recommendations?
Yeah, and thanks for the question, and happy to be here. Thanks to the Atlantic Council for the invitation. It's been an informative past day and a half. Just a couple of numbers to put this in perspective. So, tripling nuclear globally, what does that really mean? That's about a terawatt worth of supply that needs to come online, of capacity. That's a $5 trillion opportunity over the next 20, 25 years. And that's about a $600 million a day investment for the next 20 to 25 years. So there's a lot of market to be built and to be captured around the world. When it comes to SMRs, not all of that is going to be SMRs, but say a large percentage. And the way to think about SMRs is, you're very right with respect to order books. The paradigm when it comes to building nuclear is to move from projects to products, right? One thing that SMRs connote that can be possible is that their small, standardized footprint is something that can largely be built in a manufacturing facility. There you can increase the labor productivity. There you can also control for environmental factors. And there you can approach something that looks much more like a submarine or more like an airplane. Those costs, we talk about the cost of SMRs. How much does an SMR cost? The answer is, who knows, right? No one really knows. And because we don't have that information, it really is going to take a public-private partnership to buy down some of the risk and really get the learning and the information and the skill set to really get to an nth of a kind cost. That's really what we want. And levelized cost of energy is actually not the right metric, but we can talk about that later. So really the way that I think about this is three components. Number one is you need these order books, as I mentioned. That's the supply. And you need a big supply to really get from first of a kind to nth of a kind. Fine, because that's where the learning is going to come from. But that needs to be backstopped by a strong and durable demand signal. And that strong and durable demand signal will come from a pool of off-takers, whether that be data centers, whether that be utilities, whether that be industrial facilities. Essentially, they need to come up and step up and basically say, we're willing to buy 30, 40, 50 of these in aggregate, one design. And I think that's the other thing that needs to be brought out here is, at least in the SMR space, there's everything from very well-defined designs to things that exist on PowerPoint. They're not all going to make to commercial viability, but still the honing process to go and spend or to focus on just a few designs to really build up the skill set on those. And then perhaps after a while, you can go and expand into other designs. But really, the order book should be 1 or 2 or 3 designs, one order book each, backed by a large, creditworthy group of creditworthy counterparties. And the risk part, the third part, is actually where the public sector comes in. And here, again, because we don't actually know how much these things cost, there's only so much that an EPC can do, there's only so much that a development firm can do, there's only so much that a vendor can do. I think there should be some sort of construction cost overrun insurance because you want to bound that unbounded risk for the first few. Get the learning. This is a public good, what this education actually provides. And then after the first 2 or 3 or 4, then it's fully within the capability of the commercial sector to ramp up scale and ramp down cost.
Very good points. Andre, you want to intervene because I will have some comments, but please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I mean, I fully agree, and over the last 2 days we have agreed on so many things, the two of us, that it seems that I don't bring anything new, but we kind of have a saying in Romania that it doesn't matter if it's cheap or expensive as long as it's not expensive. Now. I think costs are very important. Don't get me wrong. Costs are very important, and I get the feeling of policymakers and customers that look at some of the nuclear facilities and at the increasing cost of some nuclear facilities, and they wonder what is happening. Sure, but my point is that once you build the nuclear reactor, be it small or utility scale, then you have predictability of prices.
100%.
And what to a large extent, affected the European, let's say, energy market in 2022 with the high prices was, of course, the high prices in absolute terms, but also the unpredictable, let's say, evolution of prices, which is not the case for nuclear facilities. Once you've built that, including the increased cost that you have, for safety reasons and security, as Mr. Friedman was mentioning, then the output that you have there is predictable for 30, 40, and plus years if you get an extension of the license. So predictability in prices is sometimes overlooked, or we are not talking enough about that. This is a huge advantage, I think, when it comes to nuclear, facilities.
I just want to double down that.
I see you, Mr. Friedman. Please, you go ahead, Steve, and then actually I will give the floor to Mr. Friedman.
Sure. I want to double down on that, and that's why the metric for measuring the value of nuclear needs to be updated. It's not levelized cost of energy anymore. No. That is insufficient. It shouldn't have been used for renewable energy anyway. We're talking about overall system cost and system reliability, and what nuclear can provide is something that is just not captured in the markets, right? And so an energy-only market is insufficient to actually capture the value of nuclear. And so if you're really thinking about how you can instantiate nuclear, you really have to think about what is your electricity market, and what are the mechanisms to essentially take the market price out of the value signal that nuclear provides.
Yeah, Mr. Friedman, yes.
Yeah, I agree with the points from the last two speakers 100%. And just wanted to add one more factor, because we're getting back to bring it back to geostrategy and national competitiveness. There's something that countries have to think about as they look at nuclear, and that is the first mover advantage. Now, I'll give Romania a pat on the back. They made a very bold decision at COP26, was that almost 3 years ago now, to go forward with a reactor, an SMR reactor project, when there was no example of that reactor on the market or visible, someone could pick the tires of and say, yes, that works, we have cost numbers for constructing it, we're comfortable. So being the first mover, Romania took the risk of addressing or having to address potential for cost overruns. But the first mover advantage is by being the first country and first group of companies to develop a project, they're in a position to then level up and to have a fleet program where their companies, their country will get the benefits of having already developed the supply chain, already developed the infrastructure, already developing the support systems to help other countries and other projects within Romania achieve that low cost that we all hope to achieve with SMRs. So as countries make national decisions about nuclear, they need to think about first mover advantage as a counterweight to the real risk of first of a kind.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Emre, then I want to ask a question to you as well after all these discussions. Yes, I know that you are working on the renewables, but do you see any obstacles if SMR projects are realized in Turkey to connect the grid? Do you think that we have any technical problems right now?
Not really. And in my previous assignment, I also look for the use case for SMRs in Turkey. Actually, the main bottleneck in front of us for new developments, I just put the financing cost and other issues aside. Generally, what we struggle is the public acceptance and the grid, the grid connectivity. These are the two main obstacles, because otherwise you can find some solutions just to walk around, actually. For the timing, what we come up was, I know there are a lot of colleagues here in this room who are really pro-coal power plants. So please excuse me, but the easiest way is the just transition, as we are talking about. So there are a lot of coal power plants in Turkey that we can convert them. So just to eliminate the furnace and put the SMR and try to use the remaining part, the steam turbine, transmission lines, and switchyards. So that will be the easiest transformation for Turkey. And still, maybe it's not the agreed point, but if the coal power plants will be the first to be hit by the SMRs due to the merit order, then this will be a solution, a sustainable solution for us, so that we don't create additional grid issues for us. And on the social acceptance, I don't really think that the public will resist to SMRs more than coals. So we can fix that issue as well, as long as we also find the financing by the just transition or green transition funds. I think that will be the easiest way to adapt SMRs into Turkey and just use the available plants as much as possible.
As you said that we are all looking for the use case, and Romania is leading this process with the SMR project. So Andrei, can you give us insights from Romania? What's the public acceptance right now? How this project is going to be financed? Is there any financial scheme? Will be a kind of a government-supported project, or will be a merchant power plant? Can you give us a little bit details of this use case?
I'll try to address mostly the social part, because the other part is still, I mean, I don't work with the government. I'm not part of the, let's say, government team, but I know that they're advancing on also the financing scheme, and we have seen advancements over the last years. I hope, and Mr. Friedman, I'm sure that he knows more than I do on that front. But I think that the project is going ahead. Of course, it will take time. It will take more time than an utility scale, let's say, project, because there is a first of a kind, more or less. So there is some time needed there. But on the social acceptance part, I don't think Romania had any issue at any moment in time. I'm actually coming from my hometown is Chernavoda, is the town that actually hosts or has the nuclear power plant, utility scale nuclear power plant, and it was not not in my backyard. It was yes in my backyard. You know, we were proud of having a state-of-the-art nuclear facility, and I don't think let's say the social acceptance was ever an issue at that point. I don't foresee that being a huge issue in Romania, but nevertheless, once again, the dialogue that policymakers and nuclear power operators and developers need to have with the communities is still relevant and important to do in the next few years. And just to quickly address the point that you asked before, Emre, on grids, I think that is an issue across the board. We have these issues in the US, we have that in Europe, in the European Union, we have that in Eastern Europe. Although I was struck by the number of high transmission line poles that you have from the airport to here, there are a number of them, and still you have adequacy issues. That's still something. But if you want to see a sort of a silver lining in the fact that the lead time to deploy nuclear is high, is that also the grid deployment time is high. Right, so you need 10 years to deploy high transmission lines in Europe and North America. You still arguably less than that to deploy nuclear facilities. So we have now the opportunity to plan in advance both the grid, the backbone, and the nuclear capacity, which is not a luxury that the renewable technologies have at the moment, because they are ready to invest, they are ready to deploy, but the grid adequacy is at limit, right? So that's the advantage that we would have on nuclear. We have time to plan ahead.
It's good. So I want to turn to room to ask, is there any question or not? Yes, I see a hand is rising over there. A lady, I guess. Please, can you ask your question?
Can you? Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you for the very informative panel and all the panelists and the moderator. I would like to address my question to Mr. Justin Friedman. I understand now your job is mostly promoting SMRs, but I want to enlarge it a little bit for the case of Turkey. Because we have this increasing demand of energy, and yesterday our Minister of Energy talked, and he talked about our goal of reaching 20 megawatts at the end of 2053, and 1/4 of these are SMRs. I share the concerns of the panelists regarding them, but with this energy demand in Turkey and increasing, we really also need commercial reactors. And Romania is very proud to say that they had the chance to build their reactors with Western technology because they are very unique and lucky because they have these uranium sources, so they can go for CANDU reactors. However, this will not be the case for Turkey. We will need pressure water reactors. However, we really have financing issues. That's why we had to go for BOO model. And you talked about nuclear safety and security. When we talk about nuclear, it's much more beyond the security of to provide a base load energy. And of course, we don't have now proliferation concerns, but we have safeguards concerns. So not only accidents, but also incidents are very important. And Turkey is a NATO country. So I really wonder if US has any proposals or any plans or work on any other projects regarding commercial reactors in Turkey. And I also have a little questions regarding SMRs that you said, it's predictable, the cost of the energy. Does this cost also include the future waste management and decommissioning costs also? And, can you give me a number? Anyone, please? Thank you.
I think I'll take the first half and leave the numbers to the folks who crunch numbers for a living. Yes, the answer is yes. We are in discussions with Turkey, with the government of Turkey on how we can bring U.S. companies into Turkey to develop nuclear projects at the grid scale and also at the SMR scale. I can't go much beyond that because there are proprietary issues involved about which companies and which projects, but I'm very aware of the challenge of financing projects in Turkey, and build, own, operate has its advantages and it has its risks. And one of the risks is, or I should say, one of the disadvantages to BOO is that it reduces the incentive for the suppliers to invest in the supply chain in the host country. Mm-hmm. So this is a conversation that we're having very actively with the government of Turkey. There are opportunities to build blended models where you have companies join projects and outside financiers act in that developer role. But these are the very preliminary stages, and I don't want to get ahead of that. But we do want to work with Turkey on grid scale projects. The other point I'll make is that I would not exclude SMRs from the grid scale project. SMRs may be small, but at the average capacity is 300 megawatts. Or if you put two together at a coal plant, you're more than replacing the power of a typical coal plant in Turkey or in Southeast Europe. So, and those are on the grid. So I would include SMRs into the mix of addressing Turkey's grid baseload demand mix and actively working on it to make the project possible.
And we have two more questions, but before going to questions, is there any intervention from the panel for the question? No, then actually we can go. Ana Palacios, the first, and the lady, the second. And before asking your questions, can you introduce yourself, please, as well?
Excuse me, if I can.
Not for you, for all,
okay.
people, please.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is just referring to the first intervention. Fortunately, in Europe at large, except my government, Spain and Belgium, but even the CDU, the German CDU, is moving towards reconsidering nuclear. So, but your comment is absolutely right. That depends on the capitals, and this creates an imbalance. And yes, the fifth enlargement countries, so the Central and Eastern European Union members now, are the ones that are leading. Now, my question is, about fusion. You haven't spoken about fusion. Is this realistic or not? Because there is a lot of money being invested in the United States in particular. Is this realistic? And if so, what is your opinion? What is the time frame? Because my second question is on know-how. I mean, in Europe, we don't have welders. We have forgotten the way to build the core. And I think that in the United States there is a bit of the same challenge. It's true that we need to ramp up, and that we cannot say that we are in a normal speed in nuclear until we have again the experience of not building one, but building several of the 1,000 or 800 megawatts. So my question to you is, how do you see that we can address this issue of expertise, and what is your opinion on fusion?
Who wants to answer the question?
All right,
Okay.
Do you want to?
No, please.
All right.
No, please.
Well, I guess I'll start then. Let me start with fusion then. I would say that, you bring up the point that there's a lot of money going into fusion. I would counter that, that there's a lot of venture capital money. So I think there's a lot of exploration that's happening with respect to fusion. It's an exciting technology. I don't think it's necessarily commercial ready in relevant timescales. And what I mean by relevant timescales is the next, say, 1 to 3 years. Beyond that, who's to say but I think there's a lot of excitement there, and I think there should continue to be investment in that area. So that's on fusion. On workforce development, look, that is a huge issue. If we're really trying to triple nuclear capacity and we're all trying to do it at the same time, where are we going to get the skill sets from? This is one of the key elements within this nuclear scaling initiative that my organization with the Clean Air Task Force and Nuclear Threat Initiative are looking at. How do you scale, or what are the conditions necessary to create nuclear scaling at the pace that's required? One way to think about that is to partner with those who have built recently. Let's be frank, the South Koreans are excellent. The Emiratis have just proven that they have the skill set to deliver on time and on budget. I think it's in our best interest to partner with them, reskill, and basically do on a larger scale what the Emiratis did with the Koreans. The Emiratis 15 years ago did not have the skill set to build nuclear reactors. Now they do. I think that is a approach that should be strongly considered. I don't know if others have ideas.
Yeah. Then we can take another question, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Pirkko Hämäläinen. I'm ambassador of Finland in Ankara and very interested in when it comes to nuclear questions. In Finland, you find people of which over 80% are for the nuclear energy, and they want even more. That sounds, in these days, a little bit peculiar, because I know that, for example, in Europe, it has been a little bit difficult for nuclear countries to keep up the faith in nuclear and as SMRs. And also in our case, I think in Europe it was the biggest power plant or reactor which was built recently. It was commissioned last year with 1,600 megawatts. But SMRs are something which we already hear that it provides us a really a new perspective to the future. In our case, we follow Romania. Our capital, Helsinki, their energy company has started a program that they have SMRs probably for the district heating in next decade. And they are, by the way, looking for the providers and the companies which could provide that to them. My question is that when I'm thinking my country, it is essential that the public finance is there, because the risks for commercial side for the companies is quite a big. So how do you see what should be? My point of departure is that there should be public-private financing also in the future for SMRs. But what should be the share? Where the taxpayers' kind of part should end and the commercial part start? Thank you.
I think more relevant to you, Steve, I believe, this question.
But you want me to keep talking, or?
Okay.
Andre,
go ahead.
Oh, but it's up to you.
I will give a partial answer so that others can weigh in. One useful way of thinking about public funds is, and this is something that we've learned in the US with respect to Plant Vogtle that just went, Unit 4 just came online earlier this year. It's a success in terms of how it runs. One of the lessons learned from Vogtle, though, is getting the design right and getting construction documents and having all the information so that your construction ready. Doing all those front-end engineering design, getting that level of detail, getting it to tender level detail of documentation, engagement with the community, all of that upfront work, probably hundreds of millions of dollars, but that saves you billions of dollars on the back end. And that's one way to de-risk, and that's also a great way to build confidence and public education and skill building across the ecosystem.
Just wanted to go back to my previous point that, you know, going ahead with a nuclear facility, with a nuclear reactor is a domestic-led decision, right? So that depends a lot on the starting point of that particular geography, you know, budget space, whether or not PPAs are a thing in that particular geography or not, whether or not there's space for bonds, you know, that can be issued for this type of investment. So that depends on a lot of things. However, I think we are talking about two different ways or venues of financing. Utility scale, because, you know, the financing of that has been, you know, tested and you know, has reached scale in so many geographies in so many ways, we kind of have a track record for that. We don't necessarily have a track record for financing SMRs, and that's why, you know, first movers like Romania are testing these solutions. But once again, to do that and for financiers to put money in a, you know, profitable, let's say, a business case, you need to, what you were mentioning, to bring down the number of designs from, you know, different stages of designs to those that are really close to, you know, a functioning model, so that financiers can see the time to market, basically, and the time to EBITDA, if you want.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes left to end the panel. If question, I can take the last question. Yes, please.
Thank you. Sinan Tavşan from Japanese newspaper Nikkei. I have two questions, if I may. One is for Mr. Friedman. You mentioned that apart from SMRs, there can be also interest from the US for the grid scale in a preliminary stage. I assume this is a conventional big nuclear power plant reactor, apart from SMRs. Now Turkey is negotiating with China on the Thrace region and with Russia and Korea on the Sinop in the Black Sea region. So are you talking for any specific site and alone with US or with like Japanese partners, etc., which you keep joining forces a lot in nuclear energy? That is one. And second one is about the SMRs. The Turkish ministry is always saying it should be private sector-led, and the energy-intensive industries especially should employ these. Does Turkish companies have any interest and any financial and technical power to assume these? My question is for the Çalık Enerji. Thank you.
So very quickly on the first question, it's up to the government of Turkey and the people of Turkey to decide where they want to locate nuclear power plants. And so right now, the only 3 sites that have been identified for grid scale are, of course, Akkuyu and Sinop and İnegöl. So we're not going to tell the government of Turkey where to put the reactors, but if in those sites that they've mentioned, that's where we're having conversations about the possibility of U.S. involvement.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much to all and my dear friends for your very insightful ideas. And I believe this vivid discussion gave a broad framework to everybody to understand the future of the SMRs as well as nuclear power. So we will have 15 minutes coffee break after this session, but please be with us again 3:40 for enhancing, after 15 minutes, maybe, yeah, 3:40 for enhancing Turkey-Greece relations and energy cooperation, to be moderated by dear Grady Wilson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Grady Wilson, Deputy Director of Turkey Programs at the Atlantic Council.
Demetrius, please. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Grady Wilson. I'm Deputy Director of the Atlantic Council Turkey Programs. First, I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone who has chose to stick with us on the tail end of our conference. We have an excellent panel on regional geopolitics coming up next, so I really do hope you will stay to finish us out. But before we get to that, I have what I really feel is a really interesting and exciting conference, a panel on Turkey-Greece relations and energy cooperation. There aren't many two countries in the world with a more complex and challenging history than Turkey and Greece. That being said, we'll ask panelists to constrain their remarks and this discussion to only the most recent centuries, I think. 30 years ago, the two sides came to the brink of war. 4 years ago, they came again very close, much too close for comfort. But over the last year and a half, without exaggerating, we've seen a really remarkable change in the tenor of the relationship, the rhetoric and the environment around it. But what I really want to get to at the bottom of this panel is where does it go from here? And I think to do that, we need a better understanding of the priorities of both sides and the interests of both sides. And secondly, what are the implications of productive, cooperative relationship between Turkey and Greece? And to continue that train of thought, how do we get there? Because Turkish-Greek relations and the recent détente has major implications beyond just the two countries, though we'll get to that as well. It means a healthier relationship, opens the door to a more stable and stronger southeast frontier of NATO and more reliable and affordable supply of energy for Europe. Joining us today is an excellent panel with decades of experience and expertise on these issues. Sitting to my left is Dimitris Saurhas, Head of EU Projects and Partnerships at Virginia Tech's Center for European and Transatlantic Studies and also affiliated with the Wilson Center. Mehmet Ötçü, Chairman of Global Resource Partners, and Kostas Stambolis, Chairman and Executive Director, Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe. We'll also have Gülür Gezer from TEPAV joining us shortly. A kind reminder to everyone that this panel is on the record. We encourage you to engage with us on social media. And with all that being said, I really want to just jump into the panel and start with kind of framing this conversation. I'll start with Dimitris. I really feel that one of the most interesting developments in Turkey's foreign relations over the past 2 years has been a turnaround in the country's relationship with Greece that we talked about. As you wrote in a recent blog post on our blog, the Atlantic Council's Turkey Source, that's a shameless plug, the two countries came close to the brink of conflict as recently as 2020. What is driving Turkey-Greece, respectively, towards rapprochement, in your view, please?
Thank you very much, Grady. Thank you, to Defne, and to the entire Atlantic Council team for having me here in this, what we in Greece call the city of cities, beautiful Istanbul, and of course as someone who has spent a large part of his career in this country, in Ankara, it's always a particular pleasure to be back, so thank you very much for the invitation. You're right, I mentioned the fact that the countries came to that very perilous situation in the summer of 2020. It was the first time after almost 15 years that they were about to fight it out again in the Aegean, and it was a moment of peril, particularly because it seems to me that the United States role played out in the 1990s was not the same anymore in 2020. So in some respects we had a country like Germany that was, if you like, the mediator to make sure that things would not get out of hand completely. But of course I think the bigger picture here is, as you mentioned, the new rapprochement 2.0, because I think it's important for the audience to keep in mind that the original rapprochement between Greece and Turkey has set the foundations for what we are experiencing today. So back in the late 1990s, early 2000s, under very different circumstances, particularly for Turkey, who at the time was, of course, aspiring to become a full-fledged member of the European Union with all of the sort of rights and obligations that this was carrying, the momentum was there for agreements to be signed on issues such as low politics, tourism and citizen-to-citizen diplomacy, but also high politics as well. And so what we are able to do right now, I think, is keep up the momentum going from there, trying to leave behind the more negative moments and concentrate on what President Erdogan of Turkey before used to characterize a win-win scenario. I think we're getting closer to a win-win scenario, and that is for two reasons, if I may keep it very brief. The first is, I think on the part of Turkey, there is now clearly a realization that a large part of the normalization policy with the Western world, including the United States, and of course the European Union, goes through improved relations with Greece. And so there is, they say that geography is destiny. I think it's clear that as Turkey aspires to improve those relations with the Western world, in a way this goes through Greece. But at the same time, and I think that's equally important, maybe even more important, we now have the commitment on the part of the leadership of the two countries at the highest possible level to actually look at the core of the bilateral problems anew. And I would argue, although you referenced my piece, that we came close to that very perilous moment where a lot of the gains of the past were about to be sacrificed. Thankfully, we moved away from it. It seems to me now we have a new momentum. It seems to me we have a very firm commitment that President Erdogan and Prime Minister Mitsotakis have been reaffirming very frequently. Let's not forget, Greece and Turkey have the relations you described before, and now we have leaders who meet sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. That is a revolutionary change, and given how decisions are taken in our two countries, that is to say, at the highest level, the fact that this policy dialogue goes on, and maybe we can talk about this later on in more detail, is in itself extremely encouraging about us being able to avoid the mistakes of the past.
And that's really interesting you mentioned that, because the relationship between those two leaders was at a historic lows, as recently as 2 or 3 years ago. So we'll get back to that in some ways, but I want to turn to Mehmet Öçü. I'm going to give you a very general question, and I want you to take this where you want to take this. What are the potential areas of collaboration between Turkey and Greece bilaterally? Can you explore some of those for us?
I can, but right now I feel somehow insecure, sandwiched by 2 Greek friends.
You'll get back up shortly.
I hope that by the end of this session we will achieve some rapprochement.
As an American moderator, I'm here to be the neutral party refereeing between you two.
Good, that's what we need. And well, relations are getting better, of course, but we always have ups and downs, at certain periods. We have a feeling that things are going well. Now both countries will jump on the wagon and develop further collaborative activities. Then 1 or 2 rhetoric change all things. So I hope that this time there is a strong and solid understanding between the two leaders, because whatever we do, whether in energy, trade, climate change, finance, tourism, it all depends on the political climate in Athens and Ankara. Assuming that the relations will be good and both sides are willing to work together in a win-win proposition, there are so many areas to work together. One is, of course, already underway, natural gas linkage. The Azeri gas coming through TANAP and linked to Greece, it is already a strong link. From Greece, it also branches to Bulgaria and other countries interested. And there is also very strong interest on both sides to expand the electricity interconnectivity. Right now, there is a simple cable under development around, I think, 600 megawatts. This is too small, and there is a need probably to expand it so that two-way street electricity flow will be increased between the two countries. And we have been talking about perhaps joint exploration of hydrocarbons in the agency for ages. From the time when I was in the Foreign Office, we discussed this a lot, but it hasn't gone anywhere because of the demarcation lines, exclusive economic zones, continental shelf issues, and also FIR, and so many difficult issues involving our militaries as well. And hopefully, if there is a real rapprochement and understanding of win-win on both sides, there might be opportunities of hydrocarbon exploration in the Aegean. Then this leads me to the EastMed as well. When Turkey was using sort of a gunboat diplomacy, flexing military muscles alongside its exploration and seismic ships in EastMed. And there was also a bloc, anti-Turkish bloc, created between Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and Egypt. But this has changed now, because Turkey has improved relations with Egypt. Sisi was in Ankara recently. And also with Israel, things were so good until 8th of October. Now we plunge into a very difficult period again. And so there is perhaps a new role for Turkey, so that Greece, EU, and other Mediterranean countries could follow a more inclusive approach in the Mediterranean, because Turkey has the largest and longest coastline in EastMed among all other countries. It's the biggest economy to reckon with. So Turkey could be a spoiler in the region or game maker. Therefore, I think it's in the interest of all of us that Turkey could be included in any EastMed scenarios, going beyond natural gas, because in the morning we had a discussion about natural gas in EastMed as well. It's a growing frustration now. We thought that Egypt was the superpower in natural gas. However, it's not that easy now to attain the goals. And also, I think in the renewables and the climate change mitigating strategies, there is room to improve collaboration between the two sides. And if you bring the EU to the table using a Greek membership, and Turkey can leverage also a lot of opportunities, bringing EU finance, changing the EU approach towards Turkey, Mediterranean, and Southeast Europe, there will be more and more opportunities and synergies to be created. But for this to happen, I think Ankara and Athens should have a cool-headed and interest-based, mutually respectful strategy between themselves. Then I think the rest could flow on that, and probably from this session will emerge a couple of ideas that we can present also to leaders.
If you could be so bold. I want to kind of drill down on one particular aspect you said, which is electricity and gas. Kostas, to start with you, you proposed earlier this year forming a bilateral standing committee on electricity and gas between Turkey and Greece. Could you elaborate on that proposal for the group and how that would contribute to bilaterally and to the region?
Last April 25th, we organized here in Istanbul the first Greek-Turkish Energy Forum. This took me 20 years to organize. I started back in 2003. I made another attempt a few years later. But it happened in last April. Why? Because on December 13th, 2023, our two prime ministers, the president of Turkey and Greece, Mitsotakis, got together in Athens. They signed a friendship and cooperation agreement. And this opened the door for better understanding and cooperation. Now, obviously, Greek and Turkish companies did not wait for this agreement to be signed to work. We have been working together for more than 20 years. And as Mehmet said, electricity, we have, since 2010, we have an electricity connection for 40 kV. Now we're going to upgrade this. Gas, even earlier, 2007, the Greek-Turkish gas interconnector was put into operation. It connects Komotini and Karacabey. It's a 280-kilometer pipeline with 80 kilometers in Greece and the rest in Turkey. And Greece is importing gas. All the gas which imports on land comes through Turkey. Greek-Turkish interconnector, which is a small amount of gas. The gas which we get from Russia goes via Turkey and Bulgaria. And then, of course, we have TAP, which is TANAP getting into TAP. So our relationship on energy with Turkey has been quite strong. In a way, Greece is depending on Turkey when it comes to gas imports. But over the years, we have developed other areas, for example, renewables. There are Greek companies which have invested in Turkish renewable scene and vice versa. We estimate the total amount to be near 1 billion over the last 5 years. So, and then we have oil exports. We have been exporting diesel oil to Turkey for many years, sometimes large quantities, other times lesser. And of course, there's cooperation on market regulation and electricity exchanges. So we have 5 very distinct areas where Greece and Turkey already cooperate. However, as was rightly pointed out at the start, it was the political scene that changed and enabled us to get the various players in the market together, because state companies still play a very important role, both in Turkey and in Greece. And they needed this endorsement, political endorsement, so they could come together on the same table. With a very successful one-day conference, about 30 speakers from both countries, 120 attendees, and somebody from the audience said, look, even if Greece and Turkey go to war, we still need to have such meetings. So that shows you the enthusiasm that there is in the sector, in the energy sector in both countries. Of course, there are other areas where we can work together, but I think that makes a very good start, and we are already consolidating on these areas of work.
Thank you so much, Kostas.
Can I just add one point which I missed actually,
You may.
very briefly? The collaboration between Turkey and the islands. Because some of the Greek islands are closer to Turkey, much closer than the mainland Greece. Now there is so little interaction between them. Perhaps I think this could be one of the areas where we can focus, because these islands will benefit a great deal, not only in energy, but also in other areas, so that closer collaboration, once, of course, the confidence building is underway.
And that's already started to some extent with the visa liberalization that came into effect earlier this year, I think. So definitely a lot of potential there. I want to introduce Gülür Gezer, Program Director, Foreign Policy Program at TEPAV, the Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us. So just to recap, Dimitris gave a great overview of the relationship as we are now, what's driving kind of the rapprochement. And then Mehmet Bey and Kostas talked about the areas where we can collaborate. But I want to get back to this rapprochement that's ongoing. I think something that wasn't said was how the earthquake tragedy that Turkey experienced in February 2023 really opened the door to the two sides coming together the way they did. And of course, that's not the only reason. There's underlying interests of both sides. But what did that have an effect in terms of changing the psychology and leading us to where we are today?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I'm terribly sorry for being late. Istanbul is my hometown, but every time I get stuck in traffic for 2.5 hours, I remind myself that I'm doing good living in Ankara. So I came from the Asian side, and it took me exactly 2 hours, 40 minutes to get here, and I'm very, very sorry once again. So yes, thank you very much for your question, and my regards to the rest of the panelists. Now, of course, the earthquake we had in February the 6th was not the first earthquake tragedy that actually brought the two sides together. The earthquakes in 1999 also created a positive environment between the two countries, but unfortunately that didn't last long. But the reason why I think there is a difference today is that the world is changing. And we have a more unpredictable environment around us. We have a war in the north of the Black Sea, and we have a war in the Middle East. And energy security, we're talking about energy security, has become even more important nowadays. And we do have our differences. That is way beyond our panel and way beyond the discussion of this, I think, forum. But I think both sides understand from a pragmatic point of view that, first of all, we're stuck together, we're neighbors. We're not intending on going anywhere for the long term. And as there is more instability in the region, we can create a win-win situation if we cooperate. And we see that putting our differences aside, working on it behind closed doors, which I've always supported rather than talking through media. And this also, I think, is the case for politicians, because every time we have an election in Turkey or in Greece, we see that the tensions rise. But that doesn't really benefit Greece or Turkey. So I think both of the leaders of the two countries now approach this issue from a pragmatic point of view. And you know, there was the Vilnius summit, I don't know if you've mentioned that, the NATO summit where the two leaders came together, and then they decided to create a positive agenda. And I think that the Athens Declaration that was signed last year in Athens was really historic. There were three main aspects to it. So that was jump-starting the political dialogue, including the exploratory talks, which is maybe the most difficult issue that we have to resolve, but I think that can be resolved. And then the CBMs, the confidence-building measures, and the joint action plan. Within the framework of the joint action plan, there are many areas were determined for possible cooperation, and of course energy is one of them. And I think energy is one of the issues that we can actually start working from. That being said, of course, trade, education, transport, these are also very important issues. But the reason why, to come back to your question, the difference between the 1999 earthquakes and today is that as we're shifting towards a multidimensional, multipolar world, I think both countries want to minimize the uncertainties in our region. So I think we do have a great chance in moving forward, and definitely energy is one of the issues that we can work on.
Thank you so much. That was terrific. I want to turn to Dimitris to kind of continue that point, because I've heard from speakers in the past that the rivalry between Greece and Turkey is so entrenched, the issues are so complex, the overlapping, the entanglements there, that cyclical tensions between the two countries are basically inevitable. And that doesn't mean that it's not worth trying and that projects aren't worth exploring. But at the end of the day, these are two countries that will find a hard time sharing the same perspective and worldview. And maybe they don't have to even. But I want to get your take on that. What do you believe that that's true? And please.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Grady. No, I don't believe that this is true. The idea of cyclical tension between the two countries is a narrative that we have allowed to develop and establish itself over decades because of the failure by the political leadership of the two countries to grasp the opportunities that were available to us. And therefore, the idea that there is some kind of inevitability in relations between the two countries deteriorating every now and then is a prospect which I think goes completely against the interest of both nations. And it seems to me that the two leaders are now realizing that this particular window of opportunity that has now opened, given what's happening in our region, be it in Ukraine, be it in the Middle East, is one that we should not allow to close. Now, I have written as an academic in the past about some of the very real differences the two countries have. And although I don't want to draw any parallels which would be wrong here between other parts of the world, I have myself written that at least partly the modern identity of the two nations has been set, only partly, in juxtaposition to the other country. Now that's a structural problem. Okay? This isn't about political leadership. This is about things like education, the education system. This is about mentalities. This is about the role of the media in a 24-hour news cycle. These are structural things. They go way beyond today's governments. They go way beyond today's generations. But what we are able to do right now is to actually start touching on the thorny issues, Grady. I think we are facing an opportunity because, at least on the part of the Greek government, it is very clear that normalizing relations with Turkey on the basis of internationally agreed norms and principles is a way which will actually allow for concrete benefits to be reaped. And just let me add one more, because energy has been mentioned by people who are more specialists than myself. Let me talk about migration a little bit. Migration is an issue that I know is extremely important in this country, as it is in my own home country of Greece. And you know what's happening? What's happening is that ever since political relations started improving, cooperation on migration started improving. We were able to sign agreements between the Ministry of Migration and Asylum in Greece with the Home Affairs Office, the Home Ministry, the Interior Ministry in Turkey, and the result starts to show. Now, if cyclical deterioration of relations are not an inevitability, what kind of a way forward can we suggest? Let me humbly submit to our panel and to our audience that some kind of an external anchor is important for these relations to be fully normalized, so that we can then reach the higher echelons, which is the border questions, i.e. the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone over the Aegean. Now, in the past, what we had was interventions by states. I mentioned the United States and Germany before. I don't think that's an adequate strategy, because it's always about calling in the fire extinguishing brigade the moment the fire is out. We need to make sure we don't end up with a fire. And in the old days, when we missed the original rapprochement opportunity, we missed it because another opportunity was missed, which was Turkey's European Union membership. Let me just say once again, Turkey's European Union membership, which now seems to be forgotten on both sides, both in Brussels and in Ankara, was the one structural feature. I like talking about structures, as you've noticed. The one structural feature that could transform the entire Eastern Mediterranean, including, of course, the Cyprus problem. Because let's not kid ourselves, at the highest political level, in Greece at least, the notion of solving the Cyprus problem is a sine qua non of the full normalization with Turkey as a friend, ally, and neighbor. And in order to get there, we need certain structural pillars. So my hope would be, unrealistic as it may sound in 2024, is that Turkey's European Union aspirations get revived, and the transactional relationship between the European Union and Turkey becomes again a relationship based on values and principles instead.
Thank you so much for bringing up that context of the structural issue that is the imbalance there between then Turkey and then Greece and Cyprus as EU members, I think is an issue. But I want to turn to Mehmet Bey. Mehmet, can you talk a little bit about, do you see the EU playing a role in bringing these two countries together? I mean, as it's been mentioned, European energy security is a huge issue, and Greece and Turkey, a partnership can really help strengthen that. Do you see the EU playing a role there?
Well, both the EU and the US have lost the opportunity to play the honest broker in relations between Turkey and Greece, because South Cyprus and Greece becoming a member of the European Union, now they can condition all the relations and have their veto rights and what you have. So EU has lost this opportunity vis-à-vis Cyprus issue and other issues. Perhaps on energy, climate change, finance, yes, there might be opportunities. US the same way. Traditionally, US has pursued a very balanced approach vis-à-vis Turkey and Greece. Now we don't see that. Now, lots of new US military bases in Greece, or modernization, some of them. And clearly, Turkey is not in Washington's favor. Therefore, it's difficult to see whether EU could play such a role. We have to be selective. But if I were in the shoes of a Greek prime minister, I would, you will expect me to say so, I would strongly support Turkish accession to EU. Because this way there will be an anchor. Otherwise, relations could be disrupted in many ways, because Turkey's strategic autonomy will put it in such a position where relations could be spoiled easily. So if Turkey is strongly anchored in EU, there will be, carrot and stick policy, as in the past, could be played somehow. Therefore, I think there is a strong interest in Athens to keep Turkey strongly aligned with the European Union. But then, of course, Cyprus issue and deep-seated troubles from continental shelf to FIR and refugees coming from the Middle East, and all these issues will be spoiling the relationship. perhaps bury them for a while until relations are such that both sides can handle them. I mean, I'm saying the same thing between perhaps Russia and Ukraine. So deep-seated now, not the same kind of relationship, but you cannot reach a peace settlement in a Russian-Ukraine war until perhaps you park them somewhere and wait until the right international and regional environment will emerge. Therefore, I think the way forward is the right one now. Both leaders have an understanding, pragmatic approach, and bring EU when need be, especially on energy, climate change, and interconnections, including finance. But for Cyprus and Greece deciding for their own interests that Turkey should be brought closer to EU, what it means, not accession right away, of course. Nobody is expecting that, not in my lifetime, at least. But modernization of customs union, free movement of people, and there are many other areas where both sides can work. And if I were in the shoes of Mitsotakis, I will be one of the strong champions of that. As French, de Gaulle, not de Gaulle actually, who was it? Giscard d'Estaing played a leading role for bringing Greece closer to EU and then final membership. So I think there has to be a strategic calculation based on what the interests are. We are bound by geography. You know, if we were in the shoes, in the location of New Zealand, could have been different. But in this geography, I think we need both each other and develop a more pragmatic, systemic relationship, bringing also the power of US and EU to the region. Because the bad story, or not so good story, is the coming years will witness further regional disruptions, crises, conflicts, climate change, of course, natural disasters, fires, and other things will affect all of us on both sides of the Aegean. So we need to work together.
Thank you, Mehmet. Guru, you referred to how the context is different now, the world has changed. Throughout the course of this normalization, have you seen or witnessed a willingness on either side to settle those issues that have always been intractable, the EEZs, issues that have been considered those of national sovereignty for Greeks and Turks? Is this really just a friendly rhetoric, or is there actually progress on those substantial issues?
Well, we're not actually seeing the progress, I mean, on the media, but I know that there is willingness on both sides. You know, the two leaders just met in New York within the margins of the United Nations General Assembly, and there is a willingness to start the exploratory talks, and I think that is important. I mean, there were several rounds of it. I was chief of staff of the undersecretary during 2010 and 2014, and I attended some of them. So it's best to keep these behind doors. That's what I was referring to in the first tour when I mentioned that, because these are sensitive issues, highly technical issues.
So in a way, maybe no news is good news.
No news is definitely good news, because I think we should focus on the positive aspects of our relationship and how we can move forward. But I mean, both sides have their stances on the maritime issues, the Aegean dispute, the dispute in the East Med. We all know these, but these are very technical issues to be dealt by technicians and bureaucrats. But of course, the political willingness is very important. And I think that we are seeing that, but this won't happen immediately. It will take time, but I think the sides can reach a common ground. And with regards to Turkey-EU relations, if you allow me, I just want to add two sentences. I worked extensively on Turkey-EU relations the very, very early stages of my career in the foreign ministry. We've come to a standstill, yes, that is correct, but especially with regard to Turkey-EU energy dialogue. There are certain stumbling blocks, and I'm sure that Greece would want to play a constructive role in this issue. I mean, the accession process, Mehmet Bey said, not in my lifetime. I don't want to be that pessimistic. We're more or less the same age, not that I mean that I'm going to live longer than you, but I mean, but I am pessimistic, because our anchor is in the West. Of course, we do pursue a multidimensional foreign policy that the current situation necessitates that in the world. But especially with regards to energy dialogue or certain issues, I'm sure that Greece can play a very important role. Mr. Mitsotakis on several occasions emphasized that the route that goes to Brussels passes from Athens. So within that framework, I'm sure that Greece would want to play, and I completely agree with Mehmet Bey when he said that, you know, it's actually in the interest of Greece for Turkey to be within the European Union. I mean, can you consider how things would have been different if both of the countries were not NATO members? Certain disputes, what point that those disputes would come to. So Turkey's EU membership would also dissipate some of the maybe even fears or question marks that, you know, Turkey is drifting more to the east, because for Greece, it's in Greece's interest to have a Turkey that is embedded in the Euro-Atlantic alliance. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. No, that was a great intervention. So we're here at the regional conference on clean and secure energy. So let's get back to energy. I want to go to Kostas, and then we'll go to our audience questions if we can get ready for that. So please do have your questions ready. Kostas, I want to go to clean energy in particular. We've heard about the Aegean being ripe for exploration of gas. But how about Aegean offshore wind potential? The resources there, and would a more cooperative, stable, healthy relationship between Turkey and Greece open the door for the development of more offshore wind facilities in the Aegean?
Whatever is offshore with regards to Turkey and Greece is very sensitive. Therefore, I think that this will not proceed in the immediate future. Offshore wind has the same difficulties and regulatory and licensing issues as oil and gas. So I would leave this for the time being and focus on everything else. Now, having said that, the supply chain of offshore is so long and complex that materials used for offshore construction can come both from Greece and Turkey. If Greece is setting up an offshore unit, it will more or less use 20 or 30% material coming from Turkey. And maybe Turkey will also use 10 or 15% material coming from Greece. And we know this type of materials, which are more competitive in price and all that. So willy-nilly there's going to be cooperation at the industrial level. But I would like to come back to your EU accession, which is very important, and underlying everything. I would fully agree with Mehmet, and Gürlü also mentioned this. You see, it's pivotal. I mean, Turkey's view of joining the EU is I would say, crucial in normalizing relations. And Greece, contrary to popular belief, since the early 2000s has been supporting Turkey's accession to the EU. Greece is not the country which is saying no. Greece has been saying under all governments, yes, we want Turkey to be part of the EU, because we know that in this way we can normalize relations at several levels. And it's very interesting that Turkey has, over the years, without being part of the EU, actually transformed its economy following European norms. And energy is a very clear example. I mean, Turkey is applying European acquis to its whole market. The market is electricity market is fully liberalized. It's unbundled many years ago. Energy exchange, Istanbul Energy Exchange, is one of the best in the region. Gas is a problem, or is a contentious issue in the sense that the government, Ankara, does not want to fully liberalize gas, not internally. Internally, the market is fully liberalized, but as far as external relations is concerned. they are discussing this, they are studying this. So we see that EU accession is key, absolutely key. And Turkey has already made very important strides forwards towards this direction, and we all know that.
Thank you very much. Okay, now everyone's favorite part of the conversation. I'm looking at our audience. Please raise your hand, anybody who's interested. If not, I'm not short of questions. We have Defne Hanım here in the first row, if we can get her the mic. Thank you very much. It's on its way.
Thank you, Grady. Great moderation, and I'd like to thank all the panelists. Wonderful insights. My question is that how you think still Cyprus issue is integrated to Greece-Turkey solution, and where are things with that? Maybe if we can touch base on that. So thank you.
Yeah, let's turn to Dimitris first.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, definitely. This is a very sensitive issue, of course. Let's start with this, because as you know, the resolution of the Cyprus conflict, as I mentioned before, would go a very long way towards not only normalizing Greek-Turkish relations, but it would also allow Turkey to join the European Union. And so it is very significant. It seems to me that we now seem to be entering a period of time during which the rapprochement 2.0, if we can call it this way, is having some positive effect on the Cyprus dispute as well. By that, what I mean is, I think it's very clear that the good offices of the United Nations can now be revived again. The possibility of restarting a new round of talks has now become more realistic, which is the good news. But it's also undoubtedly clear that if you go back to the previous attempts to resolve the Cyprus conflict, be it Grand Montana or, of course, the Annan Plan of 2004, the distance between the positions between Greece and Turkey has now increased. There is no doubt that it seems to me that obviously Greece will defend a particular position, the government of the Republic of Cyprus will do their own thing. Turkey's position seems to have changed quite a bit, it seems to have hardened quite a bit, and it's certainly the case that, at least for Athens, the notion that you can have sort of a resolution of the conflict on the basis of a two-state basis is not going to be a solution at all. So Cyprus will continue to play a very important role. I guess what we can hope for is that there is going to be some positive side effects stemming from the new rapprochement between the two sides, although the complete and utter, if you like, division between the two, to say on the one hand we have Cyprus and on the other we have the Aegean, is something that for any Greek government is going to be, and I'm sure it's the same for any Turkish government, is way too sensitive and way too difficult to implement.
And that's another one of those intractable issues, I think, maybe. And it's kind of interesting how, while we see this warming in Greek-Turkish relations, Cyprus maybe is not going in the right direction. I want to turn to see if there's any audience, but then also get Gülru, if you can maybe give your take on Cyprus as somebody who worked on these issues in the past.
Yes, well, the Cyprus issue has become, before the 1950s, I'm not going to go too much in detail, don't worry, and bore you, but before the 1950s, actually, the Cyprus issue did not play much of a role vis-a-vis Turkey-Greek relations. But it started changing after the 1950s, and I agree it is now a determinant factor. That being said, especially with what's going on in the greater region, I think it's important for the two sides to sit together and try to sort out their differences. I think on the 15th, the leaders of both sides are going to get together under the auspices of the United Nations. I think that's positive. Dialogue is essential. There are two, different societies in one tiny island, and they're also not going anywhere. So they have to find a way to live together. And dialogue is important. But of course, the leaders and the peoples of the two sides will decide upon the future of their island. I think that's also important.
Two different communities needing to find a way to get together. It sounds so simple. Mehmet, do you want to chime in?
I want to challenge that assertion. I don't think that dialogue will serve any purpose. There has been a dialogue since 1974, and we haven't reached anywhere. So many meetings, summits, agreements, unplanned, and it hasn't gone anywhere because the mindset on two sides are so drastically different, so entrenched, they don't move an inch. Two-state solution, federal solution, and non-recognition of Northern Cyprus, blocking it from the international community. Any move from the Turkish side to achieve greater rapprochement between the two sides at the expense of Turkish Cyprus will be considered as a conspiracy or treason in Turkey. This is a more or less, I think, a non-partisan issue. Therefore, I think we need a mindset change in this area from the Greek Cyprus, Turkish Cyprus, Turkey, Greece, and EU and US. And if things go as business usual under the UN authority, having the bilateral discussions, intercommunal discussions, it's not going anywhere. We haven't seen any progress. There is some progress, then rupture, and then go back and continue again. So therefore, I think the Turkish position that two-state solution is the only way moving forward, which will not be accepted by Greek Cyprus or Greece or the international community, it locks the situation. And Cyprus normally shouldn't be admitted to EU under acquis communautaire when there is conflict between the bordering countries, and then you don't accept it. But there was an exception because Greece used this opportunity as a sort of bargaining chip with Central and Eastern European countries. And I see that this situation, unless we change drastically our position in Ankara or in Nicosia or Athens, is not going to bring much benefit. So at least there is relative peace. Perhaps the position that the current difficulties and bottlenecks should be left aside and focus, as Nur said, on the positive aspects. This might be the way forward. I want to say a couple of words about the European energy security that you mentioned in the beginning. How you place this relationship between Turkey and Greece in the broader European energy security strategy and also Green Deal, of course. And Turkey, since it is not so much aligned now with the EU, apart from certain acquis and standards, is working more closely with Russia. Blue Stream, Turk Stream, you have the Mersin Akkuyu nuclear power plant built by Rosatom, and many other areas. China is coming closer in many areas, be in renewable energy, electrical cars, and other infrastructure projects. So unless EU and Turkey come closer, I think there will be more and more divergence of interest. This may not be in the interest of Greece or broader European Union.
Dimitris, you had a final thought there?
Yes, Grady, thanks. I just wanted to make a very brief comment on this, because I'm glad that we have ended up talking in the panel about EU-Turkey relations. Some of us have been advocating this forever, and it was never working. At least in our panel it's working, so I'm very glad about this. Just to self-promote and just add to what Mehmet was saying, I recently wrote a piece on the carbon border adjustment mechanism that was mentioned yesterday in our panel, with reference to Turkey and Turkey's green transition. That's a working paper for a think tank. And what I'm exploring there is, in a way, the feature of everything that we have mentioned in this panel is the tight relationship between Turkey and Europe, whether politically it's working or not. On the ground, it's there. The biggest importer and exporter is Europe. Turkey's policy diversification towards the Middle East at a certain point in time could not deliver the sort of economic results that relations with Brussels deliver. And now, faced with the CBAM, a large part of the Turkish industry is rightly worried about the consequences of this in terms of their biggest partner, which is Europe. So again, just to emphasize the point, I think everyone in this country and in Brussels seems to be getting the very, very wrong message about Turkey nowadays, needs to concentrate again on the idea of making some type of policy conditionality work so that Turkey gets closer into the European orbit. And the modernization of the customs union, on the basis of policy conditionality in Turkey, is, I think, the best, the most realistic, and the most optimistic way forward for that.
Thank you. The clock is about to strike midnight, but
Grady, just one point, if I can.
You may. I'll allow it.
Thank you so much. So this is fascinating. At one point, I'd like to add to all this wonderful conversation, since we are talking about energy security, the thing is that the longer this, takes with Cyprus and also, this will be longer will that be, with the hydrocarbon resources staying under Mediterranean region. And also, the longer we wait, these projects will not be in a way bankable at all. Still, it is very difficult, to bring them on the surface and to make this the commercial product in the region, given the climate conditions. And so I will leave it there. So this is also something that I'm just wanted to connect to the energy security, which is the subject of the conference. So
That's
thank you.
a great point, Defna Hanım. And yeah, I think the message there is that regardless of what happens, business leaders, civil society should remain engaged, continue the work they're doing, irrespective of the political environment, although that is instrumental at the end of the day, but something that not everyone has control over. With that, I want to pass it to our non-resident fellow, Pinar Dost, to moderate our next panel, the final one of the day, on geopolitical developments, the war in Ukraine, and conflict in the Middle East. Thank you so much to the panel, and thank you to our audience for sticking around here at the end of the day.
To the ladies panel of this conference, believe me, it's well worth the wait. As you can see, we have an all-stars panel ready to discuss geopolitical developments, the war in Ukraine, and the conflict in the Middle East. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few reminders. Our panel is on the record. We encourage you to join us, join the conversation online. Please use the hashtags, #ACSecCleanEnergy, #ACTurkey, and #ACEnergy, and tag us at AC_Istanbul and at AC Global Energy. For our in-person audience, we'll aim for a 10-minute Q&A at the end of the session, so feel free to start thinking about your questions, but please keep them concise. Over the past 2 days, we had insightful discussions covering various aspects of clean and secure energy. Obviously, geopolitical developments significantly impact countries' energy policy choices. We struggle to define the transition we are going through. The rules-based order, as we know it, is dead. Our institutions are unable to prevent or stop conflict. 2 weeks ago, President Biden suggested to reform the UN Security Council. It seems like sovereignty and territorial integrity are schoolbook concepts now. The international system is in a phase of shifting from a unipolar to multipolar moment, while with great power competition, the bipolar world order doesn't seem far. Today, we'll be discussing 2 ongoing conflicts in our region. Russia's war on Ukraine, which has brought war back to the European continent over 2.5 years ago, and the war in Gaza, which exactly started a year ago. With escalating violence into neighboring countries, there's a real risk of the region spiraling into a wider conflict. We're fortunate to have the best experts with us to dwell in these critical issues. It's my pleasure to introduce the esteemed panelist, Yevgenia Gaber, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council Turkey program, Ariel Cohen, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, Will Wexler, senior director at the Atlantic Council's Middle East program, Valeria Talbot, senior research fellow and head of the Middle East and North Africa Center at ISPI, Italian Institute for International Political Studies, and Rich Outson, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council Turkey programs. Welcome all, and thank you for joining. So we will have 1 hour, so let's please try to keep our answers brief. So let's begin by focusing on Russia's war on Ukraine. 2 weeks ago, President Zelensky visited the US and shared his victory plan to end the war with Russia. He had a packed schedule, meeting with both presidential candidates. Yevgenia, what are your thoughts on the US response to the war in Ukraine so far? And what changes in US policy can we expect, especially with the upcoming elections and a potential Trump presidency?
Thank you very much, Pinar, and let me also start by thanking the amazing Atlantic Council team for putting together this great conference, which I think, being at the last panel, we can say has been a success. And it's always a pleasure to be back to Turkey, where I spent more than 4 years of my life, so it's a double pleasure and honor for me. When it comes to Ukraine, actually, I may slightly disagree with you when you say that the concept of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the states is a textbook example now. And I think it's not yet late to show that it's not a textbook example and it's not a historical legacy. But where it is tested now, it is, of course, in Ukraine, which has been fighting for its territorial integrity, sovereignty, but also for the regional Black Sea security and for the transatlantic security for more than 2 years now, almost 3 years. And we're now in the critical point of time in this war, because obviously this is now a war of attrition, so it's not easy for Ukraine. And to assess the response of the US, as you mentioned, I think it's important to understand what we are dealing with, because the response should be adequate and the response should be equal to the threat that we are facing. And it's not only Russia's war in Ukraine, it's Russia's war on Ukraine, on the European security, on freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, on international rules-based order, but it's also Ukraine's defense against Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China. It's not only about Russia. So when we're talking about the US response, has it been crucial for Ukraine to survive in this war? Yes, absolutely yes. Has it been enough? Has it been sufficient for Ukraine to win in this war against this alliance of several countries? I would say no. And coming to your point about what happens with the elections in the United States and what should we expect, is Ukraine concerned or not? Of course, Ukraine is concerned, but I would say Ukraine is concerned in both cases, because bipartisan support of the United States to Ukraine is crucial. Ukraine is concerned if there is a change in policy. There are many speculations about what may happen if Donald Trump is elected as a president. But on the other hand, we don't know what happens. Some people here refer to the first lethal aid to Ukraine coming during the first Trump presidency. And it's also, as I mentioned, about Russia's cooperation with Iran and China, which are crucial for former president and now presidential candidate Trump. Ukraine is also concerned if we have the continuity of the same policy of the Democratic administration, if it's still very cautious policy of a perceived de-escalation, which does not necessarily help and which actually brings escalation to the battlefield, because on the one hand, Ukraine appreciates great support it gets from the United States. On the other hand, unfortunately, we are fighting with one hand tied over behind our back, because there is still no permission for deep strikes inside the territory of Russia, military targets, obviously. We still don't have invitation to join NATO. So I think it's not about particular persons, but it's about the policy that should be anchored in this all-out support to Ukraine to win this war.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Evgenia. I believe there's a lot of uncertainty concerning the West's future commitment to Ukraine's victory. Now, let's explore a different angle on how to achieve that victory. Ariel, you recently wrote a report for the Atlantic Council highlighting Russian vulnerabilities. and how the West can exploit them to push a foreign policy or policy change in Russia. So could you share your main findings with us?
Of course, thank you very much, and thank you, the Atlantic Council, for excellent preparation and a terrific event. In the paper published by the Atlantic Council on the 1st of October, Russia's war on Ukraine, Moscow pressure points, and U.S. strategic opportunities, we're looking across the board at where the bottlenecks are in Russian production, Russian policy, Russian personnel policy, shortages, etc. And energy is a huge dimension of that. I just looked up the 2021 Russian oil and gas revenue number. In 2021, as we were recovering after COVID, it was $110 billion. Roll the camera to now, the projection for 2024 is oil, 121 billion, and LNG to EU, 40 billion, not counting the rest of the gas. So together it's 160. So guess what? From 21 COVID recovery till now, Russian revenue actually grew. And Ukraine total GDP is about 190. So just the export revenue that Russia gets is close to total Ukrainian GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, how Ukraine is supposed to sustain their war effort. Next, when the war started, the reinvasion of 22 started, the Europeans were willing to give up Russian oil and impose a total oil embargo. Instead, the Biden administration decided that they may cause the rise in oil prices, inflation, the elections were not too far, and they decided to have a cap of $60 a barrel. Russia not only is selling oil at 60, which is by the discount of the Urals brand is about its market price anyway, but it also stood up what is called the gray tanker fleet. And this is a fleet that we don't even know the volume of oil that they are exporting. Who are the culprits? India and China primarily, but many others as well, who get not only discounts, but kickbacks to the officials who allow the bypass of the sanctions. Moreover, while Europe is buying less hydrocarbons in general because of the sanctions, because of energy efficiency going up, regulatory pressures, including the methane standard compliance, increased LNG capacity in Europe brings more American gas, and lower global gas prices. That all contributes to the decline of the Russian revenue from Europe. Other places that are growing economically, be it Africa, be it Latin America, be it Asia, are still buying Russian hydrocarbons. Then in the report, we're talking about the shortages of components that Russians need for drones and other weapon systems. And guess what? Every time a drone debris is intercepted in Ukraine, people find 20+ countries that supply components to the Russian drones, probably unintentionally, probably through third parties. Then we saw that the attempt to geopolitically isolate Russia is not working so well in the global south, be it because of the anti-colonial residual feelings or because of Russian propaganda and China working in tandem with Russia. We see in places like South Africa and other places that Russia is not isolated. And another thing that transpired from this war is that Russia is shifting its center of gravity to the east. It's more and more dependent on China. When we had our Russian-Ukrainian war game at the Atlantic Council on February 29th, every time a major decision needed to be made in the Kremlin, they made a beeline to the Chinese delegation and asked, Mami Mia. We need to figure out how to exploit it. And one final point. We are not doing a good job. We, the West collectively, not just the United States, we're not doing a good job in terms of information warfare. In the Cold War, when I started in this business in the 80s and 90s, there was, no, not 90s, 70s and 80s, there was a lot of effort to communicate directly to the peoples of the Soviet Union across the head of the leadership, above and beyond the head of the leadership. We're not doing such a good job these days, despite the fact that thousands and thousands of people who don't like Putin emigrated out of Russia. Content providers, journalists, writers, actors, movie makers. We are not exploiting that talent pool in order to shake the certainty that the Putin regime is trying to convey to the Russian people, that they're not only fighting Ukrainians, they're fighting the West, they're fighting the Anglo-Saxons, they're fighting the world, and Russia has its back to the wall, and they say they're going to be victorious.
Thank you, Ariel. The report indeed offers a fresh perspective, and it also analyzes Russia's war economy, as you pointed out, and also countries that continue to trade with Russia. So, throughout the conflict, Turkey maintained a delicate balancing act, and opting not to join EU sanctions on Russia, but also supporting Ukraine's war effort in various ways. So I would like to come back to you, Yevgenia. You've been working on this relationship for many years. Has Turkey been a good partner for Ukraine during this war? What more do you think they should do?
Yes, thank you. Of course, Turkey has been a good partner and a strategic partner and ally of Ukraine in this war, and we can give many examples where Turkey has stepped in, one of the first, providing drones in the first days of the war, providing other types of military aid to Ukraine, and also clothing the streets, which definitely helped. If we discuss what can be done more, I want to go back to what Ariel just said, that we're now in the war of attrition, where resources and access to resources matter, and where economy matters. So let me give you another number, and that's that the 70–75% of the Russian exports' revenues comes from oil trade, oil and oil products. It's not even gas, it's around 20%, but more than 70% is oil and oil products. And we still have this burgeoning oil trade in the Black Sea and in the Baltic Sea, which threatens both words here in the title of this conference, which is secure energy, because obviously it's not secure, it's a weapon for Russia, and it's how Russia is using energy resources for blackmailing. But it's also not clean, because mostly it's done with the help of the so-called shadow fleet, which uses the outdated tankers, and these are, of course, bearing very high risks of potential accidents on sea. And if you add to that electronic warfare, spoofing, and all types of malign behavior that Russia is conducting in the Black Sea, that makes, and even in the Baltic, that makes it even more risky. So it's both a threat to the regional security, to the freedom of commercial navigation, but it's also one of the main revenues of the governmental budget of Russia. Now, if you look at some numbers, just in August 2024, 14.5 million tons of crude oil and around 6 million tons of oil products were exported by Russia in the Baltic Sea and in the Black Sea. unchallenged. It's still going on, unfortunately. And 1/3 of the Russian budget is now going either to the military sector or to the industrial and defense sector. So basically, consciously or unconsciously, but traders, shippers, insurance companies, etc., involved in this trade, they are financing the Russian budget, which is then used not for the social demands or, healthcare or education in Russia, but unfortunately for producing more missiles, drones, and also for military buildup, not only in Ukraine, but also in the Black Sea, which is a direct threat to Turkey, which, of course, in terms of security, sees Russia, I believe so, also as a competitor. So it's a very complex picture, and I think what can be done more, very briefly, 2 sentences more. First, we need to step up efforts to curb this trade, especially in oil, especially with the shadow fleet in both seas. Second, we need Turkey's efforts together with Bulgaria and with Romania to expand the existing demining coalition, which is very helpful. That's another way of great cooperation in the region. And to expand its mandate, we need to have more of a information sharing, situational awareness to track what Russia is doing in the Black Sea. We need more cooperation for patrolling of the western part and the northern part of the Black Sea, especially that Russia is now trying also to undermine the humanitarian corridors, trade in grain, humanitarian commodities, which are very important. And last point where Ukraine would very much welcome Turkey's efforts is, of course, modernization of the Ukrainian energy system, reconstruction, recovery efforts, because as you know, the general idea is to build back better. So it's not just reconstructing the same energy system, it's going more for clean energy, for energy efficiency. And I think this is one of the examples of successful cooperation between Turkey and Ukraine so far, and that's where Ukraine would very much welcome efforts by the Turkish companies.
Thank you. Building on what Evgenia just said on Black Sea security, now I would like to pass it over to Rich. In a recent report from the Atlantic Council's Turkey programs, you talked about Turkey's triangular balancing strategy in regard to defense cooperation in the Black Sea. How can Turkey enhance its cooperation with partners and allies to secure the Black Sea?
Well, thank you. It's a good question. Turkey obviously does not see the conflict exactly as do its other NATO allies. Turkey has adopted sort of a balancing position, which I've written about as a triangular balancing act. And on the one hand of the triangle is its NATO alliance, and the fact that together with Romania, Bulgaria, the littoral NATO states, that it is very concerned with defending the NATO identity, at least of the Western Black Sea. Above and beyond, it's not too anxious to have the rest of NATO in, though, which Turkey's made no mystery of. And so there are voices in Washington who say we need to have more of a naval presence, a permanent or recurring and consistent U.S. naval presence, and that perhaps of other non-littoral NATO allies in the Black Sea. Well, frankly, that concerns Turkey, because Turkey does not want to see an active war across the entirety of the Black Sea. They have, of course, Turkey does, responsibilities under the Montreux Convention to monitor the flow. They've been restrictive and kept most Russian warships from passing. So I think they've upheld that portion of it. The second part of the triangle is, however, as I think both of our previous speakers alluded to, a very robust relationship that predates the rest of NATO's relationship with Ukrainian defense. Shortly after the first Russian war against Ukraine, where they took Crimea and parts of Donetsk and Luhansk, Turkey rapidly understood that it was in sort of a very serious struggle over the future of the Black Sea, and the loss of Ukrainian sovereignty would absolutely be the most grievous blow to Turkish strategic positioning. It would make the Black Sea a Russian lake. Turkey acted on that. It sent delegations, fairly high-level military delegations, to start conversations about training commandos, about small arms, about Kirpi armored vehicles. It was providing lethal aid when the rest of NATO was wondering, should we just send some helmets or something like that? And it's not just the Ukraine leg of it as well. The other non-NATO countries with which Turkey has had strong defense ties include, of course, Azerbaijan, which is not on the Black Sea, but absolutely is part, because of its location in the Caucasus, of the strategic calculus for that region, and also distracts Russia to some extent because of the conflict in Armenia and elsewhere. and to some extent has had a defense relationship with Georgia as well. I know that I was there when both the United States and Turkey had donated equipment to the Georgian Armed Forces. Of course, the developments over Georgia, in the recent years have put it in a sort of a different category where there's a deep political struggle. But that's the second part of the triad, so to speak, or triangle for Turkey. You've got a NATO leg, you've got a generally pro-Western non-NATO leg, and then there's Russia. Unlike the United States for the most part and much of Europe, Turkey has a commodious relationship with Russia. I think the second most grievous strategic harm that would come in Turkish eyes after outright Russian victory, the second most grievous harm would be an outright Russian defeat, because the Turks tend to be very concerned about strategic instability. There are many folks who feel, and some of them on the panel, I think, and it's not all wrong, that maybe we don't ever get to good relations with Russia until they do have a defeat like this. Many times imperial or quasi-imperial powers have to lose an offensive war before they learn to live on commodious terms with their neighbors. But this takes on a different power when we're talking about a nuclear armed power. I don't think we've seen that. We saw some decolonial wars for French and British powers when they had small nuclear arsenals. But I'm not sure that that sort of destabilizing element is something the Putin regime could go through. So Turkey, for its own reasons, has a desire to see Russia's war lose and end not in victory, without that also parlaying into a destabilizing strategic defeat. That's the basic logic of the triangle. Now, from a U.S. perspective, this can be somewhat frustrating, or from a Ukrainian perspective, because although there's been lots of aid given, it only goes so far. Frankly, the United States, even though its rhetoric is more forward, in some ways does the same thing. And I have not been a fan of restraining Ukrainian use, for instance, of ATACMS to go after targets in Russia, because I think until that happens, until we raise the prices for the continued war by Russia, I think that their calculus is going to remain the same. But in any case, that's the operative logic. What more can we do? Well, I think probably the Turkish ambiguity that's implicit in this, because there haven't just been the weapons that you've seen or the numbers of weapons that you've seen transferred. I think transferring more, don't do it publicly necessarily, but continue with the Bayraktars, continue with new versions of drones, continuing with Ukrainian defense industry, this cooperation that produces weapons that are useful to both sides. Do more and more and more of that. I think probably most of the group here knows that there.
Let's turn our attention to the war in Gaza, which has now spread to Lebanon and poses a...
Israel will respond to that. I believe that many in Israel will try to design such an attack to also be below the threshold of war. But I don't know that for certain. There are two ways that a wider war can occur, a wider regional war. One is intentional and the other is by accident. And let's not forget that the last time before this one that Israel and Hezbollah were engaged in major military confrontation was back in 2006, a war that began by accident that neither side wanted. So the possibility of the management of these kinds of conflicts below the threshold of a full regional war is not one that's guaranteed. There are also those in Israel that see the current environment as potentially the best environment that they will ever face for a wider regional war, and a belief that such a war will happen at some point, so why not now? So it might also be intentional. I can't answer, they do not expect strategic changes because there is a fairly well understood consensus inside the United States security system. And I know it's a challenge in this part of the world to communicate this sometimes. But there's a consensus that there are positive outcomes that are still possible in the wake of this war, just like there are positive outcomes that are possible in the wake of any other war. None of them are possible unless Israel, at a very basic level, is able to accomplish its military objectives. If Israel is not able to accomplish its military objectives, which means Hamas is still capable of doing another attack like they did on October 7th, which I don't think is going to be the case for some time, but that Hezbollah is capable of driving 60,000 plus Israelis away from their homes in northern Israel, then the war will not end. And Israel has the kind of escalation dominance over Hamas and more recently over Hezbollah to ensure that is the case.
Continue for a while. Okay, thank you. Now let's hear from Rich about another aspect of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. For a long time, we've been discussing the U.S. showing less interest in the region. Before October 7, experts were suggesting different scenarios for U.S. withdrawal from Syria. With the recent escalation of violence, Syria is back on the spotlight. Rich, you were at the center of these issues during your last position at the State Department. Do you think the war will affect U.S. plans to withdraw? How could the upcoming U.S. elections affect U.S. policy towards Syria? As you know, this is also very important regarding U.S.-Turkey relations. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll keep this quick as I watch the minutes tick away on the clock here so our other panelists have time to talk. But Syria and the U.S. military presence there is a very odd duck in terms of U.S. foreign policy. It's one of the few military deployments that is not the product of explicit strategy.
In Lebanon and in the region generally.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Valeria to join the discussion. Turkey's independent foreign policy faced a lot of criticism in the West, especially from the EU. How do EU and different European countries view Turkey's response to both wars?
Thank you, Pinar, for your question, and thanks to Atlantic Council for inviting me to this great conference. So when we talk about foreign policy, we know that the EU cannot speak with one voice, so there are many different voices and there are many different perceptions within the EU. As far as Turkey is concerned, the EU member states deal with Turkey following their own interests and their own priorities. Nevertheless, when we look, when it comes to frame a wider picture of EU views, we can say that on one side, Turkey is considered a crucial strategic partner in security, trade, economy, economic sectors, and at last but not least in migration. But it is a crucial partner, a crucial ally, but at the same time it is a difficult ally. The EU complains the unilateral, what it has defined the unilateral foreign policy of Ankara. That means that the EU complains the fact that Turkey doesn't align to EU foreign policy, or at least in a report, the EU stated that Turkey had a very low alignment in foreign policy, 10% with the EU. And this was a problem for the EU, for its member state, because they see Turkey autonomous foreign policy, diversification of partnership. We mentioned before Russia, this relation with Russia as a problem. When it comes to the war in Ukraine, we know that in the EU, many praised the role of Turkey in mediating prisoner swaps, in mediating the Black Sea grain deal, in keeping channels of dialogue open, its capacity to talk with both Ukraine and Russia. But at the same time, they complained the fact that Turkey did not align to the regime sanction against Russia that enabled Russia to do its business as always. So, as far as the conflict in Gaza is concerned, at the beginning, when the conflict broke out, many in the EU thought that Turkey, leveraging on both relations with Israel and Hamas, could have played a role of broker, a role of mediator, as it did with Ukraine. But when Ankara supported openly Hamas, there was a great disagreement and a lot of critics vis-à-vis Turkey in the EU. Yes, we know that the EU is not an homogeneous, position, different position vis-à-vis Gaza, but this is another story, and we can talk about this later.
Yeah.
So I stop here.
Okay, thank you, very interesting. I think Russia is far from ended its gas trade with Europe either, but I mean, the EU is far from ending its gas trade. Yeah, very interesting points. So now I would like to turn to the wider implications of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Historically, major crises in the Middle East have had significant repercussions on energy security and market stability. Recently, we've seen statements about Israel potentially targeting oil facilities in Iran, and also reports about Saudi Arabia's willingness to accept lower oil prices. So, Ariel, I have a question for you. How do you think the escalation of violence in the Middle East will impact energy security in the Persian Gulf?
Thank you very much. First, to put the conflict in perspective, for Israel, both the attack of October 7th and the successive Iranian missile attacks, and I've been in Israel for both attacks in April 13, and now, and I can tell you that sheltering from 200 or 300 missiles is nerve-wracking, to say the least. This highlighted one thing. As you saw on television, quite a few Iranian missiles got through the missile defenses, be it the Arrow or David's sling. That means that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, that will be effectively the end of Israel. That will be the total destruction of the Jewish state. The United States government repeatedly said that U.S. will not tolerate the Iranian nuclear-armed Iran. In my book, it remains to be seen. I do not think, from the rhetoric that repetitively talks about off-ramps, that this is an ironclad guarantee. Now, let's move to what can happen if the war escalates. And an Israeli strike on Iranian oil and gas facilities is only one possibility of escalation. There are others. There may be an attempt to take out the Iranian nuclear infrastructure. In my book, Israel doesn't have sufficient firepower to do it on its own. But in terms of what Iran can do in retaliation is, one, mining the Strait of Hormuz. Colleagues mentioned before, 20 to 30% of all the global oil is shipped through that narrow strait of 3-4 miles width, and 20% of LNG. Attack on tankers. If you're old enough, like I am, to remember the tanker war of the 1980s that went on for years. The Iranians were hitting the tankers and hitting the tankers till U.S. mistakenly took out an Iranian civilian airliner, at which point the tanker war stopped, interestingly enough. Next, Iran is threatening attacks on oil fields in Saudi Arabia and UAE. And I'll remind you that in 2019, so much devastation was wreaked on the Iranian oil infrastructure that for a short period of time, 50% of the Saudi capacity was destroyed, and the U.S. managed to interfere quickly and effectively by releasing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, by doing certain financial steps to ameliorate the panic, and then eventually help to restore the Saudi oil capacity. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran is threatening to hit oil fields in Azerbaijan. The Houthis could expand the intercept of shipping around the Arabian Peninsula, and the rhetoric about U.S. standing for the freedom of navigation in the global commons does not really sound credible, does it? Because the Houthis for over a year are disrupting the shipment, especially in the Red Sea, and effectively shutting down the Suez Canal. Couple of other comments. Iran's ally, Russia, would benefit from higher oil prices. Iran's ally, China, will suffer from higher oil prices. So the question to me is, to whom the Ayatollahs are going to listen to Moscow or to Beijing?
Hard decision. Hard decision.
Yes. Finally, politically, the Biden administration definitely does not want a massive disruption of either Iranian oil infrastructure or the oil flows in the Persian Gulf, especially before the elections of November 4th. But overall, this conflict, just as the conflict in Ukraine, I'm trying to connect the dots here, is the most significant test of our resolve and our foreign policy since the Cuban Missile Crisis. If we show weakness, if we do not respond in such a way that the aggressors stand down, we are opening the Pandora box that would include a potential Chinese blockade on Taiwan, and then God help us all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now over to Will. Will, what effects do you think this war will have on Israel, Palestine, and neighboring countries in terms of security, border changes, and especially how relations between Israel and other regional countries will be affected? And I know it's, again, one question with many questions, but a general picture, please.
There is, people who spend a lot of time thinking about the Middle East are generally proved right when they're pessimistic about outcomes. But that we shouldn't rely on just sloppy thinking of relying on only the pessimistic outcomes, because there are potentially positive outcomes. Again, the first step of the positive outcomes is to avoid some of the outcomes that were just described, and for Israel to basically achieve its military objectives. The biggest problem with Israel's approach thus far is the complete absence of any political plan for the day after the wars. The inability to answer the question, how does this end? And the inability to answer it even for itself, and to then communicate it publicly. That hasn't stopped others from trying to answer that question. The United States has an answer to the question, and much of the Arab world, especially the Gulf countries, have an answer to the question. And that question, the answer to that question begins with an Israeli prime minister saying that he accepts the principle of a time-bound, irreversible path to a Palestinian state. the very next sentence will be, and therefore I have instructed my foreign minister to begin negotiations in Riyadh about exactly what every one of those words means. Every one of those words is very complicated, and that diplomacy will take some time. But saying those magic words will unlock the ability, and again achieving the objectives, military objectives, will unlock the ability of many in the Gulf in particular to contribute significantly towards the rebuilding of Gaza, towards the governance of Gaza, of putting the possibilities for a more positive outcome for the Palestinian people in a place that we haven't seen since the end of the Clinton administration, potentially. This is the positive scenario. Lots of dominoes have to fall before that becomes possible, but that's what everyone is hoping for. One of the dominoes, as I said, is an Israeli Prime Minister's willingness to say those words. And right now, this Israeli Prime Minister is completely constrained by his domestic politics and will not say those words. And in fact, it's a question in the aftermath of October 7th, will any Israeli Prime Minister be willing to say those words? So this is the big unanswered question for the positive scenario that one could imagine after the war.
Thank you. But it looks like there's ongoing cooperation when it comes to Iran attacks between Israel and regional countries, at least on information sharing level.
I'm sorry?
Information sharing level between Israel and regional countries.
Oh, yeah, what you're already seeing in the U.S.-led actions to do an integrated air defense system against Iranian attacks on Israel. You've seen the product of work that's been going on behind the scenes now for a number of years and really accelerated in the wake of the Abraham Accords. And you're seeing also the potential for what could be in the future. Every country in the region that's involved in this, they have great differences amongst each other, but they have a commonality in that they fear Iran. They fear the leadership in Iran. And as long as the regime that took power in 1979 continues to be there, they will continue to feel threatened by this regime. Not given the geographies, none of them are capable, no matter how much money they spend, of defending their own air and maritime domains alone. They have to do it together. They have to work together to understand where the threats are going and to work together to defeat those threats. What the United States did was very impressive to many in the region, but then others in the region in the Gulf say, would the United States do the same thing for us if we were threatened? So these are the kinds of questions that are being asked.
Thank you so much. So Turkey was not part of the Abraham Accords, but parallelly since 2021 was normalizing relations with different countries in the Middle East and also in the Eastern Mediterranean. So Valeria, I would like to ask you, what role do you see for Turkey in the future of the Middle East? It's a hard question.
Yeah, it's a difficult question, Pina. But I think that Turkey is a key player in the Middle East, and normalization with other key actors such as United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Egypt are strengthening its role. And further rapprochement with other players could reinforce this position even more. Turkey has important assets, trades of power, very active diplomacy, and leveraging on these assets in cooperation with other players, it could act in a positive way in the region. Moreover, another important asset is the defense industry. And we have seen that many countries in the region have signed agreements to acquire Turkish drones, and recently Saudi Arabia, and even Egypt interest expressed in the past month to acquire drones. It's a recognition of Turkey's role in this important sector. I think also that the participation of Turkey in the last Arab League summit last September was after 13 years, if I'm not wrong, since last time. It's an important recognition from the region of Turkey's role in the Middle East. So Turkey is a player in the economic, trade, defense sector, and as a player in the defense sector, it can offer an alternative to global actors for countries in the region. But this means also that regional countries look at Turkey not only for economic cooperation, but increasing for defense cooperation. So it's a sort of recognition of a security role in the region. So in a post-war scenario, cooperation between Turkey and Middle Eastern countries could have positive effect for stabilization.
Thank you so much. We only have 5 minutes left, but maybe we can have 5 more. So let's open the floor to Q&A. And please be concise, introduce yourself, and please do not comments for the reception, just short questions, please. Mics, please. Sir, please. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for all the introductions to all panelists. I would like to ask, how do you think the upcoming US elections will have an impact on the situation in the Middle East? And I would appreciate if you can evaluate for both of the candidates.
Kind of talked about it.
I'm happy to answer. Well, I can tell you how a lot of governments in the Middle East think the answer to that question will be. I think that as they look at President Trump, who they know very well, and as they look at Vice President Harris, who they don't know as well, I think they look at President Trump as somebody who they would enjoy working with on a tactical basis, because they found it very familiar to work with him. He's very transactional. But from a strategic basis, there was huge concerns. I like to remind people that in what I consider to be the high point of the Trump administration's foreign policy was the moment that he announced the Abraham Accords between Israel and the UAE from the Oval Office. It was a big success for President Trump. That press conference ended when Trump started asking publicly, openly asking, I don't understand why we're protecting the oil there anyway. It's not our oil, it's China's oil, it's Japan's oil, it's Korea's oil. Why do we care about this? And then the press conference was quickly put to an end. So tactically, they enjoy working with Trump. Strategically, they understand some of the real weaknesses there. I think the opposite is the case for Vice President Harris. I think strategically, there's a lot of governments in the region that that are actually very much aligned. They would like to see certain things change from the Biden administration's track record, but they generally see Vice President Harris as someone who understands the United States' historic role in the region and someone who would support that strategically. Tactically, they worry that it won't be as easy as it would be in the Trump administration.
Rich, please.
If I can add just a quick coda to that as well. Personnel is policy, to a great extent, so it depends a lot not just on who wins the presidential horse race, but on who are the second and third level, who is the director of the CIA, who is the Secretary of State, who is the Secretary of Defense, who is the advisor to the President for National Security. There is no doubt that in Democratic administrations since the time of President Obama, there has been a general tendency to want to share the Middle East with Iran and to want to find a modus vivendi with Iran. There is equally no doubt that among most Republican foreign policy thinkers and that second and third level advisors that there is an inclination to punish Iran and to exact maximum pressure or exert maximum pressure. So I think this has massive implications for just about every government in the Middle East, whether the United States is actively trying to pressure and punish Iran or whether the United States is actively trying to find a modus vivendi with Iran. So to me, that is the biggest difference between the two when it comes to the Middle East policies that will unfold after the election.
Good point. Ariel?
I've been talking to people in the Gulf and elsewhere in the Middle East, Egyptians and others, and the message I get is that since the Obama administration, the W administration, the Bush administration was perceived as making massive mistakes in Iraq and elsewhere. But since the Obama administration, they perceive the United States as a great power in decline, and they diversify their geopolitical risks. They manage them by reaching out to Russia and to China primarily. And they try to hedge vis-a-vis Iran. If the United States, under the Harris administration, less likely, or under the Trump administration, question mark, is perceived as having a strategic clarity, as knowing what we want, as being clear, as far as the Sunni world, clear that we are not going to abandon them to the imperial, phantom imperial aspirations of the Islamic Republic, I think we'll see an improvement in the relationship. However, as one now deceased Arab actor said, the Arabs like the strong horse. If we're perceived as a weak horse, woe to us, and is going to harm our long-term strategic interests in the Middle East.
Thank you. Let's collect 2 questions at the same time. We have 5 minutes to finish everything. John Roberts, please. Yeah.
Only smart strategic thing he ever said.
John Roberts with Methinks. How much do you worry about the situation in the West Bank? I noted that recently Hamas and Fatah have been talking to each other in Cairo.
Is there another question? No? Okay, great. Who would like to respond?
The situation in the West Bank is extremely concerning. It's a powder keg. It's ready to explode. The Palestinian Authority does not hold a monopoly on violence in areas that under Oslo are under their control. The Palestinian Authority is at any moment going to, or maybe years from now, go through a transition in leadership for which there is not an immediately clear and obvious answer. In fact, in preparation for that is one of the reasons I suspect why Hamas did what it did. So, and the West Bank is one of the places, and Jerusalem in particular, one of the places that could, of many, that could be the trigger for a wider regional war. There's lots of ways that can start accidentally. So it's a great concern. I do, and I've seen, of course, there's been conversation between Hamas and Fatah. But I do want to make one thing clear, at least from my perspective. In the wake of October 7th, and quite frankly even before that, but certainly in the wake of October 7th, one of the very clear lessons is that one cannot be pro-Palestinian logically, geopolitically, or morally, and also be pro-Hamas. It's impossible anymore. And not every actor in the region has caught up to this. including the government of Turkey. But the sooner, and Qatar, no, not, and by the way, you know, the government of Israel for a long period of time thought Hamas was a problem that could be managed effectively, until of course it couldn't be managed effectively. But after October 7th, and given what Hamas has brought to the Palestinian people, they cannot have any role in any future governance of the Palestinian people. And any suggestion otherwise, in my view, is in reality a suggestion for more misery for the Palestinian people.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating. It's been a great discussion. And let's give a big applause to our panelists for the valuable insights. Thank you all. Now I would like to invite Defne Arslan to the stage for her closing remarks.
Dear all, now I will not take this long, but I just would like to thank you, all our guests, distinguished guests, you know, participating in our conference yesterday and also today. And it has been tremendous discussion, you know, and we learned a lot of insight, heard a lot of insight. I hope those who are here and all who are also watching us online to our live stream and YouTube will be, you know, also, you know, benefited from every discussion that we had yesterday and today. This is what we do at the Atlantic Council. You know, we think, you know, we gather people, we gather doers, we gather thinkers and brainstorm and for a better world. So this is what we try to do. With that, before I invite you all to our reception outside, I'd like to call on a few names to thank. First of all, I'd like to thank, of course, all our AC team, our fellows, non-resident fellows, you know, being here with us. I'd like to thank our President and CEO, President Fred Kemp, coming all the way from Washington, D.C., just to honor us. And I'd like to thank, above all, my staff, our team, my friends, colleagues, you know, who made this thing happen, you know, this conference. So I will please stand up as I call their names. Grady Wilson. Alp, please, Alp Özen. Zeynep Egeli. Iveta. Iveta, where are you? The secret weapon. Jesus, where's Jesus? Miriam. Haley. Ohimai. Zach. Kiran. And of course, I will not leave without thanking our wonderful vendors, Dorak for excellent organization, and also Grand Arabia Hotel for hosting us. They have been our nest for a long time. In the past, also our offices were here, and excellent organization. And last but not least, for all our partners, for Atlantic Council and my programs, Turkey program, and our work here, and also back in Washington, who are supporting us to do this important work. Without their support, we cannot do this. So also, I'd like to, you know, give a big applause to all of them. And thank you very much, and until next time. Okay, and please enjoy the reception now. Thank you.